China, being anti-United States, which I don't say anything about China's foreign policy, is that, they definitely want to have, control. They definitely want to have power, economically at least.
Organize this chaos. A couple days later, this happens. That's just crazy.
Would you acquit this guy if he was charged for murder?
Would I?
Yeah. Based on the facts.
How things should be.
Well, unfortunately,
administered in terms of citizens. So that's why America's so robust. China, they're
I've heard somebody over words. So if somebody's going to attack him and he defends himself as soon
population. Yeah, are they investing in a lot of places? Yeah. Are they involved in Africa? Yeah, but that's like a low-hanging fruit. I'm not criticizing African people, but I'm saying it's not like, I think, I don't know, and I went here, I think General Mathis, like when he interviewed, they asked him about China, the threat of China. He made like a good point. He spoke about this idea of it's not America versus China, it's the UK, it's everyone who believes in horizontal governance, who believes in a free market system, who believes in democratic governance. And this
right, but when you have a free market, can you participate in the free market even if you have a dictatorship or some kind of a potential theocracy, etc.? Can't you still participate in the free market in a similar manner as the Western democratic nation?
100%. We're seeing it, but just as a point, when you talk about when you think about early, I'm just using this as an example to understand the foreign markets. Okay, so you have scholars, black scholars, you have Booker T. Washington and W.E. Du Bois, whatever, I said it wrong, but they had a really interesting perspective that I think really has a big insight into foreign policy. And so they took the position, and they wrote, these are famous black, I don't know if you call them historians, philosophers, I don't know how you categorize them, but they wrote a lot about early America from their perspective, being ex-slaves and trying to navigate. And so they had a really interesting critique, and they said, one of the things, because they were comparing the black man versus the red man being the Indian man. And he said, because of slavery, it forced the African to achieve two elevations. One elevation was they were forced to master or attempt to master the market system, being industrious, being innovative, understanding, how to create value, these type of things. That was Booker T. Washington, a very big point. And then you have Du Bois, and his outlook was, the slave was forced to not only understand the Western legal system, right, but in many ways perfect it and utilize that same legal system to leverage its own freedoms, right? And they compare that to the American Indians, where the American Indians were kind of well, we have our own culture, we have our own society, we have our own ways of exchanging, we have our own ways. And they did engage, with the early colonies and those types of things, but they saw who they were and what they were about, had their historical precedent in terms of their sustainability to these new ideas.
Okay, so what does that have to do with the president's trip to China?
So what I'm saying is that when we talk about the growth of capitalism and these other mechanisms around the world, we understand even though Iran can participate in capitalism, for example, right, or other countries that have a dictatorship, if you haven't created a society that is focused and obsessed with affecting the marketplace, that they want to create new businesses, they want to create new ideas, they want to find greater ways to provide more value at lower prices to compete with it. That's a worldview. That's an attitude. that's not just like, oh, we have people who do technical skill sets. You know, we train so many years. You know, I mean, that's not what we're talking about. We're saying like the fabric of the country is people thinking that. So even though these other countries, you know, they could definitely participate in free market and they can invest a lot of money. They have a lot of tax, you know, monies and reserves, these type of things. They're not going to ever compete with the United States unless they adopt.
But they have in China. They have in China, and I don't know what that has to do with what the president. That's a great analysis. I'm not saying there's an analysis. But the president is going to China, is in China right now. He's meeting tonight our time, tomorrow their time, with President Xi.
I wonder if the Southern Poverty Law Center funded him.
Just so that we are clear, China.
Well, you know, I don't know what Chud the Builder is known for or what happened here. I'm going to click the link. We are now on CNN. Live streamer Chud the Builder, known for posting controversial videos with racial slurs, is in custody after shooting incident.
John, just think of Pepe on the streets, doing what he does on Clubhouse, just in the streets. Yeah. Have you started doing this? You're built for this. I don't know about the racial story. We'll think of something, but yeah.
Well, I would like to do a Clubhouse Live the Experience and do like a private screening of like a Clubhouse on a Friday, Saturday night from say, you know, 5 to 10 p.m. Make it like a full experience with drinks. And basically, we just put Clubhouse up live on a big screen, and I'll be the host, and I just project Clubhouse into the auditorium for people.
Auditorium?
There's venues that I can rent that are nearby, but the thing is, how do I actually get people to show up?
So you stream us up on a big screen and people can come into the auditorium, right?
Exactly. They will watch me on stage interacting with a big screen of Clubhouse.
We should do it. I'm trying to figure that out. I think people will find it entertaining because people will pop in and go, what kind of, you know,
No, the whole thing is the videos that I'll create of the experience of people watching me interact with. So the whole thing is just like film as many videos in the auditorium as well.
Is it like Science Theater 3000? Remember that?
Exactly. It'll be like that. We will have that angle, yeah. That's already what I'm technically doing. Like, people, I got a compliment from a woman yesterday who says she went back through my Instagram accounts and watched like videos from years ago of herself. And she was like, I loved your commentary. It was so funny. She's like, you are so funny. And I thank you for filming all of that. And I was like, you're welcome.
That's actually good. You should get, knowing that stuff, the guy is another partner. I mean, not everybody knows all the characters, but a lot of people would be interested in
See, A9 lets you do that. Like right now, I'm in Gary Baumgarten's Critical Thinking Forum, and I have The News by John Kitover open and politically correct. So I'm like doing Mystery Science Theater 3000. You know, I mostly just listen and actually comment too much on what people are saying, but the liberal Democrat observational studies are always amazing.
Right. I don't know. I think there's a new angle to how all of this, like, it kind of is a new form of entertainment. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, let's be fair here. Like, there's a lot of people on this app who aren't serious people. I mean, let's just face it. It's just entertainment.
It is, but these rooms become bang rooms. But you're just a white banger. You're a white gangbanger. Because if you go to any other black room, it's all crash out all the time. Cray 3000, that guy does it. And those rooms are like, in my opinion, you know, not mentally healthy. But, you know, if you can...
Here, John Morley, but I am very impartial, I promise. You are not. I am just listening to you. But John is more racist in some.
I don't know what you said. I hope you're at the gym. I think that's what he said.
You just insist on that word strongly, and that makes a sensation. You know?
Still losing me here.
Take it easy.
of those he loves.
But yeah, anyways.
Are you there?
John, you need to work on some kind of. You need to totally reinvent media. I think you give a shot at it. I don't know what it looks like. I can see what you're doing.
No, it's the Kill Tony tour. They're already doing what we're talking about. The Kill Tony tour and Joe Rogan and the Austin Comedy Mothership. They do these types of interactive shows, but nobody has like taken Clubhouse and made it into like a live show. It would be an experimental thing, and I'm willing to do it, especially if I like tie it into my Chicago mayoral campaign. So I will try to secure a venue and set all this up. It'd be nice to have like a projector, and I'm pretty sure I actually have all the stuff that I need to try. I could even broadcast it on the side of my house. That would be one way to do it.
That'd be funny. Yeah, all you need is some place to shoot it up on,
Well, I have this projector that you just put your phone into the projector, and then it literally projects your phone using mirrors and a light.
Yeah. It'd be funny if, like, how, like, you can rent those things that project like on buildings, like even like I remember like the Twitter headquarters had that. They had people projecting things about during the campaign, I think, obviously, or they were mad at him moving. I don't remember what it was. It was something to do with Elon or whatever. So if you were able to like project something on like the Empire State Building or some building, if you did Clubhouse onto that, and like I don't know if you can do audio on those big building things. I just realized that. I don't even know.
Yeah, I could have like two big speakers, Bluetooth. Yeah, I could do Bluetooth. Like I could have a big Bluetooth speaker tied to. All I need is two phones, the projector, and a Bluetooth, and then other cameras to record on tripods. I'm already doing this in my studio. This is the nice thing about doing it in an office is you just contain it all in one office, and you don't do anything in the streets. You don't wait. Because in a way, this is like the really efficient way of creating media and content.
But like, how do you get 100,000 people? That's the goal, right? I mean, that's kind of the goal. I mean, like, just like you get like just a shit ton of people watching your shit, and just actually, if we're enjoying it, we're all still here. There's got to be a whole segment of people out there just like that aren't tapped into this. I mean,
well, the way to
he has to start streaming. He has to like the building guy and all these guys are not. They're all on Twitch.
No, the way to spam this out is to recruit and hire influencers, which is pretty much local hot chicks that have 30,000 to hundreds of thousands of followers, and get them to actually project and spam and film and publish all this shit, which a lot of them probably won't do. But if they get paid to do it, guess what? They do it.
You can't, like, on Twitch, you can't use the N-word, right? Like, so that's the thing. Like if you have to be on the stage, like, you would just get banned eventually, right? Is that how that goes? I don't even know these days.
Maybe he could bleep it out. Have like a
No, you can't bleep this stuff out. It's too toxic, and it's too annoying. And actually, when I hear Pepe talking now, if I'm in another room, I run back here to my main recording studio, and I actually turn the volume down and put something else on, because personally, I'm just sick of hearing him, and I don't want to record him and keep publishing him, because I think a lot of people know that I'm recording, and they actually step up their activity when they know that I'm recording.
They get you in trouble too. Like, he's using rape lately a lot, so it's like that gets like really dicey.
True.
Yeah, you can't. I mean, to me, that's just. I agreed with Edward last night on that. I'm like, dude, you gotta like just chill out on the raping thing. It's a little weird, But I can see how he can.
Just a little. I mean, he says he wants to kill hitchhikers and rape them in his van. Like, he says all kinds of fucked up shit.
Well, he's type A, like, in the like Reddit, 4chan, dark web, Pandora's box, and so.
He says he came from the neo-Nazi streets of Discord. That's where he's from. The white trash Nazi ghetto of Discord. That's where he came from. That's where he was That's where he grew up. That's his mythology and his backstory.
Yeah, they mix in with a lot of incels, and then that's what they fall into. Like, rape becomes the thing that gets them off. You know what I mean? Like that's
it replaces all the other joys of vices. Yeah, I get it. Yeah. So I don't know what you do with that.
I'm sure it's just all for entertainment purposes.
It is all for entertainment purposes, but the sad thing is, I think the way that everybody talks and sounds and acts is really who they are, or at least who they're projecting who they are. And if that's what you're projecting all the time, well, Jesus Christ, you are one unattractive, unappealing, obnoxious, horrible, to quote Akshay, horrible, terrible person. Hello?
But in him, because you could get him into a lot of trouble. He hasn't done it.
That's why people attracted to him.
Yeah, BB likes it.
No, I don't like it. I just think I don't think that's who he is. I think he just, he's either drunk or high and he's on Clubhouse.
Well, no, you're absolutely right. He admitted.
Things for entertainment
You're right.
value.
He admitted last night he doesn't do this, and like he's a completely different person on the app than he is in real life. So there you go. You got your answer. Both you and John.
Information technology protection. Essentially, stop the Chinese from stealing our tag. I think all of those things would be a win. So I'll just leave it there. Thank you, Marshall. We'll go now to Mansa, followed by Marat.
Hey, thanks, Gary. There is not a lot of patience from this visit, as from all the analysis I read. The U.S. actually needs China right now more than China needs the U.S., and that's not a good position to go into a summit or a meeting and expecting to win. So the best case scenario that Trump can consider a win is to get China to buy more of our agricultural products, soybeans and all that stuff. But it's not like they're gonna increase their buy-in from what they were before. Selling soy to China has been a very great business until Trump came and destroyed it, starting with his first presidency, and then with this presidency, with the trade tariff wars and all that, our export to China from soybeans, anyone that can look this up, has been on a steady decline to the benefit of other countries. Anything that we don't sell to China, they turned around and made other markets that benefited from the horrible relationship that we had with them in this particular field. Brazil now is the main supplier to China. So if we only get back at 60 or 70% of what we were selling them in the past, that would be considered a win, believe it or not. But that's something that we always talked about, Gary. You destroy something and then, you put up a fire, and then when you show up and start, taking it down, you declare it a win, like you put up a fire. Forgetting that you're the one that started this whole damn thing. So, the delegation this time, the business delegation that there's a lot of talk about, is much smaller than the 2017 delegation that went to Beijing. There is this view of the whole world that Trump is stuck in what he's doing with Iran. We don't know how to solve that crisis. Every single thing that we were.
That's possibly the situation.
Listen, I just want to say, BB's like, BB is like, I could get Pepe in trouble. Well, I'm not trying to get Pepe in trouble. And the fact is, if Pepe gets in trouble, it's not because John Kitover got Pepe in trouble. It's because Pepe got Pepe in trouble. Hello?
Yeah, but sometimes people come on this app and for whatever reason they have the right to crash out from time to time, and it doesn't mean that we should somehow.
Where's Mr. Edward? Where is Mr. Edward when we need him? Because you know what he would say? Personal responsibility, guys. Personal responsibility, guys. You know what personal responsibility is? That's right, personal responsibility, guys. The government isn't coming to save you. Personal responsibility, guys.
Guys, come on.
I control my life, and that's it.
For one more perfect union. Lima, will you play one of those, please?
Oh, what did you want me to play?
In the chat. There's 2 links.
Has not been established.
Play this last
He had this great, I mean, he always kind of comes up with this thing, bombastic stuff, like this is the end of the world. And if by tomorrow at noon you don't do this, you're going to be obliterated to the Middle Ages. And then 48 hours later, it's like, yeah, I guess we're going to take another look. We were told that the U.S. Navy ships are going to finally open the strait. That whole idea lasted for, I think, 24, 36 hours, and then we're back to
Child,
ships moving.
beautiful child, stand us on the dragons of the deep. I invoke by thy name of
You just staying here watching work. Am I 12? I'm 28. 28 years old. No, I was asking your age. I was asking 12. 12? Isn't that a number like 12? Hey, watch this. Hey, homeboy. Hey, what is 12? I don't speak Ebonics. Oh, so you need it. You know who I am. Yeah, back the fuck up out my face. That's what I thought. Oh, sure. I really hope you want to. You want to step outside? Come on, nigger. Let's go. Come on, nigger.
Yikes.
Batteries and all that shit. So we quickly scrambled and went back. It's like, oh, okay, we'll do a truce. And it's been like, I mean, they agreed on a 12-month truce, which, with this visit is an expectation that the truce would be extended. So this is, again, what I said before, it's getting back to how things were before. And then when they say we're going to extend a truce and the tariffs are going to be lower, and China's going to keep selling us their rare earth minerals. This is how things were before. We destroyed it. We're going to fix a little bit out of it, and we're going to declare victory that we did it. So, I guess, there's not a lot of expectations. This is how I see it. This is how a lot of geopolitical analysts see it. I listened to a lot of news today from Europe, and people are actually laughing. Literally, news people are laughing at us. I mean, everybody's saying this is not the United States that we are used to, that is expected to be the strong power. We're being seen now that the U.S. president is going to basically beg China for a little bit, a wish that, like I said, is please let us get back to where we were before.
I'm trying to recall, but wasn't Obama disrespected by the Chinese when he went there? And wasn't there a lot of commentary about how weak he made the United States look? I'm going to have to...
Yes, there was. There were several articles written about how the United States was a paper tiger.
Right, because he got played. They did not bring even the stairs for him to go out the front of the Air Force One. He had to walk out the back.
That's true. That is true. I remember that.
Yeah.
But that tells you, Gary, that when you have the second country. I mean, someone talked earlier about how China can afford to do a war. It's the largest army in the world with 2+ million service men. You can't ignore a power like that and say bombastic stuff that we gotta destroy China. China's gonna come back. No, China did not come begging when you added tariffs. They simply said fuck your sorry for the whatever. Buying soybeans from U.S. farmers. U.S. farmers declared bankruptcies or whatever. The United States ended up paying $29 billion to support the farmers. Taiwan, because they got their product elsewhere. We ended up, we ended up paying the price for that. And you just, that's not very. There is no diplomacy in doing radical stuff like that. So yeah, China is we love the United States. China is a formidable, adversary. Minimizing if their power and hegemony on the world or whatever is only make us look like fools.
Well, they are trying, as was expressed earlier, and not just in Africa, but in Southeast Asia in particular. They have been trying to expand their influence. I'll use this example.
Expanded back into traditional Chinese areas, places like I think Vietnam and Korea would be specific.
Oh, absolutely. All the way to Central America, Gary, and all that. I mean, all the ports, that's been. Marshall talked about it, how they do in Africa and all that, and how they, control the seaports, the infrastructure, how they, and they go build those hospitals and bridges, Marshall, and they don't even employ the local population. They bring Chinese people to work there because they want to employ their people. So, sometimes you gotta look at your adversary and not be foolish in thinking that you just had them before you actually do.
Thank you for that, Monsef. By the way, I mentioned very briefly earlier that there were the leaders of our high-tech industry participating in this summit, and William was kind enough to list the names of all of them, and they are all posted there on the main chat if anybody's interested in seeing who is there with the president. I thank William for that. Moran, followed by Daryl.
Hi, Gary. Hello, everyone. I understand the passion that Cartman displayed, and it is true that any form of anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism is abhorrent, but it has nothing to do with our China policy. And our China policy, if anybody has read anything from any reputable think tank, is the main strategic challenge to the future. If anybody reads even the Chinese writing, they know that's what they're planning. Their plan is to challenge us in the coming decades. So what we should be paying attention to is what CCP is trying to do, what sort of strategic challenge they have, and the main important thing, if anyone PTRs, I have replaced a map of Southeast Asia instead of my photo, and we see the first island chain, which starts from Malaysia, Philippines, goes through Taiwan and Japan, and the second island chain, which is further away. This is a plan to control and maintain Chinese expansionism, CCP's expansionism. If you read the military plannings that the Chinese have, their own right, all their military is planning to break through this chain. And right in the middle of it is Taiwan. If you see right there is Taiwan. By taking over Taiwan, you're basically breaking the first island chain, protecting us from Chinese expansionism. This is what it's all about. If you look at what they're planning to do, that's the main important thing we should be thinking about. So this is something for the next decades, and it has nothing to do with any other policy that we may have. Now, going back to the question of the room, what is a win? Well, as Marshall said it, I agree, and I think Gary mentioned it too. The most important thing is to manage the trade tensions we have with China. That's the most important thing, without giving anything about Taiwan. And if we get a plus, if we can have the Chinese to help us managing Iran, that would also be a plus. Again, all of this has to be done without paying anything about Taiwan. And everyone is kind of scared because we all know the president is the man who can go off script. And we're all worried that, the Chinese, if anyone paid attention when he arrived, the Chinese put on a big show, sent their vice president, and as you guys said, Obama didn't receive this treatment because they know how to treat this president to get something out of it. So what I'm hoping, and everybody's hoping, that the president cannot go off script, pay attention to our strategic plans, and not give up anything on Taiwan. But if in the meantime he can manage to ease the tensions, trade tensions, and get some help on Iran, that would be a win. And that's all I have to say, Gary, and thank you for your good rooms.
Thank you. Of course, the problem he has with that is that he said he's hoping to get some help from China with regard to Iran, and then he backtracked and said, no, we don't want their help. We've got it well in hand in Iran. And so, is it a win if he gets that help, or is it a loss? Because he said, we didn't need it. I guess no matter what, this president has shown a remarkable ability to declare victory no matter what. So I guess it would be viewed by him as a win. I don't know whether we would view it as a win. I think so. I think if we could bring an end to the war in a manner that resolves the nuclear weapons issue, really resolves the nuclear weapons issue, I don't really care who gets the credit for it. And I guess maybe that makes me un-American based on what a previous caller suggested. And I don't know how he makes that comparison with other folks who have spoken here, that makes him un-American and hates America and wants America to lose. Because I thought that was the goal, to eliminate the nuclear weapons. I would like to see the goal to also be the removal of that regime, but I don't know how that's even in the cards anymore. I think that was overly optimistic when that was suggested by this president. Thank you, Moran. We'll go to Daryl, followed by Armaze.
Hey, Gary. Just a couple of, you can give me some latitude, a couple of things. There was a caller, Black, who made some statements that are just factually not true. And, so Russia is China's largest power, really, really hinges on the strength of the dollar globally. And I've said this in this room before, I've said this a million times before, that all China really needs to do right now, then I'll get to whether or not, because Pete didn't even show up to meet him, so I don't know how to interpret that just yet. All China really needs to do is kind of just hang back. There's this quote from Sun Tzu, The Art of War, never interrupt your adversary when he is in the middle of making a mistake, right? I think what the previous speaker just said about Taiwan is actually very important, because if you look at what we've been doing, over the past 13 months, right, we're looking to control energy, oil, natural gas in the Western Hemisphere. We're talking about invading Cuba. What some don't know is that Cuba actually does have oil and natural gas. I think Cuba produces a significant amount of oil per day. It's not great oil, but it is still oil. And if you were to look at this from a perspective of like global geopolitics, right, and just hemisphere control, if the idea is that OPEC nations, because I don't know if you saw yesterday, but Trump basically said, screw OPEC, right? So, which I don't think was bright. I think he has no filter. I think no one can actually control what he says, and the ramifications of it be damned. I would hazard to guess that in some some way we are preparing for the end of the petrodollar. And I think what we're looking to do is, okay, well, if the petrodollar ends and we can't force the sale of oil in dollars, then we need to be controlling the oil. We need to control oil in the Western Hemisphere. Not only oil, but we need to control natural gas in the Western Hemisphere. Because the previous caller who mentioned something about like China and whatever, I guess they're not familiar with BRICS, right? Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, and now tangentially Iran. There is already a consortium being formed that is looking at the next 30 years of global energy supply, and that does not include the sale of oil in US dollars. I mentioned in your room the other day that the UAE, before they bailed from OPEC on the last day of the month last month, they had already reached out to us and said, look, if we can't fix this Hormuz thing, we're going, for our own survival, we're going to have to start selling oil in yuan. So that means that playing card is now on the table, and that playing card is also now on the table for the other OPEC countries. So all China really needs to do is kick back and watch out this progresses. It's very important. I think more and more people are going to start to realize this as our economy really tanks. And again, I think China doesn't have to do anything but hang back because they are the world's manufacturer. And I think Trump taking these tech execs to China was probably the thing he could have done, because like a previous caller said, he can't get in the room and talk this stuff with these guys. He needs Tim Cook and Musk and all these other guys, because the future is going to be about rare earth minerals. And that means the future economy is going to be based on rare earth minerals. And China controls a significant amount of rare earth minerals. And if they were to go into Taiwan, then it's going to become this, okay, you have the oil, we have the rare earth. I don't see any scenario where there's actually a conflict, like a kinetic conflict with China, because it's just not necessary. To the question of what is a win? I don't know what a win could look like. I think, Pei not showing up to meet him today, I don't know how to interpret that. I think this wasn't like a G20 meeting or anything like that, but him talking for the past couple of days about how he was going to see his buddy, how he's going to see his friend, and he's a strong dictator and he rules like 1 billion people with an iron hand. Those are his words. I'm parsing, but those are actually Trump's words. And he shows up and Pei doesn't meet him. I don't think he likes things like that, because I believe he likes to be seen as the biggest guy in the room. But hopefully the smarter guys that he took with him are focused on the future of business with China.
So the New York Post, which is not adversarial toward the president, their headline is, China made a revealing choice in its airport greeter for Trump in Beijing. President Trump arrived in Beijing without a tarmac greeting from President Xi, but the apparent snub was actually an upgrade from his last welcome in 2017, according to an expert. That's the way they're spinning it. It's actually quite revealing from a protocol perspective, said Isabel Vladoy, founder of the U.S. Institute of Diplomacy and Human Rights. Xi Jinping did not personally greet Trump at the airport in 2017 either, but this time Beijing noticeably upgraded the reception by sending Vice President Han Zeng along with both ambassadors and senior foreign affairs officials. He does appear with a grin on his face, but I think you're right. This is really not what he probably anticipated or wish for. There is a red carpet. So it's a massive upgrade from the way Obama was treated.
And it's a way of taking a dig at someone who you know has a massive ego, who you know probably wanted the press and the photos of him being met at the airport by another head of state. I'm a head of state, he's a head of state. You know, he's a dictator. I don't want to be a dictator. This is how I want to be dictator. I'm being facetious, Gary, so don't hold me to that. I'm simply saying these are the little things that get under his craw, and I think China knows that.
Thank you, Daryl. We'll go to our Mays, followed by Andrew.
Good evening, good afternoon, everyone. Gary. Yeah, this is, I gotta laugh. When I go, and they're gonna have Trump in his pocket. Thank you for the mic, Gary.
So that's an excellent perspective with regard to, or analysis with regard to the Chinese perspective. But what about from the U.S. perspective? What can the president come back with that he could declare a win?
Well, I think that he had some kind of agreement with China that they were going to help manage Iran or something along those lines. I think that would be a win for the country.
Okay, thank you, Armaze. We'll go to Andrew, followed by Jerry.
Good afternoon, Gary. Can you hear me okay?
Yes. Sorry about that. I was managing the room and couldn't grab the microphone.
Yeah, I'm not sure what would constitute a win. I don't think it really matters to Donald Trump. He'll sell it as a win, whatever it is. I think, with the tech bros going over, that could possibly be a good thing in terms of investment flowing that way to some degree. But I just want to point out that when Donald Trump went there in 2020, I think it was January that year, he came away with 3 or 4 MOUs, memorandums of understanding. One of them was for $200 billion. One was $78 billion for West Virginia, I believe, which is more than their GDP that year. And that was for power and gas and some other issues in West Virginia. But really, the proof is always in the pudding. And unfortunately, those memorandums of understanding, the real investment has fallen much, much shorter than what was to be understood. So if he comes away with those again, he may waive them, much like Neville Chamberlain waived his little paper in coming away from Berlin. But if they don't follow through, then you're stuck with nothing, really. And China's not a reliable trading partner. We've noticed that here in Canada over the years. They retaliated against us by kidnapping 2 gentlemen, 2 Michaels, as they're famously called here in Canada, and held them for over 2 years in prison in retaliation for us holding the telephone executive lady, I can't remember her name, in Vancouver at the behest of Donald Trump and the administration for violations of whatever trade rules that she was accused of violating. And then, of course, they tapped on canola as a bargaining chip as well. So they're really a tough nut, China is. And I'm not sure what you can expect in real tangible results that will bear out.
Thank you. I think it was Daryl that was talking about how the president may view with admiration the way Xi runs his country. I just want to give you a little insight. A friend of mine who sadly died because he was waiting for a kidney transplant and it never came. He was a longtime correspondent, U.S. correspondent, foreign correspondent in China. And at the bureau where he worked,
he had assistants, Chinese national assistants. Well, the assistants came from a pool provided by the Chinese government. So he had no choice but to hire minders, and that's what they were. It wasn't that they didn't do their jobs and didn't try to arrange interviews and act as fixers, as the saying goes in my business, where a local will go and talk to folks and try to clear the way to get you in for the interviews. Those are called fixers. They did their jobs, but their other job was to report back everything that was discussed in the bureau, all of his movements. If he wanted to travel outside a certain radius from where he was located, he was forced to get a permit from the government, and the government would, they accommodated him by providing him a guide. Well, obviously that guide determines who he could see, what he could talk about. The people who are talking to him mind what they say very carefully, because this so-called guide is there in the room constantly. That's the way a totalitarian government, which apparently is something that this president admires. That's how they run their governments. Amir, followed by William.
Me, Gary.
Amir, yeah, you're up.
Oh, okay, thank you. Thanks, Gary, for the opportunity. Probably I'm just going to echo some of the sentiments that's been expressed already. What constitutes a win for Trump? I think if Trump could convince President Xi to pull the plug on the regime in Iran, that would be a massive win for him. But the question is, what kind of sweetener would have to be dished out to President Xi to convince him of that? Now, the fact that a whole host of tech giants are accompanying Trump, it could be that the sweetener is actually to roll back on some of the tariff wars that's been going on. I don't know the exact details of that because I don't live in the US. But perhaps to shift some of the even manufacturing that was pulled back, maybe not too technologically sensitive stuff, but more of a less techy manufacturing to help with China's unemployment. I'm just thinking aloud here, really. But the jewel in the crown for Trump, I think, is to sort out the situation in Iran. He would be able to, he would probably stretch as much as he could to achieve that and to get Xi on. I think a lot of people have got that wrong. From what I understand, it's a pretty one-sided relationship, and it's all in favor of China. I know for decades they were making the cheap oil, obviously because of sanctions, and of course in place of that, they would just ship over, shall we say, second-rate goods, and some military stuff, of course. So my point is, there's no real strategic relationship between Iran and China would be willing to, given the right price, to drop Iran. That's what I would imagine.
So I would imagine the right price would be another source of oil, and theoretically, Amir, that could be from Venezuela, and theoretically,
we've seen these pranks
the
where
titular
motherfucker will walk up to a man and a wife at a grocery store and grab the wife by the hands and try to mac on her in front of her husband just to see what her husband does, right? Those type of pranks. Though I don't appreciate this type of shit because I say, hey, if they get whooped, then hey, that's what the fuck they deserve. And I've been saying this shit for a few years. One of these days, these pranksters are going to get shot. Somebody's going to get fucked up. And there was a
Adrian, you sound a lot like my black friend who said I was going to get punched in the face. And I was like, I'm ready to go to heaven. And my friend was like, man, somebody gonna punch you in the face.
John?
Yeah, so, you know, when I see pranksters out in public doing these skits or these acts and shit, provoking people for no fucking reason.
Venezuela or other places. And in place of it, play ball with what Trump wants to do in Iran.
Thank you for that, Amir. We'll go to William, followed by David.
Hey, everybody. It's an adversary of the United States and East Asia. China is hemmed in by the first island chain, the long-term strategic structure of American national defense security, which includes Okinawa, Taiwan, South Korea, going down into the Philippines and Malaysia. China has an adversarial relationship with the U.S. in the South China Sea. The 9-dash line where they were building islands to try to basically fraudulently expand their exclusive economic zone to encroach upon Vietnam, the Philippines, and Malaysia, and other countries in the 9-dash line. I don't have a graph of it open right now, but the 9-dash line is a pretty critical area where countries with whom the United States has alliances has an adversarial relationship with China. And so, you know, we have some incentive to, you know, try to maintain alliances. The economic, the oil imports from China, I pulled up a chart of it, are pretty well diversified between Russia, Saudi Arabia, Malaysia, Iraq, Brazil, UAE, Oman, Kuwait, Canada. But a lot of it's not just Iran, but a lot of the oil that they import does come through primarily the Straits of Hormuz. So China, from a strictly business perspective, China is not like adversarial in the way nobody in China is chanting death to America, death to Israel. That's not their thing. They're more about business, and you know, whether you want to get into capitalist or not capitalist, you know, they have a mixed economy to some degree, but they have actual real needs. They have to import their oil. They don't really make their own oil. They have to import their fertilizers. They need that to feed their own people. They actually have a water problem, especially in the northern provinces of China, where they're really parched. So they actually need better access to water. And some people have argued that they are, along with sort of the
so it's kind of like, it's a weird kind of situation. I hear what you're saying. I'm not endorsing what he does. I think it's an idiot.
Yeah, you see them walking away, but still antagonizing people.
Hello?
You know, but I'm like, I think, like, okay, on the scale of all the people that are out there, I think he's, in my opinion, and I'm not getting some heat for it, he's still fairly harmless and all the shit he does, but...
Well, he's threatened to shoot people before.
Well, I mean, I guess that's true, too, but obviously, if someone threatens to shoot him, I mean, it goes both ways. I don't know, like, this part, all this stuff is really interesting.
It's entertainment, but the truth is, if you want to do so...
I'm not going to ask you again. I'm not going to ask you again. I'm asking you to remove Liberty's profile from your picture from your profile. Would you please do that?
All right, for you, Bima, I will.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I just don't know who was Adrian just talking about.
I was talking about that Chud the Builder guy that goes around calling black people the N-word and stuff.
I have no idea who this person is.
Well, Bima, this is John. I just removed Liberty's photo from my... Could you put me in the queue, Bima? Thank you, Bima.
Okay, John, thank you. Please don't do that in the middle of me speaking. I don't know what the fuck, like, you guys are talking about with the shooting. I don't know, man. I've been at work all day. Can you just catch me up to speed? Yeah, we got go ahead, whoever wants to.
Oh, no, I was going to explain to her, but if you got it, you can go right ahead and go.
Yeah, Bima, if you could acknowledge my existence and.
I've been at work all day. Can you?
What are you doing?
I'm asking to be put in the queue. That's what I'm asking for, moderators.
John, doing a recap, trying to help people out that are new here. Come on, man. Well, I'm not going to do it. Bina, go ahead and just do it. You actually know more details than I do. I just got home and was catching up myself. But go ahead, Bina.
Yeah, thanks. I'm new to this, so anything that I say, it's potential for error, so we can all correct each other and learn from each other as we go. What I understand, there's a guy named Sean
coming to an agreement with China on all these other important issues, we also changed the tariff policy, which has changed like hundreds of times. It keeps going back and forth with that agreement, and I don't know if this can even be made public. But if he could get their help, an agreement to pressure Iran to open the Straits of Hormuz, China does have a relationship with them in a way that we don't, and it would also benefit our other allies in the Persian Gulf, because I think Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Qatar, UAE, they're all getting a little pissed off that their access to get their oil out of the Straits of Hormuz has been disrupted, and it's damaging the world economy. So I don't know if it can be made public. It's just some things have to be actually handled quietly and diplomatically, but that's something that Trump might achieve that would, in reality, be a win for the United States and a win for the world, because it would get us out of a base losing situation. Because I don't think I hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong. I wish we could have made regime change for the Iranian people, but I don't see it happening. And I think we're kind of in a quagmire right now, and we'd be better off to be out from an American point of view. But that's a possibility, because a lot of Trump's voter base, a lot of the Trump MAGA base, is really pissed off about the going back on the no new wars, and this is what looks like it's a very expensive potential quagmire. So that could be a win for Trump in reality. How he would announce that, what he's going to announce, I have no idea. But whatever it is, whatever he comes up with, he'll announce it as a win. Another win that might come out of it is with lessening tariffs and reopening free trade. He's got all those really competent tech guys with him and other captains of industry, somebody from Visa, somebody from various banks. That's something that can open opportunities in a way that Trump can publicly declare as a win that would benefit our economy. So, that remains to be seen, but that's my guess about, what he can publicly say is a win and what is privately maybe going to happen that we're not going to know about right away, or maybe we will. Who knows? Because Trump is pretty impulsive. So he might have a secret deal that he negotiates and then put it on the Truth Social or Twitter or whatever. So those are my thoughts.
I did want to make, not for you, William, but just like a simple correction. I was talking with my friends who used to live in China and then came to the United States for college schooling. Apparently, the Chinese diplomatic protocol is usually for the foreign minister to meet the head of state, not for the vice president to.
I read something about it also, and I think this is keeping with protocol. That you don't expect to have your head of government, your head of state, going down to the airport like an errand boy to do that kind of meeting, and this is just consistent with.
And if you decide to, reach up your arm.
Hey, Coco, I hate to interrupt, but moderators, if you could put me in the queue, thank you.
You're in the queue, John. Right after Coco. Jesus, why do you keep doing this?
I was next.
Oh, sorry, John was waiting. Go ahead, Coco. It's just really annoying, John. Honestly, bro, you sit at home all day. I just got on the app. Can you chill?
No,
so,
just
yeah,
if I'm actively engaged in activities with you, just tell me what's up.
Even if I went and I said just a bunch
because
of
that's when
egregious,
problems
really
start occurring, and I'm not there to be
in public,
manipulated.
in my state, at what point do they need to tell you this just out of nowhere? Fuck your mother, you're a bitch,
I guess what I'm saying is I'm choosing to be more of a hermit than to meet more people at 43. I am more discriminating at the start. Not discriminating in terms of race or sexual identity or political identity. If I ask a liberal, hey,
because you decided
I'd
to
like to
start
take you
with
to
the
dinner
physical violence.
and give you a gift.
And from what
Do you know what the number one response is on what is the gift? Then I ask you, what do you want? Guess what the number one response is?
Maybe other came up so many racial slurs. I'm not condoning the racial slurs or whatever, but the guy decided to become the aggressor when he placed his hands on the building.
No, I would never expect
was he being provoked?
Request anybody to disclose
provoked.
something like that.
But,
It's just,
these are
I'm
there's
just
a
saying
difference
that,
between morale
I
and legality.
appreciate transparency. I never actually ask any details about somebody's personal life. I just don't care. Because I'm with that person for specific purposes, which is to meet women, to have fun, to be artistic, but not gay.
So I don't know, that might change things around if whoever's representing these people.
Woman at the bar the other day who has a husband, she was accusing me of being gay. And I was like, well, if I was gay, I'd be upset about what you're saying right now. But since I'm not gay and confident and happy, very funny. Ha ha. Can you touch your toes? Can you take a deep breath? And all I'm saying is when you look at my area, my armpit looks just like that. I can take a photo right now and be like, yeah, you can't tell the difference whose armpit that is. Maybe you could tell by my muscular physical exoskeleton body. Nah, she kept telling me to adjust my PTR, so I just screenshotted the pity. Not out of mockery, but just hey, look at that pity. Just pits. Does anybody here ever get skin tags on various parts of their body? I just don't have a skin tag on my body. And I picked it off. Skin tags are gross. Do any of you rubber band your skin tags go to the dermatologist? I've tried to see a dermatologist for so long, and it is so hard to see a dermatologist. It's impossible.
I've been waiting for this. I've been saying, okay, we're waiting for this guy to shoot or shoot somebody. And sure enough, it happened. I was probably supposed to be on screen. Hold on.
So, let me know if I get the series of events fucked up. So he comes out of the courthouse. He sees these people come in or saying something about him. He starts it out. And then, soon after that, an altercation happens. Because he's walking away, and then an altercation happens. During that altercation, he pulls his weapon and shoots someone not only shoots someone
just
else,
like if
but
I'm
he shoots himself.
actively engaged in activities with you, just tell me what's
Right
up.
there.
Like, don't conceal things. If I'm actively engaged,
That means he had his gun on him when he walked out of the courthouse or was in the courthouse.
Exceeding.
How the fuck did he have a gun in the courthouse?
You feeling?
Did they allow him to have a gun in the courthouse?
I just don't know what
Maybe he's surrendered it.
is versus any other song of that.
No, it's the cheaper version. It's the cheaper version of a song because when you heat a song, it takes tremendous amounts of gas or electricity. With the infrared, is its own source. So, in my opinion, infrared is driving.
When he left, they gave it back. I'm not discounting your thing. I mean, what you're saying is they let him into the courthouse with the gun. That's
problematic that I'm assuming that he had already had a gun on him when the altercation happened and before the altercation, which means he had his firearm on him in the courthouse.
I can explain that. So in Texas, specifically, I don't know about where he lives. I think he's in Tennessee. In Texas, Texas, they have like storage lock boxes. So if you come in with a firearm, you can actually lock it in the lockbox before you get to a security checkpoint. And then they give you a key that's the only key that can open that. They have like a master key that can open it. But they give you a key and then you hold on to that key and then you can reholster their firearm.
The Supreme Court is clear about this.
No, just if I'm actively engaged in activities with you, if I'm actively
depending on
time is when it's open, place is a location that it's available and accessible to the general public, and manner is a manner that's not disruptive.
Yeah. So that's the issue. So as far as in general, if he's being disruptive in some way, you know, and the video and the guy you know, he could say, I'm just going to 7-Eleven trying to get a drink, and this guy's harassing me. Then it's not
head of state, not the vice president.
And that's one of the three things. So those
head of state, not the vice president.
John wanted to go.
Head of state, not.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that, this guy who uses the N-word in this very vulgar way, who happens to be in this horrific, incident, people are, see, Clubhouse is a very small community compared to like the YouTube community and these guys that technically like have their own platforms and followings. And it's unfortunate that, American men or Canadian men or Australian men or European men happen to find this type of content entertaining. And I follow so many Instagram accounts and I see such horrific violence on Instagram on what I would call like shadow accounts that like, I don't know how else you see these videos, but a lot of it is just criminal activity here who engages in political communication, that your security and your well-being is important this summer. And just the other night, I had 2 people on my property who were probably homeless and intoxicated and up to no good. And they were trying to steal shit, and they were doing all kinds of shit. They were going through alleys and picking through cars and trying to go into this building over there. I mean, they were having a good old time in my neighborhood, and I was observing them, and I called the police. And the police showed up late by the time, they had made their getaway. And I'm just telling you that you can become a victim this summer. And Clubhouse, this little security briefing, which is something you usually do before an event, is to say, hey, practice situational awareness. But the real situational awareness is not just your physical security, like if you're on a train or a bus or somewhere like that. What I'm trying to tell you is Clubhouse physical, cognitive security is what Elon Musk calls it. And in my opinion, listening to racist, vulgar, profane hate speech for days and weeks and months on end, to me is a waste of my life, my existence. And I'm just warning you all as users of this app And this app will probably shut down eventually because you see no advertisements, right? You see no like real subscription. I mean, let's just look at the pluses in here. Let me look at the pluses. I don't see any pluses. Wait, oh, Bima and Nye are the only people paying for this. Anybody else? Nope, that's it. So 2 out of 15 people actually pay for this content. That's not good odds for an app.
There we go. So in
those districts ad nauseum.
Ad nauseum, absolutely. And particularly if they're being ran in the face of even higher gas prices than we're facing now. So, yeah, the Republicans are going to have to somehow find a way around that. But Gary, the win here also, I think, is involving, can China bring Iran to heel on some level with our military and economic might? Can China carve out enough of a win with us to do Trump's bidding backdoor-wise and help everybody save face here? Because, buying that much oil, that deal that they cut with Iran would absolutely go up in flames and be one less oil source for them. We saw how we checked on Venezuela. So, I know China's got a stockpile of about 4 months of reserves that they're sitting on. That gets burned up really quick. That match the economy like theirs to churn. So, I think
official proceedings are in progress. This applies regardless of whether you have a handgun carry permit or a carrying under Tennessee's permitless carry law, which allows eligible adults 21 and older to carry handguns openly or concealed in most other places. So whether they have lock boxes or not for you to put your firearm in, you can't bring that motherfucker in there regardless. Period. Full stop.
Yeah,
under Tennessee law. Yeah. So back to the observation. How the fuck did he walk out of a courtroom or enter a courtroom and get into an altercation with someone outside the courtroom and produce a firearm? Where was that firearm the whole entire time he was in that courtroom, in the courthouse?
Good question.
So, because he didn't go to a vehicle and retrieve it, he got into an altercation after he came out of the courthouse.
Well,
that means,
but
logically, that means he had that firearm on him when he wasn't supposed to have it on him.
Yeah, but what you're missing, Adrian, is that when you get to the security checklist, if you say, I promise on a holy stack not to do anything bad with this gun, then they let you in with it. That's all.
Right. I wonder, so if he was at the courthouse, that was probably for his resisting arrest charge that happened a couple of days ago. And also fleeing the bill on a $400 tab. So this guy's having a shitty week.
Right. So he was there for whatever official court proceedings.
3 charges.
Yeah. So where the fuck did he produce this firearm from?
That's interesting because it makes it more sketchy. We can't verify whether he had it on him in the court or not. But there's 2 case scenarios. One, he either did have it on when he went into the courtroom, or 2, worst case scenario. This is the worst case scenario. He went out of the courtroom. He went to his vehicle. He retrieved it. Then went and
antagonize people.
That would be horrible.
Which, if you watch his videos, that's what he's always walking to his car. Like, he's always, like, once he gets into it with someone, he goes to the car, I guess, to, like you said, retrieve the weapon. You know, so this may have been, I can't wait to see these cameras.
An antagonistic action that he did on purpose because he understood, hey.
Yeah, but Adrian, it's legal. That's the thing. Like, this is the thing, like, with the ACLU back in the 70s, there was a bunch of neo-Nazis, like Nick Fuentes types, and fucking Chad the Builder. They wanted to march in Indiana through a Jewish Holocaust survivor community. And they want to carry signs like saying, fuck the Jews, and, you won't replace us and all that kind of shit. And the city there in Indiana said, no, you're not allowed to do that. That's racist.
It's legal that he did.
So they said that it was anti-Semitic and that they weren't allowed to do it. So they restricted the neo-Nazis from doing this. And the ACLU, who is predominantly Jewish and founded by Jews, actually defended the Nazis and said, hey, the Nazis are allowed to fucking march through here. It is fucking hateful rhetoric and we disagree with it, but they're allowed to do that. So as long as you're not doing a call to action, if I say, I'm going to get my fucking gun and shoot you in the fucking face and I'm not in fear for my life, that's illegal. But if I say, hey, I wish you'd get shot in the face, that's 100% legal. If I say nigger to you on the fucking street and you attack me and I feel that my life is in threat and in danger, I have the right under stand your ground to
wait, hold on. What are you arguing is legal or not? Because my whole point
is legal.
No, listen to what I'm saying. I think we're talking past each other, respectfully. My whole point was, where the fuck did he get the gun from?
Adrian, either got it from his gun or they have a secure lockbox on it.
Adrian, I just put it in chat. Under, you can see it there. Under Tennessee law, the sheriffs provide lockboxes for you to do it. So it wasn't like...
Yeah, you come in, you say to the security guard, you say, hey, I have a firearm on my 3 o'clock position, it's in a hole.
It sounds fishy to begin with, but... Yeah,
there would have like New York or California.
There would have to be a huge breakdown in security for him to get into the court with the gun.
Yeah, he did. He didn't enter past the security checkpoint.
Also, why we say that because he has a partner with him all the time for his streams. Why would the partners give him the gun?
Yeah, he did. His partner had the gun and holstered it in his secondary holster.
Wait for him to come outside, give him the gun back to his holster, and off he goes,
I think the main point about all this is because you guys put in the questionnaire, can a racist provocateur claim self-defense if a person decides to attack them? Yes. I mean, if you're standing out screaming, Edomite fucking demon dogs, Black Hebrew Israelism shit, and I come over and start fucking wailing on you, and the Black Hebrew Israelite thinks that I'm trying to fucking kill him and he's fearful of his life, he has the right, even after saying that I'm a fucking demon and a dog, to put his pistol out and fucking drop around at me in certain states. Like Tennessee, Texas, you got standing ground laws. If you're in fear for your life, you can use deadly and violent, defense.
Yeah.
I mean, it's shitty. The guy's immoral. He's a piece of shit. Yeah, the guy's a piece of shit.
I don't think it's I don't.
No, I defend like the ACLU. I defend his right to do and say whatever he wants. I would never in a million years want the ACLU. I would never in a million years want the government to stop Black Hebrew Israelites or Black Panthers or neo-Nazis or even fucking Jewish supremacists to respect their lives.
But you can't just start running up to people, punching them in the street and expect nothing back. I mean, what are you doing?
Especially if the person fears for their life. I mean, if a person comes and slaps you on the face and then runs away and you shoot them, that's one thing. But if they're just fucking teeing off on you and ground pounding you, I mean, this is why we have the George Zimmerman.
My thing is, if you're going to use the fear for your life defense, why are you provoking about identity?
Well, all you have to do is prove it, Nye.
Why are you bothering? But we can prove motive by
Do you want to restrict the Black Panthers?
We're not talking about the Black Panthers.
No,
the Black Panthers can walk around calling white
people. We're talking about the same thing, though.
Provoking white men into beating their ass. It's completely different, right?
Yeah, but
the Black Panthers can go around harassing white people.
They went into the state. Oh, actually, no. Actually, the Black Panthers
entered. We can't talk over each other, Rich. We can't talk over each other.
Okay. The Black Panthers entered into the state capitol building in California with fucking select fire rifles. They walked in. They had Class 3 firearms.
You know why they did that, though? Let's not.
I agree with protest.
Resources, oil, and commercial routes to and from China are in our hands. Not to mention the Panama Canal. So we have already taken it completely. So this is a huge win. And so China is in our hands. And now their own currency to trade freely in the international market. So there's no worry for them becoming a freely traded hard currency on the international market. And also, well, the trading volume in renminbi is very, very low. And then also China itself has increased purchase of U.S. assets overseas, not decreasing. They're spending a lot of the currency reserve on purchasing overseas assets. And as for Taiwan, people were talking about Taiwan. The Taiwan just recently, Taiwan legislature approved, despite the obstruction of CCP in Taiwan, approved the $25 billion weapons purchase from the U.S. And just I think 2 days ago, it's a snub at China. Just 2 days before Trump's trip to China. So we have a strong hand, and President Trump's trip to China is a victory lap. I'm done speaking.
So Hansen brings up a very important point that heretofore on this stage has not been discussed, and I have to acknowledge with my overabundance of listening to the pundits talk about this trip is also, I haven't heard it, maybe some people have heard someone suggest this, but it is absolutely true that 90% of Iran's oil goes to China. 90%. So, in reality, what's going on with Iran, I know it's a global market. I know it's sold as a commodity. But the reality is that China is in a whole world of uncertainty over what's going on right now. So they have an extreme vested interest in, the top of the room is not what would constitute a win for China. Well, it could be, but it's implied that we're talking about for the United States. When you bring up an excellent point, what would constitute a win for China? And that would be getting that oil flowing once again. And I think they're in a position probably right now when this is a critical question for them. So, we've discussed before the threshold of pain that Americans will endure is very low as compared to other nations. And we're crying about the cost of oil and the effect on the economy. And I think rightly so, people have reason to be concerned about that.
Yes.
But I'm not finished. But I'm not finished. But that being said, the pressure on China right now is immense. 90% of their oil cut off. So, we should probably expand our view of this, and it's a little late to do that now, on this stage, but I'm just saying that we should collectively expand our view of this and try to look at it from the Chinese perspective. What do they need to get out of this? And, so it may not be, as a political article that I read at the top suggests, so much the president of the United States with his hat in hand. In some respect, the president of China has his hat in hand as well. And so let's see, this president, he understands the art of the deal. So we will see. Thank you, Nancy. Okay, hold on, guys. I would really like the opportunity to moderate the room and determine who speaks when. And I'm sorry if that sounds autocratic, but that's the way I run the room to avoid the kind of crosstalk that we nearly devolved into just now. We don't want that in this room. Why? I will tell you, because it confuses me. And I presume if it confuses me, it confuses other people. And it's impolite. And we try to run a polite room. So had you been patient just for a couple seconds, you would have already been speaking. Simp, you're up.
Thank you so much, and I appreciate it, Gary. Great room, by the way. But I would like to push back a little bit on the things that I heard that Hanson was saying just earlier. I don't believe that this, the fact that Iran has blocked the Strait of Hormuz and that America is blockading a blockade is really affecting China to the way you guys are saying. You have to understand that China also, in recent years, have diversified who they purchase oil from. They purchased, especially since the war has started, they've been purchasing tons of oil.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. If they get 90% of their oil from Iran and they're trying to diversify, that still means they're heavily dependent upon Iran.
Yes, but since the war has started, they've been heavily buying oil from the Russians, and they also been buying oil from the Brazilians. So they also have 6 months of oil reserves, one of the most in the world. So they're able to take the hit. Unlike the Americans, let me tell you why. The Americans are in extreme pressure to get the open because their allies, India, Japan, and the South Koreans, heavily depend on this oil flowing through the Strait way more than China.
The brethren shall be diligent in preaching the law of Galena. In all writings they shall be careful to use the...
Yes, but when specifically with the oil...
Action or sit tight. Tell me if we...
open, and I guarantee these allies to open the Strait of Hormuz. So I believe that the Iranians understand this as well. Also, the Iranians, they also want to have control of the internet. If you don't understand the following text, and between the points of a pentagram, and basically cut off the internet going to Asia, going to India, and other parts of the world. They also want to charge money for the internet being distributed. So it's even getting worse. Forget about the oil, now they're talking about the internet. So it's very important.
Mine is the head of the hawk.
He's coming with the leverage.
Abracadabra.
I think it's actually
and
the opposite. I think that Trump is in enormous pressure. He's going to capitulate and probably say, hey, you know what, the Chinese, we're losing this, and, we'll give you an amazing trading deal, with Apple and all these other companies that you could build factories in America and, it'll make these Chinese billionaires more rich. I think that's the avenue Donald Trump is going to go for. So therefore, then the Chinese can go to the Iranians and be like, hey, we have $1 billion or $1 billion. He doesn't want to put any tariffs on us. He wants us to open factories in America. He has the Apple CEO meeting with us in China and all these.
I don't know if it's in public.
I think that's the angle Donald Trump is going to go at, and that's the way he can capitulate to the Chinese to basically put pressure on the Iranians.
I've been at this all day. Nobody's going to pull it out.
I've been practicing my entire life for this moment. Hold my baby oil.
So, we're closing things off unfortunately. So what the caller said about the internet is very important, and it's again an aspect of this that I've not seen discussed much, despite my constant consumption of the infrastructure through the Strait of Hormuz. They feel that it's a new strategic pressure point. It's not working. However, I never looked at it from the council, which is more likely what it is instead of less likely.
Stephen, you're late.
Just as high reliance on oil imports from the Gulf. While the United States is less impacted, potentially even gaining financially from higher energy prices as an oil exporter, doesn't help you or me at the pump. The global
explanation of the supply chain means both nations face severe long-term consequences. But according to the Atlantic Council, or whatever that is, China does from a closure of the Strait of Hormuz than the United States. Folks, we are here Monday through Friday at 5 o'clock New York time. So until 5 o'clock New York time tomorrow for the next edition of the...
I think, yeah, because...
So essentially, somebody is called the N-word, and that person who's called the N-word is so angry that he lashes out and he physically hits someone. As a result, he's then charged with battery of hitting the person who called him the N-word. When he's being defended in a courtroom, the lawyer cannot explain to the jury. If the lawyer says to the jury, well, he was called the N-word, and that caused him such anger that he lashed out, it's a lot more impactful when you're doing a closing statement or opening statement, or you're presenting in front of a jury, to be able to have the word said, so the jury has the horror of the word and would understand why this man would then have the visceral reaction that he has. But if the lawyer says it in court, he then gets destroyed for using the word, even though he's doing it to then help the defense of his client. Does it make sense now what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's the barrier of using it in any way. And the law school professor that used it by reading a case, I mean, it's in case law. It's in literature, by the way. I mean, you know, if you want to read Huck Finn or you want to read certain literature, you know, but to use it by quoting, something that happened in a case or quoting literature.
Yeah, I mean, this is John. I got a question for you.
God, can I just finish?
Yeah.
For a sec, John. Let me just finish this with Alan for a minute, because we talked about this before.
I have a question for you right after.
The quoter who's using the term, and sometimes to the benefit of those that had the horror of hearing the word, now goes and gets censored and sanctioned. And in the case of the law professor, I think that students petitioned to get him fired. So anyway, now I'm done.
Can I ask Abby a question? Because my question is, when Pepe comes in this room and he says G word, the J words, and he says horrific things about the J words, why do you tolerate him or his presence? And why does El Normo tolerate him or his presence? What is it about him that is so affable to you that you just think do you just tolerate him because this is a conference call app that anyone on the planet can come in and say horrific, vulgar, profane things? Is that pretty much what's happening here? Thanks.
Athala, you wanted to ask me something?
Yes. So this Chad the Builder guy, he's not only in trouble with the black community for using this word, but now he's in trouble with the police in this restaurant, which he's brought bad publicity to. So they could actually sue him for that. How would, after what he did today, and after you've seen how he moves, how would you go against disrupting this guy?
Let me look at it. I just came in the room, so let me look at. Is that what the video is up there? I'm sorry to play dumb on this, but let me look at it, and I'll give you an answer. I mean, if he did something to disparage the business, is what you're saying, or to disrupt or intentionally interfere with their business relationships, then they could go after him in tort for that, most likely. I mean, I'd have to look at what he's doing, but if he's going after a business intentionally and painting them in a false light and disparaging them, then yeah, it's commercial slander. They could go after him, or it's saying it, or if he's writing it, then it's libel. So that would be my gut, but I'd have to look at it. I mean, but did you follow my point on using never being able to use the N-word even when it's to, defend the person that it was said to?
Yeah, what about the music? What about saying it repetitive?
I mean, I don't buy the music, so I'm not the one to ask that question. I listen to Springsteen, and I don't think he's ever used it in his lyrics.
Bullshit.
So
He used it in this new song.
Well, when we say the N-word, let's be specific which N-word we're talking about. The N-word that we're talking about is the hard R and the soft H, also Negro. Is it okay to say Negro? Can you say Negro? Hello?
Hopefully I answered your question, and I'll go.
Well, there was a guy that was he wasn't recently training and stuff like that. And he was telling them he was listing all the words that cannot use. He was talking to the employees. He said, these are the words you cannot use, and these are the words that are offensive.
It's the grammar police.
Right? He said the N-word. They fired him. Someone went and complained, and they fired him for using the word that he was telling them, y'all can't use. Do not use this word.
It is a sacred word reserved only for N-words. I was in a room. They were talking about how they have to protect the word. That we should only use the word in limited amounts because it's so sacred. The N-word. Hello?
We also have some speakers in the TikTok if they want to get it too. Go ahead, Coco.
Okay. Thank you. I would like to get it.
And then Coco. Okay. Coco, then Alan, then Viking, Big Mog, and Viking. Go ahead.
Thank you, Bimo.
Okay, Alan, you, and then me.
Yeah, I was just wondering what you find more offensive. Shiloh Hendricks raising, it wasn't millions, it was $800,000 for using the N-word on a child, or Carmelo Anthony raising $500,000 for stabbing and killing another boy. Which do you think is more offensive? Using the word or killing somebody?
Yeah,
I'll leave you with that.
Okay, yeah. I don't condone murder. So that's if it's.
Do you have to publicly state that you don't condone murder so everyone knows you don't condone murder? Isn't that just a given? Isn't that an obvious statement? Why would you even have to say that? Why would you have to preface any statement saying, I don't condone murder, and I don't condone murder? I'm sorry for interrupting. I just thought I had to say something.
You want to act like people don't actually go out and murder people in our fucking country? You want to act like we don't have gangs in our country? It's literally every fucking color in this country has my murderers, whether that be fucking biker gangs, whether that be street gangs, whether that be, other militia types we have. There's people in every race of our society that what do I think is worse, murder or this other scenario with words and somebody been given money for using racial slurs. Please just don't police my speech. I don't know what's wrong with you, John. Honestly, every time I
tariff is how it works with micro and macro econ. You should take one in political in politics, and then you'll know that yes, one mode of persuasion is through the emotions. Aristotle called it pathos. Yes, welcome to high school student government. Hey y'all, I want to be the student government president, and if I'm the president, we're going to get rid of 7th period. Yeah, and everybody votes for him. He still has 7th period. Yeah, welcome to it. It's pretty basic stuff.
Can I go now? Or are you done? I don't know if you're done.
I'm sorry, I muted up. I'm done.
I'm oriented now. I'm back in my political spectrum. Uses emotion to animate their base so that they can, generate political power and all that stuff. So I'm not saying Democrats are the only ones that do it, but besides Wesley Hunt. But it makes the rounds. That clip is going to get clipped up. It's going to get put on somebody's feed. We're talking about it in here. There's roly-poly followers in this room within the sound of our voice, in the audience or elsewhere, who is going to hear that term, that statement. And I understand most people are going to throw it out of hand. There's going to be that one person who hears it, who's in roly-poly side, and maybe just about sick of the whining and crying and complaining from people like Roly. He's still on his side, but he's kind of teetering back and forth. And this 50th time he heard somebody like Wesley Hunt say it clicked. And now he turned his back on the roly-polies of the world, and now he becomes a new baby conservative. So what I'm saying is, it doesn't work on the masses. You're right. It ain't going to work on the masses of roly-polies audience. But there's people in the middle that follow roly-polies that when they hear Wesley Hunt's read it for this 50th time or the 60th time, they heard, what's his name? They heard that guy Larry Elder a million times, and they always be repeating
yourself. Come on, bro.
I want to
speak.
Okay, I just want to land with the emphasis. When you hear it multiple times on that multiple...
It's not working here. Do you have a new point? Come on, man. This is kind of frustrating.
I'm answering your question. That's the audience. That's the audience.
Cool. You said that 7 times. Anybody else want to speak? Got it.
Yeah. I'd like to speak to the West Hunt situation. Also weave in a little bit about what RJ said about history, which was wild to me. Like, what's the worst kind of Negro? Him saying that slavery and Jim come back is exactly why RJ brought up about Black history. It needs to be taught, honestly, to white Americans. Because people hear Jim Crow and they think it only means separate water fountains and somebody yelling, the N-word. They think racism only counts if it looks like a old black and white ass picture. But history evolves, language evolves, systems evolve, right? So nobody is saying that we're literally back in 1950. You already covered this, man. But the point is that we're watching all these voting protections get gutted. Affirmative action dismantled. We know the drill. Black political power diluted. I mean, just in Tennessee, they cracked the only majority Black district through redistricting, then removed every Black Democratic member from committee assignments. So, that's the problem. People who don't know history, they think oppression has to come back wearing the exact same outfit to be recognized. And if we had more actual history, white Americans might not be getting duped so easily by MAGA. You know what I'm saying? If they had been taught real Black history instead of patriotic mythology. Because once you understand it, you start recognizing the same strategies they're using against you. And then you go on and you scapegoat minorities and this manufactured fear. They feel like America is unstable because of Black people, because of immigrants, DEI, the new term wokeness. The playbook is old as hell. And part of the reason why it works, and part of the reason I got to work with so many mediocre white people is because they have this false sense of identity. They're raised with this, that they're natural achievers. Like, America was always a meritocracy. Whatever success their families had came from hard work, which is bullshit. But when you actually learn history, you realize the playing field was never level to begin with all of the things that come with our history. And I'm not saying white people don't work hard. I ain't saying that, but ignorance hurts them. It hurts us, but it really hurts the hell out of them. Because if your identity is built around believing that your position is entirely earned, and you're more all of the programs, and even if you say systemic racism, they lose their damn minds. So Black history just isn't about teaching us; it's about teaching everybody. And if they understood how division gets weaponized and how ordinary people get manipulated every day, we might not be in the state that we're in right now.
So, are you done, Madison? Oh, good. Okay. So, sure. Let's wake something up. When Wesley Hunt said that he doesn't mind if there aren't any Black federal lawmakers, what he was saying was that he doesn't mind if we go back to 1901. I just decided to do some digging, and I found that by 1901 there weren't any Black U.S. representatives in Congress. That remained the case until 1929. I also see here that no Black U.S. senators were elected again until 1967. What we do know is that between 1870 and 1901, Wesley Hunt is saying that he doesn't mind if we go back to a time when there were no black congresspersons, and that time was 1901. I don't need to tell people what life was like for black people all across the nation in 1901. But that's what he's saying. He doesn't mind if we go back to Jim Crow. So.
What were the political affiliations of the 22 that were in office for 18?
I'm sorry, what's your question, Monica?
The political affiliations of those representatives.
You mean the parties?
Oh my God.
I don't know. I think most of them were probably Republican, if not all. What's the point? They got ran out of the party. It's called the Lily White movement. If you want to go into why the blacks got ran out of the Republican Party, you just want to stop the affiliation. Well, Mike, on you.
I'm guessing it was fear of their excellence, but that's just what happened.
No, it's called the Lily White movement. They didn't want niggers in the party anymore. You should look it up. The Republican Lily.
I thought we weren't going to allow the black slur on the stage. You had a problem with it.
Hello? I'm quoting them. This is a quote. We're doing primary source material. This is the Republican Party of 1901 we're talking about. So I'm doing the original thing. And you know, Monica, I'm going to say something to you real quick. If people indulge me. I had called your name before twice because you hadn't said anything. And I moved you down because when people are on the stage for a long time, they sometimes unmute by accident and you hear stuff and whatever. And it's like, it's crazy. I moved you down trying to be nice so that you wouldn't unmute like you've done 2 times before, and we've heard your business in the background. You then got moved down and decided to call me a pansy and do a little mini crash out in the chat. I was actually trying to be nice to you.
I called the person who said, move her down.
That's why he said it. Because I was calling your name.
He was looking, because it wasn't responding because it wasn't near my phone.
Exactly why I moved you down.
He didn't want me sitting on the stage without contributing.
You said no thanks.
And then I left.
Or whatever you wanted, so you left because you thought I was moving you down. That's exactly what happened. I'll tell you from now on, when you come off mute, we'll just keep you off mute. You've done it 2 times now. I was literally trying to be nice to you. We heard you watching your silly television show, acting like somebody was tickling your hairy underarms.
Big Bang Theory? Why is it so nasty?
No, it was.
Were you looking
you have hairy underarms.
It was Big Bang Theory.
It was not Big Bang Theory.
It was Big Bang Theory.
It was not the one I'm talking about. They had a British accent. It wasn't Big Bang Theory.
It was.
Anyway, back.
You had a story about being.
Let's move on.
Oh, now you don't want accuracy. You just want to.
It doesn't matter what the TV show was, man. I was trying to be nice to you.
Well, do better, because you're.
Shut the fuck up. Yell at me one more time, you dumb bitch. I'll block you for life. Get your bitch ass up.
That was functional. That was fruitful.
No, it was constructive.
Yes, at the very least, it's fun. I think it's fun.
Was it? Oh, okay.
Monica, do you have an OnlyFans where you cosplay as a baby?
Oh, Dio!
Oh, God. Do you have an OnlyFans where you cosplay as a man?
Wow, that was such a great comeback. Oh, jeez.
I'm gonna look at the.
Okay,
you're moving up on my weird list. Just so you know,
You
just
can
moved
tell
up another rank. So the list right now goes from least weird to most weird. And right now, coming in first, I believe is Dennis for least weird.
Don't try.
I think followed by Marshall. Followed by, it's really tough right here to make the call. I think I'm gonna go with Aisha, which is really tough of me to give her that low of a score.
Is that supposed to be a
I
snap
think I have to go with Rivas, which is almost impossible to give that low of a score. So, and then it's Honor. And then Dave, I think you got the top spot, buddy. I think you did. I think you extended.
It's between me and Rivas. I knew it. Rivas,
One game for you. It's simply a statement of you don't know how to snap. It's not coming for you.
No, man, what is the RJ doctrine? Man, what is the RJ doctrine if you're home?
It's not going to contribute. I fill in the spot if no one else.
No, we don't need to patronize the RJ doctrine. The RJ doctrine no longer applies.
What does the RJ stand for?
It stands for Royal Juggernaut. There we go.
RJ, and I'm going to keep going because you don't have a guy to do it. And I got into so much trouble hosting you this morning. Don't come to me.
You are waiving your right to self-defense because you don't have a right to. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Yeah, because self-defense is when you're defending yourself when you're not in a mutual situation. That's self-defense. He's mutually engaging with these people, so he doesn't have self-defense.
No, it's not self-defense because self-defense only is only with regard to the physical offense, not verbal, whatever you call it, offense or not.
Yeah.
Not
he's trying to
respect to verbal altercation.
No, right, but he's trying to provoke these people into doing so. You don't walk up and on somebody. It does matter. It does. Yes, you cannot provoke a situation and call self-defense. That's not how it works.
Guys, you can't use physical defense to fighting words. Fighting words are actionable in terms of what you can go out. They're not protected. They're not protected speech, so you can go after the person who used the fighting words, but you can't use physical to the fighting words. Go ahead, you'll be charged. Why don't you show me where you live that that's acceptable?
It's not acceptable. Yeah, there's consequences for it.
Mind your mouth when you talk to a woman.
No, I'm letting you know. You're talking to a black man.
I don't care if you're orange or green.
Your mouth.
I don't want to get but I want to stay focused. But that's not how the law works. And I don't know if Bima, I'm answering Hanson that Hanson is correct. Hanson is correct. That's how the law works. You can go after the person for unprotected speech and for fighting words, but you can't use physical contact. It won't mitigate, and it's not. You're going to be charged with the battery.
Respect black or get smacked.
Well, you should be smacked. Saying the N-word is fighting words. I don't know what
Yeah. And then you get some niggas. Okay. Yeah, that's how we do
Do you know what a fighting word is? Do you know what fighting words are?
Yeah.
What's fighting words?
When white people refer to that nasty behavior that they evolve.
Well, let's have this conversation.
It's all fighting words.
Yeah, would you like to tell them what fighting words are? I'd like to refer to the professional.
And we still don't know why they couldn't control themselves. Okay, like that way they use terminology that's derogatory and it incites all type of discriminatory emotions to somebody else, knowing that you're trying to just reincorporate some nasty shit that you should have evolved from because it's disgusting.
So
and so you get beat up. Then you get your white nasty face. Look, if you get your white pasty face,
Bima, why don't you pull up the definition of fighting words and you
no, it is. Yeah. This is white people just use it.
You can't justify this. You can, but you're going to be arrested.
Yeah, I'll smack my house. Free range wants to make a we can just smack the fuck out the ass. We can circle back around. Free range and then the SA.
Did anyone just hear that?
So I think we all agree that he's been aggressive and provocative in the situation. I'm not saying that words just inherently means that you can subject yourself to violence. But I asked the question: if you provoke someone into fighting, can you claim self-defense? Right? And that's what he's doing because, of course, there's other to him saying hit me and shit like that, so he can pretty much use mace or taser or whatever he has. So it says generally no, you cannot claim self-defense if you provoke a fight. If you're the initial aggressor, which he is, or intentionally bait someone into attacking you, you lose the right to claim self-defense, as you cannot create a dangerous situation and then use force to defend yourself. So that's what I'm saying. He's doing this with the intent to create a hostile situation, just so he uses the force.
But the words can't do it free. The words, there's no justification for physical.
Yeah, anytime a white person is antagonizing you,
I agree, but that's a separate issue.
Yeah, but that's absolutely. No, you're absolutely right. If someone physically goes after you, then you physically respond. But physical to physical is different than words to physical.
I agree with you, Abby. I agree with everything you're saying, except for if it's a white racist motherfucker trying that shit, smack their ass, bro. That's the exception. Beat their ass up. Yeah, because you would not tolerate that. Beat their ass up. Beat their ass the fuck up.
Really?
Yeah, straight up. They shoot each other in the neck for less. Okay? They shoot each other in the neck for less.
Would you do that? Would you do that?
I wouldn't do that. I don't shoot white people in the neck for freedom of speech.
Would you hit someone if they said it to you?
If a white person doesn't know how to behave and they want some nigga treatment, they can get nigga treatment because white people
what would you do to them?
And they don't think they are. And sometimes you have to remind them that they can be a dirty white.
And how would you remind them?
Nigga treatment. You understand what I'm saying?
How would you remind them?
Anybody else can get nigga treatment.
How would you do this? What would your method be of reminding them?
I would take the white people method in Utah. I don't know. Maybe I might consider that one. I don't know. I might just go to the street.
What would you do?
Yeah, what do y'all do? What do y'all do to people who like freedom of speech that are white and ain't Charlie Kirk? What do y'all do?
What would I do?
Yeah, what do y'all do? What do y'all do?
Bima, you want to take this on?
What do y'all do?
Adrian has a question, but I just want to point there because Big Bob brings up a really good point, okay? Because let's think about Charlie Kirk, okay? There was a reason. Sorry, Adrian, just real quick. Thank you so much. There was a reason that Kirk got the response that he did from the public.
From the white people. The white people he was protecting and defending, and they shot him in the neck. A white man did that. And you believe you redhead wanderers found your way into an HBCU.
Why do we care what color the guy was? The guy was someone who was
your people are watching
color.
They killed our brother in Christ.
Do you think it's okay to
they
use
killed my brother in Christ.
Do you think it's okay to use physical harm when you don't like what someone says? Do you think that that's okay?
No.
Are you justifying that?
No, I don't.
Thank you. What's the exception?
Big Mom, you don't think that Charlie Kirk deserved to be killed, right? Come on, Big Mom, you don't think Charlie Kirk deserved to be killed, right?
Let me explain my exception. I agree 100% with what Abby says. You do not. If somebody is antagonizing you with their words, you do not respond in violence at all. That is lower frequency level de-escalation skills. Now, if a white person, the same time, goes to a Ruby Brick, like bothers Ruby Brick, you gotta understand these white people. These people are not like their lower level is different from black people lower level. These people wake up and go to a school to bother a little black girl. They're like that's grown adults, right? This is what they have evolved from, right? So let me tell you, anytime they revert back to this. You have to you gotta do this for America. And not only just for your people, but you got to do this for white people, bro. You got to do this you got to smack the fuck out their ass. Because they will not interfere with the white evolution. Because there was once upon a time white people couldn't
the white evolution, and I would not let anybody get away of my white brothers and sisters growing up from that Ruby Bridges shit they used to do. You know, bothering black children who are trying to get an education because they couldn't control themselves emotionally to that extent. What dirty black in the hood has done such ruckus? We're like, niggas ain't 1,000 Chicagos cannot compare to all these killers that we cannot find that y'all give, even from the 50s till now. That ain't 100 years. So look, check it out. I'm proud of y'all, and I'm proud of Chud. I like Chud. I want him to win. But y'all gotta understand, this what you get. You should always get your ass beat for disrespecting black people just for the fuck of it, because that makes you a monkey again. That makes you a snow monkey again. I'm a compass. That's what it do. And you are better than that. Alright? You are better than that. You are going upwards. White people around here, like they behave so damn good, respectful, all that. I'm not gonna let, like, we can't let no judge bring that back. So we get his ass smacked up, it's good. So he is the exception, all right? But it's right up, yeah. I got that shit.
So I made free to add context what actually happened. Yeah, Nancy, can I add context?
Yeah, we're gonna start a queue. Because I want to get everybody in. Mr. Edward wanted to get in. Adrian was waiting to ask a question. Okay, so Adrian wanted to ask a question. Free Range wanted to jump in. I'm sorry, Ethel. I did get you. I do hear you though. But Adrian said he wanted to ask a question. Free Range had said that he was waiting to say something. We have your way at the bottom.
We're not playing that shit.
We had Mr. Edward.
I'll do a Q in the chat. So we got a question, and then who's next? Who's talking next?
Oh, me.
We have Adrian, Free Range, Mr. Edward, Othello, Rich.
Okay, I'll put that in the chat.
Thank you. Okay, Adrian.
All right. So my question is, when it comes to the use of people who use the defense, self-defense, or standing your ground, can you use that as a defense for an altercation that you initiated?
Initiated what? By what?
You initiated an altercation, a conflict between you and another person. They put hands on you. Can you use self-defense as a defense?
Yes.
Because
it depends. Go ahead.
Who initiate physical?
I literally listen. When I'm not initiating physical, I think you're listening to respond if you're not listening to my question. Digest my question. Can you use self-defense as a defense if you initiated an altercation or conflict?
Verbal altercation, right?
No.
Verbal.
He's saying in general.
Illegal answers to that, Adrian?
Yeah, I got it.
Adrian.
Let me answer.
Do you want me to?
I was going to go out.
I'm not in the queue.
Just quickly, yeah, depending on how the conversation is. Of course, me just addressing over the phone, there's no reason for us to physically contact each other because we can sell this with words. But if I address you in person in a fashion that provokes violence, meaning like, what's with all that shit you talking? That's great. But if I said, hey, I heard you wanted to fight me or something like that, there's no reason for me to address you in person with that because now we are in reach of physical contact with each other, right? And as the conversation develops, who takes more aggressive steps towards each other, at some point it may get to a point where it's just, what's it called, standing your ground, so to speak. But if I'm coming to you, like what happens in some of these, I watch a lot of public videos where someone, and some of you guys see this shit too, especially on like social media, when someone goes to someone's house, they cannot justify addressing words like going to the location to actually call, to escalate the threat. You cannot use self-defense in that situation. So I'm saying that to say with the builder, this dude who we're talking about, he actually engages people with his intent, which he does. It's not like he's just out and about screaming and this happens to happen. He's actually have a platform based on this. So I'm saying with that premise, he's not creating a situation where he can actually argue self-defense. He's actually putting himself in danger to where he loses that claim.
Right. So, and here's the qualifying factor here. He is armed, approaching unarmed people, initiating conflict with unarmed people while he has a gun on. I don't think he can use self-defense as a defense anymore.
Because you're armed with a firearm and you started a conflict with people who were minding their business and who was also unarmed.
I agree with you. I agree with you. If he escalated it to that level, if he punches to a punch, it's different than if you bring out a knife or a deadly weapon. And the law will probably support what you say, Adrian.
Right, because simply brandishing your weapon, that's considered assault.
Not if it's justified.
Bullshit.
If a person has intent
You're not listening
to inflict deadly violence upon you, and you brandish a firearm and do not use it, you're saying that you would be put in prison for that?
That is a charge, buddy. I don't know about that is a charge.
No, it's not if it's justified.
You're trying to make an argument.
No, 500,000 and 3 million times what the CDC reports. On average, that person brandishes or displays a firearm. You're asking a question, I'm trying to answer.
No,
Peter,
there's a kilo there.
Peter, this isn't Tehran. It's US.
You know that, right? You know that. You want to intentionally support the crime.
We can't understand you.
Somebody's punch is not just stronger than other person's punch. If somebody threw a punch, the other person for self-defense need to use a knife or something, otherwise he would be killed.
Ima, can you translate?
Oh, he said if a person punches you, you're legally justified in using self-defense. If you
escalate it, if you try.
I don't ever been telling you guys this. Explain how this all started. So this guy was just a kid streamer. He was just a kid streamer. He wasn't going into this racist trip shit, tipping out, and words and all stuff shit. He was just a regular kid streamer. He was parked in a gas station. And an African American guy pulled up the car and started screaming at him to his fucking car. So while he was on the street, he's like, bro, chill the fuck out. I'm almost done talking and shit. You know, I'll move out of the way here in 2 seconds. The guy starts screaming and getting in his face. And he's like, oh, fuck you, nigger. He's like, now you're fucking stepping out, you fucking monkey.
Personally descend to your earth to judge and reshape this world.
No, they're just like if I'm actively engaged in activities, things with you, just tell me what's up. Like, don't conceal things from me, because that's when problems start occurring, and I'm not there to be manipulated.
What do you think concealing is? Like, not just, like, what point do they need to tell you this just
America is if China owns it.
Your silly television show. Your silly television.
Months on end. To me,
here we go. This is Rich left off where he steps outside of the courthouse, where he's at the courthouse. Okay, so here we go.
They're laughing, they're pointing at me, and I said, "What's up, guys? Like, I'm doing?" I said, "Yo, like this dude." He said, "Walk away from me." I walked away. He came back up to me. He literally said, "I have PTSD. I feel like I'm in." He said, "You start saying all that cheap out shit to me, I'm gonna hit you." He hit me, started wailing on me.
Right? And so we can judge and give ourselves a report card of being good on separating ourselves. And we can, oh no, it's not absolute. We got more.
Go back to, well, but Islam, like, these are that's a core principle. It's like, no, it's not. Like, look at what's, you want to talk about that, but look at what's actually happening, like, on the ground. Like, you want to ignore that. You're ignoring that in your real life. So, yeah. And I've been listening to Simon's bullshit for a long time, and I haven't said anything. So, he got a little smackdown. I'm not planning on, going at him consistently. But, I had a little 15 minutes in the car.
Go.
I am your only future, and my path, your only path. Who among you dare say otherwise?
And like Princess, yeah, it's just a title. It's like princess, not a identity. It's just like a title. Oh, is that what it means though? Princess, yeah? Yeah. Yeah, it's princess. Princess in what? Like it's no, it's just me being cute. Like I made it up. Like the day that I made myself name Princess, yeah, I don't know. My aunt, I was going somewhere with her, and she called me a princess. It's a very aesthetically
assault, right? It doesn't have to be a physical for it to be assault. You just yelling at someone can be assault. You playing a loud ass megaphone 2 inches away from someone's ear, that is considered assault in certain jurisdictions. Okay, so we need to be very clear on what assault is and what provoking a response from a person is, right? Because you, being a person with a gun, and you came up and started assaulting people with your words and racial epithets, guess what? You cannot use self-defense or stand your ground as a justified bona fide defense.
So Adrian, the second that I say nigger to you, you have the legal justification and beat my ass guilty. And I can't defend myself.
You right all the time?
No, you're like a TikTok lawyer. That's what you are. You're saying that if I say fuck you honky or fuck you nigger, and then you attack me, you attack me, you have legal justification to beat it out, bro. And I can't defend myself.
I'm really not that fucking.
That's what.
Okay. So that is not settled law in Tennessee.
Alan already looked it up.
No,
there is lockboxes in Tennessee.
I broke that already. That is not settled law in Tennessee. So stop saying.
You keep saying you said you can't bring a firearm onto the courthouse.
Bro,
I'm simply saying you cannot. I understand what you cited. I heard you, but what you're misunderstanding is that they have lockboxes prior to the fucking inspection area. Where prior to where the metal detector area, you're not allowed to bring it. You're not allowed to bring it past the secured area. But this is why they have lockboxes where you put your gun in there. Jesus Christ, you're not allowed to bring it past the security checkpoint.
You can't do it. Period.
You're not listening. They have fucking security lockboxes. We already looked at it. Alan already showed how they have lockboxes similar to Texas. When you went towards your firearm, you inform the security officer or the sheriff's deputy. You say, hey, I have a firearm. They say, okay, there's a lockbox. Go over and put it in the lockbox. Place it in the lockbox. Take the fucking key. Walk inside. Jesus Christ, you're talking about on the premise, past the security checkpoint. I agree.
Okay.
You're not allowed to have it in a courthouse, or you're not allowed to have it in the courtroom and or adjacent. It is not allowed to pass past the security checkpoint.
It's a state bill.
They literally fucking have lockboxes though. Jesus Christ. Why they have lockboxes?
Fucking idiot, bro.
God, you're
SB 2350
fucking TikTok lawyers.
law in Tennessee.
Shut up. Thank you very much. Beeman, did Free Range already go or no?
No.
Okay, Free Range, you're up, and then Edward. Go ahead, Free Range.
Yeah, I'll try to keep it quick. We made a lot of points that already, kind of satisfy the issue. But yes, if what Richie's saying, that is not a situation where he will be held accountable for, assault or whatever charge. It's self-defense, in other words. With Big Mark, if you say, real quickly, I think we all agree that words shouldn't lead to violence most of the time. It's very rare. Yeah, I know a lot of us are very sensitive about our loved ones, particularly our children, so people can say things to provoke violence. It's rare, but those are the extreme situations. I say to say that when we look at this situation here, most of the times we don't want people to be using racial slurs like that because, we know what can happen. And what has happened based on this guy having this history of it. Again, I'm not saying he's always doing this, but he does it enough to where you expect it from his content. The point of the matter is, if the story that's being portrayed based on the article is true, then like I said, it's a legitimate case of self-defense. I'm just saying this, and I'll end on this. If we are going to keep this principle in mind, then we have to start addressing the violence that comes to us from the left to the right, based on them just attacking us for our so-called violent rhetoric, which they use that shit saying Trump, that he always goes around saying shit that leads to violence. Meanwhile, the violent actions of the left is not compared to the right. So I'm just saying that if you guys are going to try to justify this, then you have to be, or at least, play this game that shouldn't happen. You have to be consistent. That's all I'm saying.
Can someone tell me, who's the person that said that there's actual law on using a racial slur? Because I'd like to know what state you're telling me that that's considered an actual assault. I understand hate crimes pretty well, and I work with them every day. So if someone just uses a racial slur as a criminal offense, no, has to be coupled with a threat of harm.
White people who don't know how to act and they want to attack
because I'm curious what state you think. I'm sorry.
Hey, just remember, next time you get arrested, Abby can represent
you.
Could someone
act like a deranged white person, and then you want to get smacked for it? That's
you said it, dude.
I'll get you. Who's Adrian? He's going.
Adrian.
Adrian said it. Yeah, it doesn't.
Everybody got a
You have to couple it with the.
That's right. They smacked up. Watch your mouth.
Okay.
It'll escalate the crime to a hate crime. The speech and it's
watch your white mouth. Brown blacks.
And I have a Bima. Are you alive? I have a question.
Yeah, I'm.
Well, we got a cue.
Oh, sorry.
You should be security team.
Everything's working. Why are y'all complaining?
We're not the last person.
He attacked the foolish white boy. The white boy is in jail. Or who cares?
We can add you. Now, Mr. Edwards next.
Yeah.
Mr. Edward.
He might not be.
Yeah, he might not be there. I wanted to also add this, and I'll just add this now because I think this is good to support what Big Mog is saying. So we were talking about fighting words specifically a little earlier, okay? So please, again, remember, I don't know everything, so if you have anything that you'd like to add to correct, this is what we're here for. One of the Supreme Court cases was Chaplinsky versus New Hampshire, okay? Now, this, basically, this guy said something to a marshal, a city marshal. This guy Chaplinsky said to the New Hampshire city marshal that he was a goddamn racketeer and a damn fascist. And the court upheld punishment because they were considered direct face-to-face insults to a specific person in a public setting. So there's that criteria, okay, that has to be met in order to be considered fighting words. It has to be said directly to a person, face-to-face. It can't be a general comment. So it has to be a direct comment, face-to-face. It has to be personally abusive, not like, I hate your political view. You're talking about a very specific personal insult. And it has to elicit, likely violence, right? It says specifically, by their very utterance, the court described it, the fighting words, by their very utterance, inflict injury or tend to incite an immediate breach of the peace. The court also accepted a narrower test, quote, direct tendency to cause acts of violence by the person to whom individually the remark is addressed.
Yes, they're not protected speech. That's what I was trying to say earlier. But it's a separate charge from the scenario you were talking about.
Cracking out, talking that shit, not looking for legal loopholes.
Shut the builder, even though I don't agree with him. But look at the fucking niggers chimping out.
Cracking out. Look at it. These niggas go to the law. Hey, look, they go to the law after they try that nigga shit. Cracking out. Mething out.
So Rich just an example. Now the reason why that would be considered fighting words is one, we're not in a personal setting. It wasn't said face to face, and it wasn't directly to somebody.
Y'all dissecting the cracking out.
But now, Rich, can you give us an example? To face a personal insult that would elicit.
Oh, easily. Yeah. What I'm going to do is concede my time to answer. Go ahead.
Well, you have to distinguish that case, because that was a disturbing of the peace case, and that was a public, there was a demonstration. I mean, there's more facts in that case. So you kind of have to distinguish it from just a one-on-one conversation. That was a public gathering.
And go and look at
Move this motherfucker down. Move me down, relax. I know he's black and you want dick from me.
He's mad. Emotionally disturbed, cracking out.
All right, shut up.
Snow monkey sliding.
All right, you stupid fucking baby.
Cracking out.
There you go, you fucking chimp. Sit in the fucking.
So I don't know if that answers, but you have to distinguish the facts on that case. And any words are not protected, but it's a separate. The question was asked earlier.
Steve, quick question. How's Scott doing?
I haven't spoken to him in a couple of days.
Okay.
So the answer is I don't know. If I knew more, I would tell you I haven't spoken to him in about 3 to 5 days, so I don't know.
I assume that's Reverend Scott?
Yes.
From your
Scott,
show? Okay.
Yes, Reverend Scott Jones of my show, The Mod Squad. I do have to go on a Zoom meeting. Less than 5 minutes.
Okay, go ahead and do your clip. I think David was there.
Well, it's not mine. No, he wanted to do something. He wanted me to react.
Yeah, well, anybody is open to the room, but you have a limited time here, so I'll let you crack it at first. Congressional testimony. This comes off of. Anyway, I'll get the clip in a second.
Fix, decide on any interest rate decision in any of our discussions, nor would I ever agree to do so.
So independence takes courage. Let's check out your independence and your courage. We'll start easy. Mr. Warsh, did Donald Trump lose the 2020 election?
We try to keep politics, if I'm confirmed, out of the federal.
I'm just asking a factual question. I need to know, I need to measure your independence and your courage.
Senator, I believe that this body certified that election many years ago.
That's not the question I'm asking. I'm asking, did Donald Trump lose in 2020?
And I'm suggesting you in 2020 defend your huge inflation problem, and you certified the election.
Powell's term as chairman ends this week, but with the DOJ's investigation into him in limbo, he said he will be.
Anyway, any idea what the context of that testimony was?
No, but I can answer the question. There's no doubt in my mind that Trump lost the election, which is why he lost the presidency to Biden. That's my humble opinion.
Right, that's awesome. I agree with you. It's pretty easy to answer that.
Yeah.
What person that was about to be confirmed in front of the Senate, when it's kind of Senate confirmed things, do you think was struggling to answer that question?
Are they going through a potential new judicial appointments for the Supreme Court?
Worse, this is the next Federal Reserve Chairman.
No.
They all literally go this way. Everything for the Department of Health has gone this way. Everything with the FDA, with the Senate, with the RFK, all of this has gone this way.
They fired without cause, but they serve at the pleasure. The only thing is the Federal Reserve Chairman is the independence to tell the president to fuck off.
And if I may, before I go
they
very
can only
quickly,
be fired for
I'm
cause.
sorry because I gotta go. I've been saying for years, or ever since he was nominated, elected, or confirmed, that RFK would have been amazing as head of the EPA because he has 20 years of experience filing lawsuits on behalf of the environment against the EPA. That's his field of expertise, not the field that he's in right now. As far as I'm concerned, he's a complete idiot in the field he's in. But if he would have been nominated and confirmed as head of the EPA, I'm all in. And with that, I have to go on a Zoom meeting. It's been a pleasure. Ash, once again, happy birthday or happy anniversary, whatever the hell it is. And take care. I'll see you all again.
Aw, yay. I love birthdays and presents and flowers and chocolates. I love them all. Thank you.
Are you testing the gifted chocolates before you consume them?
Huh?
Just making sure you're following protocols.
To test my chocolates that are already wrapped up and completely taken care of?
I mean, they might be edibles. That would be good in terms of the.
Those would be bad. Yeah, no, I don't test that. No.
Oh, okay.
I would hope that the Godiva chocolates that I get normally are not.
I was a
Wheat
definite
chocolates.
consumer of a lot of edibles before my wife got me to stop doing that in 2024.
Well, your wife got you off of Instagram and your wife made you stop consuming edibles. What else has this Wonder Woman done?
I wasn't. I was officially on the whole thing of it is getting me off Instagram. The only thing it was me needing to sign in and delete my account.
I'm totally teasing you, but also
No, we've been together 33 years. Our daughter's grown now, and I'm very happy to. What is your wife still getting you off to now? Oh, I wasn't going to discuss that because she tends to be pretty private about those things, but it definitely still happens on the regular, so that's all.
no need to discuss things you don't want to discuss.
And for the men in the room, there's a definite pipeline from piano to pussy. I'll just put it that way, as a pianist.
Wow. Okay. So that went in a direction I wasn't expecting. Thank you, Dave.
Is that what
Where's Roydus when we need him?
I was just curious where this was going. That's all.
Is that right, Miss said?
It's just it would have been a Royvis comment. That's all.
You know what's funny is to tell an incel that, and then they're like, what are you saying? I'm like, you know what? Stop pestering the girls and go start practicing your piano. It'll take you about 10, 15 years to get good. And then,
Well, at least you're trying to help the others.
I don't know if it's helping them. At least it's helping them not be pests to other people if they actually took me seriously and went and did that. But I don't know. I'm not their father. I have one daughter to worry about. So.
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, so now everybody heard the clip, and David wanted responses. We can go back to that.
It's crazy the amount of influence Trump has had in areas that he's broken government. And this is one of the membranes, the blood-brain barrier that matters. It's fed independents if they, everybody's afraid of like financial, what would be a financial problem? Well, a Fed that starts doing crazy shit. Because the president says lower interest rates when they should be going higher. You know, you get hyperinflation. So if we could go Weimar, we could basically do Germany's 1930s and fucking break the whole world economy in this kind of single move.
See, okay, here's my only problem with that. And I'm not a Trump guy, not even remotely. But why do we say that we would break the whole? We're not special, man. We're just
sort of. I mean, so Dave, do you know of any other way that they denominate oil other than U.S. dollars?
I thought China was taking care of that now. I thought that the petrodollar was breaking.
Well, the quick answer is no. The longer answer is not at all. And do you remember the financial crisis, the global financial crisis?
I do. Like 2008 you're referring to?
Yeah, 2008.
Yeah, that was terrible because all the young people should have been getting that money, not the big bank.
Sort of. Yeah, on the moral side, but I just I was 5 years into being a stockbroker financial advisor when it started, and did it for 5 more years after. So very intimate with the mechanics here. But if the dollar breaks and people, what do they do after the Great Depression? They put in federal deposit insurance corporations so that people don't have bank runs, so that your money's guaranteed, that there's fractional reserve banking, all this other stuff. But the Fed, their independence is because they're not actually a government entity. They're not run by the government. The government's not directly setting these interest rates. It's essentially a bunch of banks that agree on the policy, and they have this weird, hard to understand thing, a dual mandate to keep inflation low and employment high, which are contradictory things generally, and it's a weird balancing act. But essentially, they're the one mechanism that says set interest rates as if the future matters. So Donald Trump, as a real estate developer, only knows, just like tariffs, it doesn't matter what all the economists say that it's a dumb thing to do, if the tariff war is bad, blah, 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 blah. He still will do it because nobody tells him no. So the reason I played that clip is his testimony won't say who won the 2020 election because he's trying to please Trump. He's there to be a yes man. So if Trump tells you to lower interest rates when you're not supposed to do it, the Federal Reserve is supposed to not be influenced by what the president wants or what one person wants. They're supposed to set it for, again, this kind of weird invisible hand long-term future.
No, I get that. I think when you said fuck up the world, I guess the conservatives would call me a bleeding heart. Says, well, not the world. we're not the fucking world. If it will fuck ourselves up, but then wouldn't other people just sort of step in and like, okay,
Well,
that
how
empire
do you
just
price
fell.
anything if the whole backstop breaks? Because don't you have to assume that something about money?
Yeah, but okay. So my opinion is probably wrong. I had thought that the petrodollar was breaking apart. I thought that other people were trading in oil without U.S. currency. I'm wrong about this.
You basically are, because international trade has this counterparty risk when you go across currencies. So basically, you have to have one more dominant currency that is essentially fixed, and everything else floats around it. And one of the things that China had for decades done is devalued their currency. It helped them grow their economy in a kind of weird way, but I don't want to get into all this stuff. Now they're putting finished goods onto the market, like BYD cars that are better than Teslas. So they have a lot of economic heft that I think a lot of Americans can't see or fathom. But all these products that are highly technical take many, many countries working together. And that's the part that Trump is so fucking stupid. He doesn't understand how anything works. He thinks tariffs are good policy to raise money. He thinks tax cuts are going to work perpetually for rich people. It's just a total misunderstanding of how complicated the ecosystem of our economy is. Just my views.
No, I support, especially ethically. I guess I knee-jerk reacted to the idea that America could break the world. Like, that seems like a very America-centric thing to say. Like, we're such a weird-ass fucking country. We're like, we're the greatest country. No other country says that so much. Like, I guess I've always thought, well, we're not special. If we weren't there, somebody else would do it. Like, I could be wrong about that.
Lots of countries say we're the greatest. Some of them don't, but a lot of them do.
It's funny to me how we can give blame for fucking shit up so much, but then when we try to not fuck shit up, it's like, why do you think you're so good that you can fuck shit up?
So I have some old issues that I keep. And here's an old issue of Scientific American from September 2010, special issue. And I'm flipping to the how much is left in the environment section. Peak oil, they were forecasting 2014 would be peak oil at just under 80 million barrels a day. Well, we have 100 million barrels a day. And it's 10 years after that. So it's just, be careful what you base your statistics upon. Things change. The fracking revolution wasn't quite over when this thing was published.
What do you think of McPherson's claims about 2030?
Depends how you want to measure it, but there are different tipping points along the way. They're going to fall like dominoes because, I'm here in Central Texas. You remember hearing about the floods that killed all those girls? They just finally stopped their application to reopen that school. They're not going to do it. That's pretty crazy, but yeah. To think that
they wanted to put the school back in the floodplain, or that's what in the first place.
The air, anyway, yes, it only recently, Marshall's here, he could probably explain it. They had to get state approval to reopen it, and they finally, on like the second attempt, were convinced to pull the application. They were still in the process of trying to do it.
So I haven't checked the Texas on this NOAA map, but this is a NOAA map which lets you see where sea level rise will take place between 0 and 10 feet. Definitely bad news for lots of people.
What are you looking at?
The GIS map from NOAA, which shows there's a little slider on the left-hand side where you can plot what an
But what do you mean bad news for a lot of people? Give me the cut and dry 5th grader version.
Also, if the sea level rises 10 feet from where it is currently, imagine where you are.
Right.
I don't know if you're by the coast, but basically anything that's coastal.
I thought you said Texas was in real big trouble or something. I wasn't sure what you were.
No, I haven't looked at Texas.
Oh, okay. I thought you said Texas, and I was like, oh, really? What is that like? Okay. Got it. Yeah, no, I mean, we already know climate change is a thing, and people refuse to acknowledge that. I got a lot of work done earlier in the day, and now I just can't keep myself up to do any more.
Rest is not a reward, it's a requirement.
You're funny. I have to worry about clinicals coming up. Tired. My bed is very comfortable.
My tired brain is going to have a harder time retaining information.
I don't know. Have you ever tried CoQ10?
Oh, you're the second person to mention that today. I actually know the man who brought it to the U.S. He just died recently, and I was at his memorial. Yeah, the family's a set of family friends. So it's really weird when people are like, do you know of CoQ10? Yeah, like I know the people who helped bring it to market. Yeah.
Well, then I guess that's a sign, huh?
A little bit. You're the second person today because we were discussing, my girlfriend and I went to go get pedicures today. We were having these conversations about specific medical afflictions, and she was like, are you taking CoQ10? And I was like, you know how much of that stuff I have at my, house?
Since you brought up a molecule, I have to jump in. So, my understanding is that liquidol, as opposed to ubiquinone, is the preferred modality as it has higher bioavailability.
That sounds about right. I don't know all the pharmacological, mechanisms of action for CoQ10 at this point, but I just know that as a kid, it was brought home to my house all the time as it was being discovered. So,
yeah, there's a lot of pharmaceuticals that deplete CoQ10 in various ways and affect mitochondrial function. So it is a really, really useful supplement.
Yeah, for sure.
What are the signs you need it or you would benefit from it?
I mean, in general, I think everyone can benefit from CoQ10. Do I know the contraindications? Not at the moment. I mean, it's helpful, but everything in moderation, right? Obviously, I'm not really sure of the contraindications for it off the top of my head at all. Actually, if I'm honest, I haven't learned the contraindications for it, so not yet. Can do. It's hard right now with the emphasis that social media and wellness grifters have on peptides without knowing what they're doing, without, having the purity of peptides going on right now anyways. There's a lot going on. Sorry. I just wanted to go smell my roses.
asshole.
I always encourage people to stop and smell the flowers.
Yeah, I've got my orchids and my roses.
Close your eyes when you smell the flowers.
I actually do. They smell so good. They look so cute. They're like this bright pink color. I am so in love with them. They've made my day every morning.
Did somebody get you roses for your club anniversary?
I wish someone got me roses for my club anniversary. Shout out to everyone if you want to get me roses for my club anniversary.
Man, she didn't even know it was her club anniversary. That stupid blue showed up.
Yeah, I wish you happy club anniversary last night after. I guess.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, I thought yesterday was it, but I realized now that it was probably after midnight your time.
That's so sweet, Otter. I appreciate it.
Okay, raise your hand if you got your club anniversary.
Dennis, you are just jealous that you are not getting love on your club anniversary.
It's not my club anniversary.
I'm very lovable.
Dennis, you have a gold medal. Come on, be happy with that.
Yeah, I don't. That doesn't make me happy.
Yeah, he wants a real gold medal. Lots of gold.
Those medals are, well, their value goes up and down, but they have a constant weight to them. So yeah, I wouldn't mind them.
Well, they're not even real gold anymore. I was looking at something from the medals from like 1910 or something in the 20s, and they were actually.
It's not real gold anymore. That's not surprising.
Yeah, it's plated. So I think you actually had. I don't know if it was actually solid gold, but you actually had like a worth a lot gold in like the 20s, and in this last Olympics, it was just gold plated. Which I mean is still cool. Like it still looks awesome, but it's gold plated.
I got a gold medal coming in the mail tomorrow. Gold medal, mailing it. It's a safe way to mail gold medal. Just ship it. Amazon sending it.
Oh, you mean like
You purchase something on Amazon? This is a shocker.
That's not what I said. I said Amazon sending it.
So, but you mean like a gold bullion or something, right? Not like a gold medal, like a sports medal.
No, it's actually a gold medal from Amazon.
What for? I'll bite. What for?
He got it from Amazon.
I completed a course with Machine Learning University, which is Amazon owns. So they send you out a gold medal and a little certificate. Doing the paraphernalia promotion thing.
I'm getting gold. Stop. Find out how much gold is in that medal and see if.
Pretty sure 0 is the right number. Pretty much like this title. But the odds are it's less than 0. There's so little gold that there's less than 0 gold.
You owe them gold for sending you the medal.
No, it's antimatter. That would be very precious. But it's antimatter gold.
No, seriously, the worldwide cosmetic supply of Botox fits into a 16.9 liter or ounce bottle of Coke or whatever bottle. Less than half before it gets, diluted down and supplied to the whole world. So if you think of how much revenue that generates,
What?
way more valuable.
That doesn't make sense.
Not way more valuable than antimatter.
Definitely not way more valuable.
I don't know if you've got a buyer for that much of a market.
Antimatter is
Highly valuable.
almost infinity.
All that Botox gets sold on an annual basis. Who's doing what with that antimatter right now? You don't have customers.
Yeah.
Experimental, labs.
Right. But I just meant anyway.
But it's
It's
got
a lab
infinity.
product. You can't follow that.
Exactly. It's got infinity value.
I've got an NCAA championship ring coming my way. Yay.
Do a Google search and see theoretically if you had antimatter at like an ounce, what it would be worth. I'm not going to guess. It would be hundreds of trillions of dollars.
are valuations on antimatter, and the quantities on Earth. It is the most expensive substance on the planet.
Right.
This is not really on the planet.
Transporting
That's
this
kind of a trick question.
You have to store it on site.
Yeah, what's more expensive than nothing?
What's more expensive than the opposite of stuff? But yeah, so there was.
Can you get that on credit? What would you get credit?
There was a recent, I saw a headline about an experiment with antimatter, and they thought it might have anti-gravitational properties, and that was not true.
We're gonna buy this gold bullion.
We're gonna buy all the gold. It's gonna be, I'm gonna put it on my toilet and take a giant shit all over my gold throne and ballroom.
So this is the thing that I think people underestimate, right? With the whole, what's the damn security thing I had posted earlier? This fake government thing with the country's got to pay $1 billion each. I always forget the name. I mean, the amount of scammery, right? That has put this up. That has put the peace club.
Yes, such a scam.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
he got a Nobel Prize, so he made the Board of Peace.
But he gets this like when you start reading the details of it, it's nuts. It's absolutely nuts. Like I heard it like 3 weeks ago driving in my car, I think, and I was like, "Yeah, this is fake news. This isn't real." And I was like, "Wait a minute, this is real? Like, how can this? Like, of all we always do that. We go, how could this be true with the Trump stuff? But like, how can this be true? Right? It's like, but then you stop and you think and you go, what world body would stop him from doing just about the most illegal thing that you could do as a president, right? Which is pull in money from other countries and put it into your personal coffer, which it essentially is, right? You created it. You're going to have a board just so that you can kind of get around saying that just you, but it's pretty much your thing. You're pulling in bribery money off the books, but creating an entity to say, well, it kind of is on the books. This is the same dude. This is the same dude who wants to have an external revenue service. It's just crazy, bro. But the amounts of money that he's brought in during this presidency, he's essentially now one of the richest people in the country legitimately now. One of them, I mean, so you argue, before we kind of laugh and go, yeah, he's not the most powerful person. I mean, he's easily the most powerful person in the country, even with his unbelievably low popularity. So it's like, there's no way you are going to remove him from the presidency. He has to die or he has to be arrested. He will not leave. Why would you possibly stop him? People go, oh yeah, that's not going to happen. Who's coming? What Batman is going to remove him from office?
He has enough cognitive decline that his party gets together.
No, his party doesn't have any power. Only the cabinet has the power. It would have to be.
That someone is going to eventually
Prove it.
How much worse
do they have to get? They didn't even do it under when we didn't have a loyalist as Biden as president. When people talked about cognitive decline, you're telling me that these people that are loyalty tested, I mean, it wasn't that long ago, I played the clip from Elizabeth Warren talking to the next Fed chair.
Yeah.
But he won't even say who won the 2020 election.
Well, but it does get to a point that's ridiculously bad where he can't, even utter a sentence. I mean, that would
be like Mitch McConnell bad?
Yes. If he gets the Mitch McConnell bad, it's a wrap.
Well, no, actually, it would be different because he has the vascular dementia. So
it'll just be a press secretary. We won't see if he goes Mitch McConnell. He won't appear anymore. It'll just be tweets.
All he's gonna do is dig out the squirrel, and he's facing another 2 years.
Yeah. Well, no, he's got some time left, but I mean, the only concern of this cabinet is that he gets crazy enough that he might actually push the nuclear button.
He's that crazy. He's been that crazy for a while.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I mean, yeah, but he evolves more. Like, that might actually be something that he would do, and no one in this cabinet can stop him. So that's why they're advertising. Well, Pence and Marco Rubio are kind of making a lot of visits with him.
They don't have
They are infinitely better people. There's nobody you can name who is like I get so triggered on the these people would be they're an offer and play. I would take them in a second.
Oh.
In a second.
Oh.
You know that Trump is Harvey Weinstein. What the fuck are you talking about? He's Harvey Weinstein and he's a fucking ridiculous dumbskull. You think Harvey Weinstein is as corrupt as him? He's a racist, Trump's a racist, and he's corrupt on top of it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I feel like
Trump's the full Monty. He's a full Monty. He's a full-blown narcissist who has no moral compass whatsoever in every area, and he's as stupid as it gets. He's a loose cannon. There's nothing like him.
Yeah, well, who's head of the KKK? That guy might suck more.
But he doesn't have the resources. Yeah, he's not going to be a billionaire. He's not going to be like worth $6 billion. I mean, Sheldon Adelson, like that kind of like, but you're not going to be stupid. You know, like he's the trifecta. He's the quadfecta.
Steve Miller. Steve
No, you can't do it. He's way too smart. He's way too smart. He's the Klan, but he's way too smart.
He's evilly smart. He's smart in the way that people don't pick up on his evilness.
Yep, give me tomorrow. Sign me up. If I had to replace him with Stephen Miller, it's instantaneous.
Really?
And by the way, Stephen Miller, right now that he's married and has kids, you know, he's not quite as clumsy as he used to be. I think he has kids. I think he has to do with the family life thing.
He has a wife.
He's got the baby on the way. Remember when?
Yeah, there you go. It's good.
He had to get his wife off the. He was the one that reacted properly during the press event.
Trump is like now he has deep.
Didn't he grab his wife's boob? Or who was that?
He helped her off the stage, whereas RFK Jr. took out his escort and his wife
had to run after him. RFK Jr.
Whoever you get, the thing is that people
freaking adulterer.
Whoever you get tomorrow does not have the roots of Donald Trump. Donald Trump's roots run deep now.
Yeah,
they're deep entrenched. He has more power than
nobody has been talking to Putin for the last
That's right.
Years as much.
He's all over the world, all over the country. He's got his tentacles into everything. So it's like there's no comparison. All these like little wimpy, whoever you pick, it just doesn't compare. Unless we brought in like Putin to be president, maybe I'd still vote for Trump then. But I'm saying, you know what I'm saying. But in the country, people who could be, well, Trump could change it. Trump could probably make it so Putin could be president. That's how bad it is. People are like, no, that's crazy. No, there's nothing. We have nothing. People are like, oh, we got a court system. Do we?
I think Trump should leave office and become president of Iran. They'll have like death threats daily, but they can have it.
So, bro, does the bunker get built?
The bunker that's supposed to be under the now $400 million ballroom.
It's a $300 million bunker and a $100 million ballroom.
I keep reading about this as it's possibly that. And do we have confirmation that it's that? I mean, all the articles speak very confidently, but do we really have evidence of that?
Evidence of what is
that? That's the plan. That the plan is to blow off the full bunker, other than just we think that's a thing. There's like 5 or 6 articles that speak to this, but none of them say we know for sure that it is a bunker.
It still is absolutely disgusting that he went and tore down the East Wing before even kind of getting any sort of permission to do any changes to the White House. He just was like, I'm just take down the East Wing. It doesn't matter. It's only been around since like 1800.
Refuse to play into this productivity game, but then is looking at utility just another way of saying productivity, or is it, like you said, like, but I'm doing things that aren't useful and my life isn't there. My gut instinct is to say, like, but maybe if whatever you're doing right now isn't useful to anything, including yourself, then maybe it's good to recognize and make change. Like, how do we know when to make change? What if something about how we're living isn't good? Even for ourselves. Like, I'm going through a lot of recovery right now, and there's some days where, I'm not feeling good. I got a migraine. I'm trying to just deal with, like, physical therapy and get through the day. And a lot of times I would probably feel better if I just went on a walk or drove over to the park or something like that. And on the whole, like, when I think about it, when I do that stuff, I usually feel better, and it's worth it. I'm not making a bunch of money walking at a nice park or going on a hike or something, but it makes my body healthier. It probably improves my heart health and physical health. It, reduces stress, does all these things. And then, like, if I sit at home, let's say I go on Clubhouse. Like, I've joined a lot of you for on Clubhouse on walks and stuff, right? If I sit around my house and do Clubhouse, or I go on a walk in nature in Clubhouse, either one is a choice I'm making. And maybe one choice is a lot more useful for me. And maybe instead just, like, this is my personal opinion, so looking at a capitalist productivity thing, like, do I want to take care of myself? Do I want to be useful for myself? Anyway, Christine, go ahead.
No, I was laughing because it's back to the whole argument of how efficiency gets in the way, right? If you're deciding when is a better use of your time. I'm not saying that you shouldn't make decisions or you shouldn't qualify them in some way. More like there's because it's still a good, bad paradigm, it still has the same issues. Whether you zoom out to the universe level or you zoom in, right? Granularity or the broad view, there's still usefulness still fits that paradigm for me. I'm saying that, but I think maybe
I like this. I think you're pointing out something with some meat on it. Like, I'm going through this in my head and kind of thinking what the implications of that would be, or like what the thought on that would be. For sure, because there's something about just coming up with like a linguistic term of I'm not saying productivity or something. Instead, I'm doing something way superior. I'm saying utility. But what is utility but a proxy for productivity or goodness or badness or something like that? I mean, is it a good idea to be allergic to that or even to embrace it? You're definitely getting on something where I'm thinking about that a little bit. So feel free if you want to expand on that a little bit, or I'm not sure if you feel like you've said all.
I'll add this to release any tension, if there's any, for anyone. And it's that I think even in asking these questions and exploring this, the way I think about this for myself is it's like I was raised and conditioned within intersections of systems that caused me to view the world in a particular way. And while I'm trying to deconstruct and reconstruct something different and new for myself, I will essentially always exist kind of visual to me. It's Marvel. Vision is half in the side, the bubble of the town, and half out, or the Matrix, right? 1 foot in the Matrix, 1 foot out. There's no fully escaping this. There's an awareness that it exists. There's the contradictions that exist, and then how do we resolve them? Can they be resolved when, for example, I want to lean into the flowing grasses in the field where the wind blows and I'm a vibrating atom along with everyone else? And
actively engaged in activities with you, just tell me what's up. Like, don't conceal things from me. If I'm actively engaged,
power dynamics of cultures that I have to sometimes pull don't necessarily understand this language or this way I'm looking at the world, let alone it's not shared with
There's methodologists who are boring. You know, if you go to comics in detail, and I just wrote back equity and then economy. Virtues, one knows to be just the virtues, one knows to be rational. I never
It's like my hero and I are. Yeah, so our sons, the codes will get together and feel that. I love it. Right? There's two.
I don't want to play those games. That's not the world I live in. And it's still a part of
only wants to be incorporated. And I have a closure MOM.
The systems don't, you cannot be the same body before the germs, after the germs, right? You're always changed by. And so this, like, there will always be the residual concepts and ideas in which I was raised in order to perceive the world. So I guess what I'm trying to offer is that I don't think we have to strive for a perfect destination. It's more that whatever it is that we're rearranging around or thinking about or challenging, it's not about getting it perfect or good or right. It's more that there's movement, and that movement is in a direction that is somehow, like, I'm calling it for myself, signal integrity. I don't even. Sorry?
You know what this makes me think a bunch of, Christina, is like the being versus becoming. I was a huge advocate, and in philosophy I was like shown this like 3 or 4 times. It was really illustrated for me, and I do try and make it in my life. It's like, I think a lot of times we focus on what we are as like a fixed being, and we want to establish where we are and push it and prove where we're at. And there's so much value in focusing instead on our process of becoming. It's much more, not just forward-looking, but it's like acknowledging the process nature of what we are as living creatures, and opens ourselves up to a different way of contextualizing that I found, to use that word, very, very useful in my life. So I think, like, it sounds to me like you're hinting at that similar thought of focus not just what we are as a fixed being, but focus on what we could be becoming, because we are going to be in that process inevitably. Like you're using the example of the, we're not the same after the infection. There's something different about us, and I resonate off that. And by the way,
I think she's integrating some awesome. You guys are really bringing up. Sorry, I do want to be involved, but I don't want to. All I want to do is couple what you guys are saying and not feel sort of integrated.
Sounds good. Feel free to chime in. And for what it's worth, I had to take a screenshot because this is the most old school room I've been in. Christina, you, myself, Z, Sam, James E. Flora, Dr. James, Rose. I'm not sure if we're old friends or new friends, but Jomar, Io, Mosh, Lewin. There was 2 cats and Rachel's from back in the day. I'm not sure which you 2 are. But it's just like a super old school room. So it's just kind of fun to see all these like old school people come back together again for a second. That was cool. Anyway, back to you, Christine, if you want to share any thoughts on that.
Do you know what we should have, and Clubhouse doesn't integrate this, is like flowers or hearts for everyone, just as a regular practice of gratitude, because like I think that even if we don't necessarily realize it directly, that even sometimes this avatar can make us think of something and then integrate it into conversation, let alone if they write something in a text or there's an emoji or whatever. Anyway, but back to your point about, I kind of don't even like to think of it for myself as a direction of becoming. It's more like, because that puts it in the future. And I'm thinking that, like, from a scientific perspective, the atomic clock, top of the head, tip of the toes, we exist in the past, present, and future at the same time. And so it's not a matter of becoming, it is I am, right? And
real ass nigga. He's a real nigga shit. And he just like, he does whippets and does drugs on camera.
He's out there that he was right now with the AK-47 and what's his face is out right now. It's crazy, yeah.
Yeah, he doesn't racially abuse people though.
Do you both really identify with this type of person, even though he's a white guy?
No, we did. None of us said we did.
Oh, sorry.
Pepe, it was a question, Pepe. It was just a question. Pepe, you said earlier that it makes white people look bad. That's all. I'm just trying to find out when someone who's ethnically black does something, I never stop and think, oh, they make black people. No, they make themselves look bad.
Oh, I can give a reason for that. It's because he's talking down to a whole nother race. And it's coming from a white person. He's basically saying that, like, hey, look, you guys are a bunch of chimps that chimp out, and you have no impulse control, and here I am fucking with you, like, you guys are reacting like a bunch of monkeys, and you guys are too scared to do anything about it. That's his whole game, and it's just like, okay, we don't really need a white guy doing this. You're showing that white people are bullies, and they all hate black people. I mean, obviously people aren't gay, but it's not a good look.
No, I hear you, but I want you to know that the two people that you're talking about right now, I've never heard of them until today. I've never seen one of their videos. So,
they're popular with the youngsters.
I understand, but I'm saying to you that there's a lot of people that's not hearing this stuff, don't know about the content, not, tracking. So for me, I've heard enough of it just from you guys. It's quite interesting that this is what we're feeding our young. That's why I asked Free the question. It's just really sad.
It is sad. I mean, there's no question about it that this is pathetic. I mean, and the only reason why I bring up race, and it's because that's what's being associated online. Obviously, they're saying, oh, another white person is doing this, so I have to reference it when I talk about it. You know what I mean? Otherwise, I just be like, yeah, this is just another bad human being in general. You know what I mean? But yeah, I mean,
because at the end of the day, that's what we got to focus more on. Is that the behavior? I think even Pepe said earlier, it's a low person, low individual. To me, this is something that I think it's really sad because a lot of these young people are out here doing this, and it's pretty sad. They're using the challenges that we have as adults to really push the envelope. And then there's companies, then there's companies paying for this. They're supporting it. It's just crazy.
They're monetizing, and I don't know if Ed, you heard me bring up about. I know this got a lot of people's hair up on their arms about, demonetizing stuff like this. I mean, I thought maybe this was something that's already being done. It's insane, but maybe he's in crypto. I think he's crypto streaming, so there's not much you could probably do. But what do you think about that, Ed? If the money dries up, all the fun stops. Don't you think, or no? Because he's making money off this, and you know that, right?
Yeah. You monetize. No, I know. There's a lot of stuff that people monetize on TikTok and stuff that, for me, is not my content, and I don't even know why companies think that this is what they want to promote. But I do believe, like you said, if you want to defund something, you have to stop, giving these young people this information. And the only way you can do that is by parents or adults looking at this and saying, how do we stop our young people from watching this stuff? Like I have a 10-year-old granddaughter, right? We have to put parental code on all of her devices, her iPad, her phone, everything. Why? Because they're still trying to slip stuff in, and it's pretty sad. But we don't want her being exposed to this kind of stuff. It's unfortunate, but that's what you got to do in 2026. You got to do a lot of monitoring. I do that as an adult. There's places on these apps I will never go in. It's just not going to happen.
I agree. Pepe, whatever happened to Baked Alaska? That's another name I was trying to.
Oh, he had to do. I think he had to do some time. He lived here in Scottsdale. He for his January 6th, I think he actually went to the Capitol.
He did. Yeah.
And
feel like he kind of dropped off. I don't know.
It's weird, right?
Is it Michael Biggs, some of the leaders of what the fuck do you call it? Proud Boys. And like I follow their accounts, and I'll see. So Biggs is turned into like, I don't know. I haven't really seen his shit for like maybe a year or so. But it was of course he was pardoned. He was given like a 10 or 15-year prison sentence. For his role in it, but he's like wearing like he's still I can tell they're still trying to do like edgy shit, and be provocative, but they just like fell off. Like nobody cares anymore. Like they were only relevant because they were going out and like Antifa they were a pain in the ass, and they were like the one group that was going out there and confronting Antifa and beating them up.
Right.
And so they were known for that, but we don't have Antifa doing this shit anymore.
Sure.
Well, Jake Long got a concussion or assaulted during his protest.
Another example of a fucking worthless, clout-chasing idiot.
He is a piece of shit. And again, they get to do what they do, and then they get to suffer the consequences. You know how it goes. Now, Dick Shirley. So Dick Shirley, he's not a. So this is what I was going to mention. Is Beaver still here? She's still here. So provocateurs. We need to really define.
I don't think Tyler Oliveira, Dick Shirley, or what you consider trolls. Like even if they are what happened in Minneapolis.
They're not provocateurs.
They aren't, right? No, they're not. They're trolls.
I don't think.
No, they're not. No, they're not trolls or provocateurs. I think they're legitimate journalists. They actually go out and just talk to people. They don't try to start shit or ask provocative questions. They just.
There's people on this app who say, if you're over there on that other side, you're agitating and you're provocating.
No, they just don't like it. This is bullshit. Like the Somali community, it was up in arms when Tyler Oliveira, whatever, he was doing his shit in fucking Minneapolis. They were calling, of course, the Somalis were calling him racist, and it was really funny.
I'm not sorry. As a son of a Holocaust survivor, and I killed him in the 1880s.
He's so great. And then he ends up doing one on, a couple of these townships in, New Jersey, New York.
I'm also proudly married to a Muslim American. Discrimination.
They were clearly documenting things they were doing that was like really, I don't know, I'd say wrong. They were taking over the towns and treating and defunding the programs in the schools for the non-Jewish kids. And of course, a lot of them are on and it's no surprise, and a lot of them are using public benefits because they studied, Torah and instead of working really, and they have a bunch of fucking kids. And then the Jewish community was just like pissed, and he ended up getting his Patreon account banned, all kinds of shit. And they're saying, he's an anti-Semite. A lot of this I think is just political, tribalism. It just kinds of shows like the double standards people have. Like, for example, any of the Jews that called him an anti-Semite, you guys are literally hypocritical. You guys have a small group of your people that obviously are not going to be pleasant to Semitic for telling the truth. I mean, go fuck yourself.
Yeah, to Pepe's point, so what people are doing, like Nick Shirley and Kitover, or something like that, you name, I've got his name.
Jake Long.
Yeah, Jake Long, Adam, Francisco.
Well, I don't think they have real careful comparing Jake Long to Nick Shirley. Nick Shirley is someone I want to have protection.
That's what I'm trying to figure out right now. I'm trying to really sort this out right now.
Jake Lang,
we can't mix them both up.
No, they don't try to
Want to be protesting against the policies of the state of Israel. Go to civic.
They will do like the recording and uncover things, and of course everybody celebrates it when they're uncovering somebody that is not. I won't even get into it. I've already said what I was going to say. But then you have people like, Jake Lang. He's just a total fucking grifter. I mean, what was he doing? He went to protest the Muslim communities in Texas by carrying a tray with a chopped off pig's head with a Quran in its mouth.
Dearborn, Michigan, did the same thing.
Yeah, and it's just like Dearborn, Michigan. We have a shit ton of Arabs. Like, that's real fucking smart. He does, like, the amount of that is like you're literally provoking people when you do that kind of shit. You know, I'm not saying that it's illegal or anything, but
and was screaming at the city council members of Dearborn, just like that they're Arab, obviously, right? It's majority Arab in Dearborn, and he's telling them, "Oh, you guys all need to be fucking deported and get the fuck out of my country. It's the American crusade." Like, it was crazy.
Well,
like, these are
he's a fucking Jew that converted to Christianity like within the last year or two. It is so fucking cringe. Like, listening to this Christian nationalist marker bullshit.
Yeah, he's the guy in New York that went to Madani's thing, you know, with the pig outside his place. In fact, that event is the one where the bomb went off. Remember the guy threw the bomb, whatever thing that was his event. I'm pretty sure that was it. I'll double check it, but yeah, he's a complete idiot. Go ahead.
He also beat people on January 6th with a baseball bat, and he was convicted for this, but he got pardoned for 5.
I wonder if he's a Fed at this point. I mean,
I don't think so. He was posting shit from, they can get cell phones smuggled in from prison, but he like converted to Christianity. He tried to like brand himself, and even in that Carmelo Anthony.
Yeah, they did a protest in the stadium. That was ugly. That was super ugly.
So he's like live streaming from this bus where he's going to Texas, and he's like, yeah, us white people, we don't this. It's like, dude, when were you ever a white nationalist? Like, what is this? And of course, like barely anybody showed up. It was just really, it's just a real
so cringe. And we're not saying
I believe he's a real Christian. I'm sorry, Matt. I don't mean to keep interrupting you. I just really don't like Jake Lang. I feel like he's one of those people that are like using Christianity just to get his point across. Even if he's not a real Christian. Like, it's like he's like making a mockery of the religion. I don't know. That's just how I
that is most of it. To be fair, even though he's like a Jew, I guess I kind of slipped that in because it's far more bizarre for somebody to become a Jew or to become a Christian instead of the people that you see online that they say, oh, I'm super based on Eastern Orthodox or I'm a traditional Catholic, and these people are just wearing it as a fucking uniform. Like, these are not serious Christian people, and like anybody who knows, religious people that have been religious most of their adult life, you know that they're not a bunch of like edgelord racists that hate women and all of the shit that these guys will say. They're just fucking imposters.
Right. But again, Pepe, I got a quick question for you, Pepe. Do you believe that humanity started in Africa?
It's starting to be, just from the experts' mouth, that theory is starting to look like it's unlikely. So where did it start at?
The Africa theory? I thought that was largely accepted. It
was largely accepted, but you can look this up. David Reich, he's the leading geneticist on human populations at Harvard. He's been speaking to the media quite a bit recently. He's had something published that was a little it wouldn't have been published a few years ago, but as they're uncovering new evidence, especially in our DNA, basically there could have been, like, we already know there are prehistoric modern humans that were living
what's your standard
in Asia and all over. So it's like, it's kind of hard to say where exactly they were coming from, because you're finding shit that's a lot older in different locations, and so it's not really, that's why.
But yes or no though, can we not agree that humanity started in Africa?
I can't say that, no.
Okay, so you disagree. So I'm a part of the agreeance that humanity.
Are you a scientist though? I mean, that's kind of what I'm saying.
I'm in agreement that humanity started in Africa, and I do read my Bible, and I do believe that there was actually 12 tribes of Judah.
That's not. But they're anti-evolution. They're anti-evolution. That goes against the science, so that doesn't work.
There were 12 different tribes, so
that's fine. That's not scientific.
Who are the real Jews?
Oh my God!
Are we talking about a racist provocateur claim self-defense? Do we have to go into that?
I don't know. He wanted to come up here and derail. This is silly.
Pierre, can you speak to the topic? Otherwise, just move on. Leave quietly. Thank you.
I'd like to.
I mean, so I will answer to this mayonnaise question.
I didn't make it racist. I didn't make it racial. I don't know who you are, Pierre.
I'm trying to answer the question.
Monica is allowed to
answer the question. There's way too much mayonnaise on this question. So can a racist provocateur claim self-defense if a person decides to attack him? All right, so this statement is sexist because why didn't we involve the women? But that's neither here nor there. Okay, cool. So this is a misogynistic post that we're saying. So a racist provocateur. So no, it's misogynistic. It's misogynistic.
Shut your fucking mouth. I'm trying to clear.
I gotta shut my nigger mouth now. I gotta shut my nigger mouth.
Yes, exactly. Please do that.
No. Oh yeah. I mean, just say the word. I mean, you already have free reign.
Do I have to really move you down?
No, don't do that. We have good dialogue.
Okay, he's allowed to be racist. That's fine. Okay, people say racist shit. There's nobody. You don't need to be.
Yeah, I would love to be. They say that us as black people we can't be racist, but I would love to be racist.
Okay, just answer to the topic, dude. This is irrelevant.
I do not think that, if you provoke someone in a racist, whatever, you definitely can't claim self-defense because, you baited them into that.
Really, after all that was your stimulating statement? I mean, shit. You could have, made fun of the Oreos without the fucking fudge sides, the fucking space monkeys, the see-throughs, the Caspers.
With no license after all of that. Yeah,
dude, no one rides a dick. You're a little fucking kid, man. We know you got the vagina because you're bleeding out again. You really want me to play that game?
You're doing it right now, bro.
Because they may not say this shit, but whining nasally voice woke me up from my fucking nap. Fucking stop bleeding on stages. Your fucking little bitch-ass fucking sounding voice talking through your nose, trying to pretend you're a winner of the Victim Olympics, the Oppression Olympics. So, we can do. You ain't gonna bring shit, dude. You haven't brought shit since you shitted in your mama's womb. You haven't brought shit since you smacked the last slepahoe that you fucking tried to manhandle after she got done with your ass and fucking smacked you out of her fucking place. Dude, the only time you act tough is during cuffing season when you need a fucking check and you need it out of the IRS. So shut the fuck up. Go on, Pepe.
Yeah, it was way too much mayonnaise on that retort.
Really? Mayonnaise? All right, do you want me to say there's too much pile of shit sitting there? There's too much of a dung beetle sitting there fucking crawling? Do you really want me to kind of keep going on that one? Because he may not say it. I'll do it. Jesus Christ, you guys were having a somewhat decent one. It was a nice nap.
Yeah,
I was just listening to you.
Here, I have a high tolerance, but this was so derailing.
Fucking guys buying Walmart weaves and then thinking they're fucking tough. Go ahead.
So that is white boy spasm. Are you done, or you still got some more left in the tank?
We're not playing, but we're moving on.
Fear is a great psychological disease. Life has to be fun. Life has to be energizing. It's fun. It's my life. Being serious.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, so, like, for example, like,
When I cannot give chocolate out of the forest.
I'm responding to Matt. I mean, don't be a rude white. Like, don't be.
I'm gonna be that true white. You said that. I'm gonna be that oppressing white. I'm gonna be that colonial white. I want to bring back the Viking whites. How's that one? I want to sit there and make sure that you're working. I want you off of welfare, EBT. I want black women safe from you.
Engaged in activities with you, just tell me what's up. Like, don't conceal things from me. Because that's where, if I'm actively thriving,
like you're doing right now, kind of, it starts saying mayonnaise, cracker, blah blah blah. Are we allowed to punch you out? And maybe even go further. What are your thoughts on that?
Oh yeah, absolutely. And this is what I was gonna say before I was rudely interrupted by the trailer trash. Like me and Pepe, right? Like I dialogue with Pepe often, like weekly, right? So if I go in here and I call him like a cracker ass cracker and some mayonnaise eating motherfucker, right? I cannot be a victim and be all sad when he be like, man, shut up, nigger.
Okay.
Like you can't. Like you can't because you started it. So and he's trying to finish it. So either you're gonna like go back and forth or it is what it is. But like no, you cannot talk shit about somebody and then expect to like be pampered when they talk shit back. Life doesn't work like that.
Okay.
So
are we making progress?
You've probably seen this Julius on your friend.
That's what you wanted to happen.
She's sitting and she's proof that you don't need to be in a
Oh my God, the Martin Luther King speech of the fucking year, man. Holy cow.
I mean,
can I have him? Can I have the chocolate snow bunny there? Can I take the chocolate snow bunny for a ride now, Matt? Am I permissible? Okay, so here we go. I'm gonna assume that's a yes. So, I let the conversation happen, and I was trying to be nice, but now I'm gonna back up Martin Luther King. Listen, dude. The last time you actually sounded like you had base in the voice was when you were echoing in that fucking tunnel of a hate crime called Your Mama's Womb. That's probably the same as last time you saw fucking pussy. But I digress because you are a walking pussy. You are something that's fucking seriously wrong with society today. You are the guys that fucking can't be counted on to build anything, can't be counted on to do anything. Fuck, you're John at Walmart's in Carol because you're just like, girl, they don't know what I've got. While you snap that fucking fake ass cornrow makeup on your fucking head. You're the motherfucker that tries to actually draw eyebrows on there so it looks like you have a pair. I bet you when she pulls your pants down at home at whatever fucking slut waffle you picked up at the Waffle House, I bet you she sits there and goes, damn, I thought black guys were hot. I guess that's a trope that's not true. You know what? I think you're right. I bet you cry more for women than any woman has spent their time putting their hair up. I bet you're the motherfucker that goes, honey, I want to split the check only because you have $12 in the bank account and you think you can go to fucking Red Lobster. I bet you're pissed that you can't even smuggle out the biscuits to go home. Right? All that shit. I bet you're pissed because daddy left for milk. You ate cereal with water. Anything else you want me to do? You can't even make fun of and colonize a fucking nation. That's like you could have went down any kind of racial stereotypes. You could have fucking attacked it. But you went with mayonnaise. Dude, you've drank more cum than is in the mayonnaise jar. Like, we know that. Don't have a whole lisp and nasally voice in high pitch and then come over here and go, mayonnaise? Like, Jesus. Fucking grow up there and have it and come up with some real fucking white racial slurs. I would have tolerated yeast yeti. I would have tolerated snow bunnies. I would like, fuck that. You could have had all of us. Like, literally, you could have said, hey, Frosty's up there, man. Get fucking going. Get back to work. Shit ought to be there. You should be building shit. But no, you don't have it. You still can't make fun.
So I have two comments.
So y'all, real quick. I have to reply because he went on a tangent.
But after you reply, I'm gonna go.
Wait, I'm sorry. See, again, you have to cut in front of a woman to go ahead and try to be masculine. So why are you cutting in front of the white woman? Why aren't you respecting that fucking crystal clear queen up there? Why aren't you fucking monitoring that fucking, midnight ballerina up there that you never see on the stage? Why aren't you fucking honoring that? Huh? Fucking lack of gentleman, man. I can tell you were raised by a fucking hood rat, right? Because I betcha. Go ahead, Beamer. No, don't come off mute. Don't come off mute. I'm sorry, dude. You can't have it. Your shadow's gonna stay on that wall.
So I had a couple things. I wanted to know. This is my ignorance.
Did you know the most powerful cosmic characters in MCU? There are many powerful cosmic entities in MCU. So let's see the 3 cosmic beings that are very powerful.
What is an costume? That's language that you use something with violent language, and you attack them. Does anybody understand what a costume?
Costing just means it's to abruptly to dump on them, whether it's to be critical, to be insulting, to accuse them of something. Let me look up the definition.
Yeah, what is it called when you like to fuck your cousins and shit like that?
It's called being a fucking black man, pretending you have a do-rag on and thinking somehow, listen, that's your fucking sister, that's not a wife, alright? Understand that shit, okay? Dookie and Ray Ray season is kind of coming to a close. Black women are far exceeding you. This is why they're going, hey, I want white boy winter, man. I don't need these fucking guys walking around with do-rags, fucking fake-ass Walmart weaves, fucking painted nails, thinking they're great with their underwear hanging out with shit stains on it. That's you hollering at them from a fucking BMW from 1980 that's barely held together with duct tape and fucking glue. They don't want you, dude. They want successful men. They want men that they can count on to protect them. They don't need the motherfucker that's going to watch a girl get stabbed in the subway. No. They don't want you. That's your problem in life. Because you know what? Here, I'm advice. Get yourself a pair of pants that fits. Get a fucking shirt that can, get rid of that pregnant pot belly you have on that front. Stop having fucking premenstrual cramps all fucking day, every day. Then work on your voice, work on your articulation, go out and split wood, go hunt a fucking bear, go fishing, go camping, learn to drink bourbon and tequila straight and not ask for a fucking pink drink with a straw and an umbrella in the fucking shit. And then learn to eat fucking meat. Rare. Blue is fucking great. Learn to do that shit. Put down the fucking Popeye's chicken so you don't have fucking grease dripping down your chin while you're trying to yell at some girl. Go for white boy shit. Learn that a 3/4 zip actually looks good. Hey, how about a nice button-down shirt that goes down like every other successful black white man in America that has fucking done great things for this nation. But yeah, I gotta listen to Pookie and Ray Ray and then Pierre. Can't even come up with a fucking black name. You gotta coin it off with some white French band. Fucking A. Stop your shit, man. Shut the fuck up with that bitch ass voice. You don't have it.
Hey, dude. You never go get no pussy.
Hold on. Talking to Bima. So I just Googled it real quick and it said, accosting is the act of approaching and speaking to someone in an intrusive, aggressive, or threatening manner. It often involves stopping a stranger in a public place to make demands such as asking for money or to engage in unwanted interaction.
So I think that there was some report that we were playing earlier from this Chud guy that really sounded like some of that would tap into the realm of accosting. I mean, he went up to this one guy in a convenience store, and the guy was nice and gregarious, and he asked him something. The guy responded, right? The gentleman responded with just live and take it one day at a time. A nice comment, and then Chud tries to push it to the extreme, saying slowly, I don't know about that Ebonics BS or something like that, and then he started calling him.
It was a white cracker that did that.
Right, yeah, but it was this guy that we're having the topic, it's the conversation. So then he started calling him the N-word, but it he's inside the store, he repeatedly kept calling him and like loud across the store, like, come on.
Dima,
Like, I don't know how many times.
Dima and Matt, do you guys remember the girl that walked around pretending she was twerking her ass and smacked white people saying that's for colonization? And then some fucking hood rat like Pierre smacked her upside the head and she's like, I did nothing to deserve to get hit like this, right? And it was all fucking comical because guys were all like, oh my God. And then she tried to play the racial thing, and it ended up being that she caused her problem because guess what? She was hanging around Pookie and Ray Ray like this guy. She was hanging out with this guy right here. So, you know what? Yeah, you get to defend yourself. You just got to be able to back your words up. Like, people like they're only tough online. They don't amount to much in anywhere else. And McDonald's assistant manager of the fry cook section, I mean, shit.
You cannot
really? I can. Amazing. I can. That's so many years ago. I know. You box like once like a fucking month or something like that. You like once saw a gym in a punching bag and then you thought it was great. And now you box. Once you box right now is jerking off. Like, yeah, you just try putting the plastic bag on your head and breathing deeply. Because that's about the only extent there. I'm going to help you with that big farm abortion thing you wish to have.
You want to beat me?
Beat you? Beat you, dude? Fucking who's on this stage? Fucking Bima, Nye, Coco could beat you. What the fuck do I need to beat you for? You couldn't even get past the first round with him.
For real though. Like, you couldn't stand a chance at all.
Really?
Never knock you the fuck out.
Yeah, right. Dude, your Call of Duty days playing video games on a fucking PS1 is not going to be fucking great. Dude, Atari wants their fucking logo back. They're not going to go with Tyson's knockout, dude. I mean, shit. You are not fucking smart, intelligent. You have an IQ of like 10. Shit. I think the dog has more than you. Like, fuck. I mean, shit. You know what? I'm sorry I didn't leave you with a baby brother or sister, man. I know it hurts. You gotta grow up alone. You gotta hang the pork chop around your neck to get the pit bulls to play with you. I got you, right? I got you. Yeah, I know. That weight's game. Go ahead, Bima. Go ahead. Look at your voice, dude. Listen to your voice. Listen to your voice, dude. Go practice that. Record that shit.
You like hearing my voice, don't you?
No, I don't, man. If I was a guy and I talked like that, I'd probably fucking murder myself. Like, really? I still conquered you. I still come out on society on top over you.
Okay, just a second. I'm gonna play something. This was the day before this guy got shot. Okay, listen. He's streaming. This is him in his own words. Check this out.
Yeah, I don't know how to convince you guys that I'm literally a fucking single guy with a camera. Somebody could come up and try to kill me right now, and there's nothing I can do about it, but I'm protected by the Lord, and I believe in His divine protection.
Oh my God.
Other than that, I'm literally a sitting duck.
And he's sitting just in a city street while he's recording this. Okay. Oh, it's
It sucks.
He said it sucks in the end. Isn't that interesting? First of all, I can't believe the gall this guy had the nerve to invoke God. I don't know what to say to that. But he said something was up. This was yesterday. That's crazy. And so remember now, even that this was yesterday. Now the day before, or I think this was yesterday. The day before yesterday, he had gone into a store. A restaurant, and he sat down. I don't know the full details. This is very loosely what I understand happened. He went into the restaurant. I think maybe the restaurant got wind of who he was, or maybe not. Whatever it was, they asked him to stop streaming and to leave. He had ordered, his tab had accumulated to over $350. It was like $373 or $380, something like that, okay? So he decided not to pay it, and he left. So then he left, and he's walking on the street. The cops go get him. However it happened, the FBI then got him the next day and caught up with him, the FBI, and said that it was related to that incident. They took his phones and all of his,
They wanted to question him regarding something else.
Right, but they also collected his phones. Do you want to hear his account of that? Are you guys interested?
No, I know. They wanted to know if he was. So there's a guy, I've talked to him plenty of times, but he goes by the moniker Handsome Truth, and he's the leader of this neo-Nazi group called Gordon Defense League, and he's also a streamer that would do all of his shit live, and they're basically just questioning about him and his involvement with him. And they're not involved with each other, apparently.
Listen to this real quick, okay? This is him again.
These people took all my phones. There's evidence of the crime of me streaming, me walking out, disorderly conduct. I don't believe that for a second. I don't believe that for a second. And it basically got to the point where they were like conceding in a way. Like, listen. Like basically saying like, we got nothing on you. And after talking to you, we actually see like, as humans, want to just give you this piece of advice. They're like, you know where this shit's going. This shit only escalates. And I do know this. I just have profound faith in the Lord that things might not go the worst way possible. Which is anybody getting hurt. Because I don't want to see anybody getting hurt. And they basically said, yeah, regardless on which way it goes, whether you get killed or you have to defend yourself and you end up killing someone, there will be massive riots. And these guys are basically in charge of preventing these massive riots. Or maybe they're in charge of manufacturing them. I really don't know. The guy seemed like he was a pretty decent person. I still want to have faith in the fucking judicial system and the police and these federal agencies. I genuinely want to have faith in them. But you gotta take everything with a grain of salt, I guess, right? I think it got to an ending point where it was like more of a personal, intimate, hey, can I just give you a piece of advice, man to man, father to father? I don't want to see you get killed. And regardless on whether I have to defend myself in a life or death situation, the ramifications of that, even if I'm exonerated in trial for something like that, the world would never be the same, and my world would never be the same. In not a good way, not a way that I'm looking forward to. I do not want nothing like that to happen. I don't want any of that to happen. It's genuinely my last desire.
So that was him 2 days ago, and then this happens 2 days later. I'm so confused. The implication of God and the Lord. What Bible is he? Oh, I was gonna say a mean religious joke. I don't think that's Christ that he's following. Yeah, and Mike says, he says, almost sounds like a guy who knew and wanted this confrontation to occur. Do you know what I thought? I thought about, because we just listened to him yesterday talking about how he felt like he was a sitting duck, right? And then he has this confrontation. He has the restaurant situation, the FBI situation. They tell him how it's going to go if he continues on this path. He says he knows, he understands. And it's like, now he is carrying, if he wasn't before. I mean, like, I don't know if he was before or not, but almost like he was planted. I mean, could he have gotten away with, not having to use his firearm from this guy, I mean, I don't know. All speculation, who knows? Mike says that he had it in his head all day, probably thought a lot about it and overthinking everything, almost paranoid. Yeah, I totally agree. Especially after the FBI contacts him and does all this stuff, right? Yeah. I'm not trying to, you guys know how I feel about the Second Amendment, and the ability that we should all have to defend ourselves. So I'll never be swayed on that. However, I definitely see how some people do go down into these isolated, almost paranoia tunnels, and it feeds them. There was this guy that was local. He lived around the area, and he was part of our prepping group. And the guy was overly Second Amendment. It wasn't uncomfortable. Like, everything was about constantly, always gun, have to have it on me, protection. He even hired a company to train 2 German Shepherds for, like, I'm talking like security level. No, I'm serious. Security level. He paid him like $10,000 for each dog to be trained in security, like very like insane. Okay, so he's like going overboard, and what happens? He moves to Texas. He ends up finding himself. This is in the newspaper, so I'm not lying. We could find it right now if we Googled it. Okay, we could find the incident that happened. He is in a car, a fender bender. Okay, the guy, it was a kid. He's in the car with his wife. The gun guy. Okay. I don't know if he hit the guy or the guy hit him, however it happened. I think he hit the guy. He's a younger kid. The younger kid gets out of the car, walks over to his car, starts yelling at the gun guy. Gun guy decides, I don't know if he decides to call the cops first or whatever, but got his gun right away. The young kid goes to punch him through the window, and gun guy shoots him, kills him, 1 bullet, boom, dead. Now, there's so many issues with this, right? People will say, oh yeah, definitely self-defense. I mean, obviously I want to say, yeah, it's self-defense, but also, right, you're in a vehicle. Don't try to tell me that you were threatened. You could fucking drive away. There's a million things that you could have done. And now what did the result? This guy had to go into the secret, the hiding, what is it called when they have to hide your family? He had to go into a secret, what is it called? Does anybody know? Thank you, witness protection, because this guy's family was pissed off, and his family and friends started to harass the family, started to harass his young kids, started to show up, throwing shit through their window, crazy like that, and so threatening him that they were gonna kill him. So now, God knows where him and his family are. I don't know. I didn't stay in contact with him or whatever, but I think like something like that, right? Like that didn't have to happen. And I feel that if he didn't have that mindset, it was almost so. I mean, ultimately, I don't know if this was like a setup, because it's so. I don't know. Does anybody else feel like it's so coincidental that all this stuff happens, and then all of a sudden the actual case happens that he uses a firearm? I mean,
not really, because he was on tour. He's basically doing a streaming tour or some shit like that. Resisting. I don't know if he's back in his home state where this happened, but I mean, he's now known for this, and people there's a private chat that I know Matt said this before. So is Beaver. We've all predicted this was gonna go south. I mean, I don't think there's a coincidence that he was thinking about this, because I was fucking thinking, and so were other people. It's kind of like common sense.
Yeah, and that's what sucks, because he was thinking it. Now it's definitely in the forefront of his mind, and he's still going out to, what is it called? Instigate. He's still instigating.
shit is a psyop. I'm gonna be honest with you. I think all of these internet personalities, all of these podcast people, they all are like one big ass psyop of different personalities and fucking like belief systems and values. Like, and it keeps people glued for some reason. And I think that the Govs is just stepping in because they're starting to realize like how many people actually pay attention to this shit.
So what do you think the purpose of that would be, though? The ultimate purpose?
What do you mean? Like his situation in general, or just like the whole idea around like podcasts and personalities?
No, if it is a psyop, what are they using it for?
To start more racial tension. That's what it's about. Like, you feel me? That they want more racial tension. They're not seeing the racial tension between black and white people like they thought. They're starting to see more black and white people actually team up because they don't. They're starting to agree on like immigration, economics, shit like that, resources, all these fraud and scams that have been going on. And now it's kind of like what happened during like the 50s and 60s. I did a study on this in college, where like the owners of the factories saw that like black and white people, well, black and white men who were working in the factories, they were beginning to agree on a lot of things, like the white picket fence, a good education for their kids, the dog, shit like that. And when the motherfuckers saw that, they sent the niggas to the mines, and they sent the white dudes elsewhere. And then you had that fucking movie about that fucking black dude who did something to the black girl come out later. And it just stirred racial tensions. That's all it did. And that's what you're seeing right now with a lot of this shit. Like, all of these personalities are a new thing to attach your hate to. It's like what you saw with Trump. They do it with Trump all the time. Trump is like supposed to be the face of racism or white supremacy. But those are the brain, though that's not the case. But the idiots who feed into the dumb shit, what they just see on video or what it's clipped as and showed to them, those are the people who bite and take the bullshit and eat the bullshit, and then it spins out of control and fucks everybody else over because they don't understand like what's at play. So it's just stirring up a racial tension, it's stirring up agreement to personality, and then that's what it is.
Is it quiet or is my phone tripping?
Yeah, where's quiet?
Where'd the guy go that was just talking about MK Ultra?
They were just chasing kangaroos in the desert, for example. Something like that. Actually, a couple of other things I wanted to your scientific so I wanted to add two other things. The Reformation and Luther, also the printing press printing in Europe, played a significant role in addition to the two things you mentioned in terms of the progress in Europe and by extension
you just said about the institution, that also makes a lot of sense to me. Your institution, Catholic Church, like just having institutions like that will lead to some amount of stability that will be able to allow for innovation in other fields. Like evidenced by Kepler and Galileo. Even if the institution itself was almost actively like trying to suppress it, I guess there's ways around it. You could say, oh look, we're just discovering God's design. I guess the church was they were okay with that. Like evolution that they were against. That just directly contradicted their whole thing. But things like guns, germs, and steel, I mean, it's obvious how these things are going to lead to, like a rapid growth or just progress. Germs, it causes the necessity for medicine. I don't know who invented steel. Well, I mean, I know they had bronze and stuff back in the day, and iron. I know that probably wasn't European, so it's old. Was steel synthesized in Europe? And who invented the first knives? Yeah. Must have been probably Europe, right? 1600s or 1700s. 88. Sounds like probably.
There's good research here that I'm discovering. Matthew Restall wrote a book, When Montezuma Met Corte, and he's arguing that the context of the conquest of Mexico is more accurately described as a Tlaxcalan-led Spanish-assisted overthrow of the Aztec Empire than as a Spanish conquest of Mexico. Cortez only had 500 soldiers. Had 1,000,000 soldiers.
Now they already had guns.
No, I don't think so.
Cortez didn't have, well,
maybe, but
they might have
weapons or something.
I mean, that's good.
500 Spaniards against Aztecs, empire of millions. I don't know how many soldiers he had with his millions of people, but the fact was that Aztecs were really abusing. They were the abusers of Mexico, and they were holding the other people, the Tlaxcalans, in this kind of state where they had huge taxes to pay, and they would just take their people and sacrifice them. Constant supply of humans, sacrifice. Now look, this is why Christianity is popular. Okay, it doesn't require the sacrifice of anything. Ridiculously, it's based on human sacrifice, but at least it's virtual. You never have to do
sacrifice.
One sacrifice, right? But these guys will
embrace it.
Yeah.
They're like, oh yeah,
Christianity is really cheap. Christianity is really expensive. Very small demands, right? Very, very small.
For a while.
Societies with inclusive institutions, this is what they're saying. Inclusive institutions, broad participation, secure property rights, mechanisms to give ordinary people a state, outperform extractive ones over the long run because extractive systems generate constant defection risk, stifle the innovation that comes from broad participations. The Americas did not have good institutions, okay? There was just a patchwork of domestic terrorists. I'm sorry if that hurts your little ears to hear, but
a network of domestic you're an idiot. I mean, you do this on purpose. Or would you call them domestic terrorists? So stupid. It's also like when you say, like,
What do you think the Aztecs are doing? It's rank terrorism. The empire is terrorism.
That the Aztecs were more like whatever, abusing neighboring populations or whatever. You can say that about every single empire.
No, they were holding everybody in a state of perpetual terror.
I mean, okay, yes, they had crazy parts to their religions. They were doing human sacrifice.
Excuse me, crazy parts to the religion. What if Donald Trump needed to sacrifice one human every day, and he would go into inner cities and scoop up people from different cities every day?
Like Andy said, I get it. How that would not be popular.
That would not be popular. Well, that's one way to put it.
Yeah, that's very obvious. So yeah, that would be the case everywhere. Like, there's probably when the Han Dynasty fell, the Chinese Empire. Like, I mean, you're gonna be able to find this everywhere. I'm sure they weren't to the Koreans and Japanese. They weren't thrilled about the Chinese dynasty. Now you can argue that the Aztecs were probably more brutal. In some senses, they probably were. That's just the culture. Like, you saw the room title that in Pro's house right now?
No, what is it?
Greater.
Oh, odds are we won't have a free election.
Yeah, greater than 0 odds. And something about the election. Okay, now I can. Oh yeah. Odds greater than 0, we won't have another free election. Or ... actually, I don't know. I was gonna say there's more people in there. Aisha, David, Pro, Dennis, Otter. Actually, no, it's 9 more people. I'm surprised John is not in there. Well, I guess John's not on there. Like, I'm not so worried that we won't have a free election. However, then it is time to ring the alarm lights big time. Then we have a real problem. I still have hopes that our institutions, will hold. I mean, because them just saying odds greater than 0. Probability, just say probability greater than 0. You can say probability is always greater than 0. Even in, the 90s, during the American heyday, where probability was also greater than 0. But Christina said, Benjamin smokes weed? What?
Yeah, I have no idea. Hi, Ali.
Yeah, hi. So, I think Benjamin, not I think I know, he talks about or brings out some highly provocative kind of ideas or things that on the first glance may appear to be almost serious, stupid, biased, racist, what have you. But I think it's worth examining these things. Not necessarily because to prove them right or wrong, because then we start exploring different things, different ideas. and how things will come about in terms of the technological advancement and stuff we talked about. Even though he started with something that appears to be on the face of it, it's absolutely silly. And so I do appreciate that. That acted for me. It provokes me or makes me to think of that, and who could be supporting him, or finding things that maybe have something to say about his thesis there, it may not be correct at all, or maybe substantial. So that's where Benjamin is, and I do like that. I appreciate that.
Yeah, they're not really stupid. A lot of times he's wrong, but being wrong is not really peace. They're usually, what you said, at least kind of like thought-provoking, or at least make good discussions, good debates. Like if he was just uttering stupid things back every day, it would get to a point where we're not even willing to hear about it. That's never been the case. This guy, he draws crowds. Hey Ali, can you help me get the House of Reason back?
Wait, Ali. House of Reason back? Did you lose it?
Oh, well, okay, well, Sam, tell me what I need to do. I will.
Yeah, dude, it should take like less than a minute. I mean, yeah, dude, this is a new account. So I got banned for posting a meme of like Andrew's head on a plate or something.
Oh, I see.
They never really told me that's the reason, but they told Daniel Nero, that was the reason he got banned. And I did it too. It was me holding Andrew's. It was like a meme. Thankfully, Daniel said he emailed them, and they responded. I emailed them a few days ago, they still haven't responded. He said, I don't know, I'm trying to get the account back, hopefully, but if not, I don't even care that much about the account, but I care more about the house. So, yeah, dude, can you help me real fast? Look, just click on your own profile, go to your little club, your house, right? And click on the approaches and click on.
Hey, Ali, before we run into Bro's room, because that's where I'm going to go, I have this thought, because I think, there's something about our conversations when I put out something that's really provocative, and we do tend to have a good conversation, and we explore and we learn some things, and we found out about, like, the Nobel Prize in 2024, reviewed that, and the literature. It's good, right? So here's one thesis, is that when I say this, like, provocative stuff, like, all the snowflakes leave. They blow up. It explodes their brain. It hurts, and they disappear. And then whoever's left has a reasonable conversation, because all the precious snowflakes are gone. That's his thesis.
Well, yeah, he's saying that happened today. It happened with Brian.
Doesn't it happen every day, though?
I mean, it happens quite a bit.
Like, the reason I have good conversations is because of all the people I repel.
Oh, man.
I'm gonna go visit Pearl's room.
Anyway, hold on. Don't close the room. So I was just,
I won't close the room.
Yeah, you can go. I'll be there right now. So click on your profile. And go down, look on the houses, look for the House of Reason.
Okay.
Okay,
it says one member.
One member? What?
Yeah, House of Reason. Let me see. It says one member, House of Reason. Yes. Let me just find out more about it.
Wait. My House of Reason? The one with like Socrates statue?
No, it says H. Just the letter H. I know that what I'm saying in here, what I see, it's basically a square and has an H, letter H right in the middle of it, and it's called House of Reason.
No, so
one number.
That's a different House of Reason. Look for the one with Socrates.
Okay, let me see.
Let me search for it.
Yeah, put in searches, you should find the one that has 3,600.
Yeah, I might have seen it. Just 1 second. Okay. One more. House of Reason. All houses. Search houses. House of Reason. Okay. So I'll find two. One is the soccer team. Okay, I got it.
Yeah, so click the soccer team one. Open it, you'll see it says 3,000 members, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now click the three dots on the top.
Okay.
Right above it.
Yeah.
And then go down to members. See where it says members 3,000?
Members 3. Yeah, okay.
Okay, click members.
Yeah.
And now you should see yourself at the top. You have like a little plus sign next to it. These are like admin there.
No, I see it. These are right on the top, yes.
Okay. Where it says search members, just type in CM. Type in CM.
Okay.
Go all the way down and look for me, this account. CM, it says not smarter than ER.
Not smarter, just thinking. It's right on the top of the list. Okay.
Okay. So does it have like a thing that you can like a little drop down menu?
Yeah, it's a member is expanding. Okay.
Yeah.
It says remove from the house, give one-time invite, make an admin.
Yeah, so make me an admin.
Okay.
Just like that, like I can open rooms and stuff.
Okay, add admin. Okay.
Yeah, that's it. Just like, yes, click make admin, and I think that should be open. That's all I just use.
Cool.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, man.
Yeah, sure. Talk to you soon. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to I don't know if you wanna go there.
Yeah, I'm got things to do. Okay, good. Yeah, talk to you soon.
All right, thank you so much. Yeah, see, I appreciate that. Perfect. Thank you.
Double the beat, bro.
Well, I mean, because all I can do is run, because I can't even do bench presses anymore. If I take a 30-pound weight, like a kettlebell,
I was gonna say you put your little dumbbell.
Dude, if I get a 30-pound kettlebell and I take it and I raise my hand above my head, my shoulder will dislocate.
Eesh. That's mad team right there. Damn. That's fucked up.
Well, all I do is run, dude. And drink beer and smoke weed and smoke cigarettes and tell the world go have a good day.
That's how my pops said. He just his buzz, smoking cigarettes, and go about his day. I don't think he's ever gonna quit smoking.
Until the day I die, bro. Until the day I die. Like, seriously. Like, if you get diagnosed, like, oh, lung cancer, it's terminal, like, okay, you should smoke. I'm like, why not? I'm already...
I guess it's still the same. I just felt like that new piece of information, kind of like, I love a good roast battle because they get out of order. So I can't agree with that already. I didn't know Kevin Hart had enough.
You lower your wing, you height your wing even. It's not even lower one so you know how humble that is.
Hours at a time, so we had to just listen to this motherfucker talk about how much he sucked dick and he liked pink dick and all the Vienna sausages in his ass and all that type of shit. We had to witness all of that shit. But again, he doesn't have half of the accolades that I have. And it's clearly true.
First, it's pronounced accolades. Secondly, fucking employee a month at the fucking Delta Sonic car wash does not make it. Like, when you're handing out rags on the corner to, like, fucking wash windows, what are you doing? How tell, hey, dude, I don't know what you've been sucking on because it's either crack or a cock. I don't know. But again, you came out. Again, I gave you the opportunity to batter up. You were on the plate. You were like, fuck, that picture, that fucking goat, that fucking White Mountain snow-capped fucking king fucking Kong that dragged his ball sack across my face and then hit me in the ass, pulled my hair and said, get down, bitch. You decided to say, hey, I'm going to come out there and give this epic speech, and it was going to be weakness and here in your Marge Simpson voice, how bad I am to you. And you know what? Here's the crazy part. I'm not wrong. I'm 100% right about who and what you are. You're feckless, you're spineless, and if I could, I would literally go back in time and tell your mother, like, dude, just stop at oral. Just get this fucking nut over with. This is not the nut to fucking get pregnant with. I would literally tell her, I'll give you $1 million just to spare this fucking episode right today. So you don't have it, you don't get it, you don't win it, and you don't have it. And nobody's gonna cheer you on except for maybe the fucking incel fucking white boys that are gonna fucking try to get their goat in. Because these guys never left their mama's basement and they're still begging for fucking mama's milk from her titty. So take your fucking quote half gay ass, go find those guys, go to your circle jerk group, go on some fucking Reddit forum, and fucking suck each other off talking about how the world needs to be along with. Anything else? Jesus Christ. And when I say I have chores, I have like wood to stack, I have fucking walls to finish, I've got fucking a whole shit ton because I, unlike you, bought a very large expensive place and I can fix this shit. You can't. You can't. You know that? You can't even pay fucking rent in a rent controlled unit. So spare me what you have fucking going on. For me, chores mean actual fucking labor. For you, they mean you have to actually go out and go to the dollar store and fucking take a bus home. That's your idea of chores. We're two different men here.
Yeah, I don't pay rent. I live in a family house.
I knew it. Holy fuck, this thing just keeps getting better. You're half gay and you live at a family house. So you are truly Pookie. Holy shit. How does that go with women? Hey, Nye, you know what? You looking fine. Oh my God, girl. You know what? You're an enchantress. You have the look that would haunt a man to circumnavigate the globe to get back to you. Will you come over and hang out with my fucking mom, my fucking family house? I'm living in the garage of my aunt's place. It's in the bed. I've got a cot next to the fucking water heater. What the fuck, dude? Told you. Get a fucking dress. Get a fucking job. Get it fucking on your feet.
So my family owns like over 50 properties in the southeast. I can just go to any one of them and just live if I want to. For free. I was gonna pay the electricity.
You're fucking killing me. You're fucking. I can't make this shit up. The man, you gotta take over. I got shit to cover. You can't make this shit up. I win. It's not. Wait. Anybody else doubt me that I'm on? Wait. No. No, man. You don't have black privilege. You don't have fucking any privilege, dude. You're living next to a water heater in the basement on a cot. Talking about your family owns 50 properties. Ooh, what are you, a fucking black Donald Trump? Do you have the orange weave in the hair? Is your skin going like a caramelized Cheetolini color? What do you have going on? Do you like really rub the what are they called? Cheese puffs on your arm to make yourself look like Trump? Do you? Fucking. I don't want to have a conversation with you. I want you to give me the fucking tell me how gay you are, and I want you to move out of your parents' basement. I want you to move out of your parents' basement. Holy shit. No wonder your daddy must slap your mom every night going, fuck, we screwed up. That's the night you told me I couldn't use the back door. You hear this? This is your dad knocking on the back door. This is your dad going, hey, honey, you should have did that shit. You should have did that shit. Live with your mommy. You are you're a grown-ass man. You are fucking supposed to be a man, and you have a nasally Marge Simpson voice. What does she do? Pour your fucking Cheerios out there? Oh, wait, do you have Cheerios or do you have those generic O's? What do they call them? They got O's, like whatever the fuck it is. Like, I don't know what you got going on in your hood. Do you have those?
his period. Let me know when he's done with his period.
Dude, I'll go buy you a box of maxi pads so you can strap them on whatever fucking furniture you're having. You can bleed all over that shit. You can gut up, man. Go ahead. At least thank God we know you're not pregnant. Fuck. Thank you. God, thank you. Yeah, go ahead. Jesus Christ, Allah Akbar, fucking Bahamajean, baby Buddha, fat Buddha, happy Buddha, whatever one I gotta pray to. Come on, motherfucker. Make sure this guy doesn't get fucking pregnant.
Wow. I'm gonna have to set up a crime scene around this stage.
Yeah, this dude definitely does not have more money than my entire family. He doesn't even have more money than me by himself. He is a loser. He has to project. He has to yell for hours and then talk about all this gay shit. Like, that's that white boy shit. You are a white boy. Nigga, your bitches don't even want you.
White boys like me, they're like, I want white boys. I want money. I want a home. I want a guy that can build me. They want fucking 800 different. I want that for you. I want to give you babies. I'm going to cook you meals when you get home. I'm going to allow you to do this because you're going to build me a cabin on 22 acres. Oh, your ass is living off of people. You didn't do shit. You lived in mom's basement and thought that was a flex. You thought that was a flex.
Bro.
No, bro. I don't homo. Like, no, bro, I don't do homo. Well, no. I said I'd make you my bitch. But that's it. You can't, it's not gay. You just gotta breathe in all time. Go like this. Ooh, like they do in the bars. You just hold that shit up there, you know? You know how when women give birth, you do those breathing exercises, you'll be alright. Grab each cheek, spread over, you're used to that position. All you and the homies do that. Fucking A, live at home with mom and dad and act like you're gonna flex. Because you got mom and dad to pay your fucking bills while you live in their fucking HUD house. Get the fuck out of here.
So you're doing with your mayonnaise freak out. You're acting like black generational wealth is something that doesn't exist.
You don't have generational wealth. You are living at home in mommy's basement. Generational wealth means a completely different thing. Secondly, nobody is going to have kids with you sounding like Marge Simpson. Nobody's going to do that. And that Walmart weave, again, you got to get rid of it. That fucking Costco corn roll is not going to fucking impress women. You can't do that shit, man. You gotta fucking cowboy up. You gotta sometimes take it square in the face. You gotta let it hit you. You gotta let it drag all over you. You'll get used to it. It's been happening to you your whole life. Fucking put a suit on. Get a fucking job. Move out of mommy's fucking basement because that's just shit embarrassing. And fucking go on and fucking make it. You don't have generational wealth. You don't have fucking anything. You live in mom's basement. So stop, spare me about all this fucking black generational wealth. You don't have it. And knowing your dumbass and how you sound, you're gonna fucking waste it on fucking Popeye's chicken, fucking Mountain Dew, and fucking Cheetos.
I think he left. Holy shit.
Hey, Brad. Hey, Matt.
Oh, shit. Dumpster, what's going on?
Yeah, hey, it's me, Stephanie. I got clipped a few weeks ago.
Who would clip Steppy? That's strange.
Yeah, I don't know, but I got put in the bad boy space.
And his apology.
Thank you, my guy. Good seeing you.
Nice to see you there, son.
Brad, you feeling good?
No, actually, I was really excited to hear more of what Coco says. I just can't stand Pookie's coming up. And fucking, like, her and I have been, like, pretty much, you know, really rocking it out and having, like, really great comment. Like, every time they comment, it's kind of nice to hear. And I like listening to them. But, I mean, fuck, man. Like, I can't stand some of these cats on here. Literally, the motherfucker said he's half gay and he lives at mom and dad's house. And then he wants to talk to me like he's a full fucking man. Like, what happened to men in this era? Like, I'm not kidding you. I know a lot of you guys are men. Like, I'm not busting your balls. But when did we allow these fucking, like, testicle ropes? We should, like, do, I don't know, bring back fucking Sparta. Like, only those strong survive. You know, that kind of shit. Let's forgive a lot of our transgressions, not the horrible fucking shit, but they'll be like, yeah, you know, man, if we actually worked out, could see our own dicks, fucking ate healthy, provided, built, defended, and sat there. You know what? Women would be like, yeah, you know what? I'm gonna leave the office early. That guy's coming home, and I am gonna give him the best fucking humdinger there is. That guy's, I'm gonna suck the sheets from his asshole to his cock. That guy's soul is going to leave the body. He's gonna elevate by the time I'm done with him. But you know what? We can't do that. You know, and it doesn't take much, guys. Literally, remember to buy flowers once a week, send fucking postcards, write letters, literally sit down and learn to write. I know you guys are all used to iPhones and shit like that, but actually write a fucking letter out, telling her how she means to you, what she means to you. Fucking take her out on a date. Just because she's living with you or married to you doesn't mean you stop fucking dating. You take them places. You go on trips. You build an empire with her. Because you know what? The game is the fucking game. And you have to have your fucking women come to you and have it. You want to know why your grandparents lasted 60 years? Your grandfather wasn't no halfway fucking pookie. He was a man who went to church on Sunday, dressed in his finest suit, who went to work 5 days a week and didn't complain. Gave his paycheck over to his wife and his kids, and if they went without, he fucking made sure he doubled up and fucking worked his ass off. Now, some of you had shitty family members. I understand it. You're like the fucking small portion of it. But you know what? There is a vision of what a man can be and what should be. And you should fucking have it. Fucking hey, this is all women been asking for.
Damn, dude, I've been fucking it up. I got 20 years in. I ain't never had my wife suck my dick through the sheets or however you said it. Man, I must be fucking shit up. Man.
Buy her flowers, write her a letter, take her out on the town. You know what? Spend money on the expensive bottle of wine. Don't go for Timus, get actual good wine. Not the fucking Kool-Aid package with a fucking fancy Italian label. Get her good fucking. Yeah, and take her out and take her for an experience. Don't just go to the fucking, what's a fucking restaurant that fucking pookies go to?
So, Hail Mary, Mother of Grace, just learn it, okay? And then, Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Learn that, okay? And then accept Jesus Christ as Lord and Savior. And then we'll save your life.
Hail Mary all the way if you're doing it.
I didn't want to bore everyone.
I even want to. If you convert a Salafi to a Christianity, that is odd.
Yeah.
That's
already been done.
Well, that's right. That's right.
Sufis now. We're going for the Sufis. We're going for the Sufis. We have Benny Adam. We have Sufi. We have what's it?
Honestly, Illumi would convert a Salafi to Christianity.
I think that's even more We believe in you.
Now it's his turn, and now Illumi has to convert somebody.
Yeah, definitely go with that Joker next.
Yeah, he has to convert somebody.
Are you kidding me? Like, why would
He has to convert someone else.
That's
his job. Yeah, he has to now convert somebody.
You know what I think about? I think Illumi will need exorcisms, a couple of them, before he'll convert properly.
He'll convert them to Christianity so he can debate them.
It takes a long time. It takes a long time, bro. It's not an easy process. With Soul, we're going to force him, we're going to skip a few processes, but with Illumi, it's going to take him at least 3 years. I'm being dead serious. It takes a long time.
I believe in Unitedtron. Keep forcing it.
A lot of people heard the message of Jesus, and it took them 9 years. 9. And there's others that to continue to deny it. But with Soul, he doesn't have a choice. He doesn't have a choice. We're going to make the choice for him. Okay, Soul.
Are you saying that's a pilot program for the new acceleration program?
Rabbi, we're saying he's going to accept Jesus as his personal Lord
Lord and Savior. And it's going to save his life. It's that simple.
That's it. And within in him, in the unit of the Holy Spirit, in us, Father, forever and ever. Amen.
Amen.
May the Lord be with you.
And be with you also.
Lift up your hearts with the love for the Lord. It is right to give thanks and praise.
As it is in heaven, shall it be on earth.
How we're getting down here, alright, with the Sufis. You know what they told me when I used to hang out with Mahdi all the time? Soul and all of them. You know what that guy told me? What was his name though? Johnny. Johnny told me, if you're not gonna eventually convert to Islam, you can't hang out with us. But he told me, there's no point of you hanging out in these rooms. Really?
Okay. Well, they don't decide.
Johnny. Johnny.
I'm just mean. Really?
We're going to make
She
them
said
love
that to me. When I said that, you know what they said to me? Yeah, that's right. He should say that. That's right. He's not wrong for saying that.
Hey, Tron, I'm going to find these people. Okay, sorry, I have to live with this.
We're following El Jari's rules. We're following El Jari's rules. We learned something.
You're an eternal life, Daniel.
Forever and ever. Amen.
Amen.
I just handle the snake. That's all.
This is strange. Johnny boy doesn't talk anymore. This is so strange.
How is everyone today?
You?
I can't complain. So it was saying that this room is only intended for those who intend to convert to Islam.
No, not different, but different.
Different. No.
Oh, because otherwise, la ilaha illallah.
With their weird shit, okay?
They
And less than I was favored, and I
Yeah, some days we're leading with the sword of Islam, but then it's Christianity. Are you ready to take the poll?
I'm ready to think Constantinople, not Istanbul.
Good. Getting closer to Rome. Getting closer to Rome, buddy.
Check out my snake. It's really cool.
Yeah, I saw that. I looked at it. It's fucking awesome. Did you make that?
Mm-hmm.
I really like it.
We got a Jason Bourne.
I really get turned on when he talks.
Oh, Jason Torn. That was Bourne. Jason Torn. Oh, now it's Torn.
No, he's always been Jason Torn. What are you talking about?
Call him Jason Bourne. Maybe because this is what I want to see.
I like Jason.
Yeah, me too. Even though he did like me, he wasn't allowed to like me. And I accepted that about him because, it was really tough for him to fight through everybody to actually be my friend. So I understand if I can get it,
You're beautiful, Marcus. You should share Daniel's peanuts together. Thank you.
Thank you. But truly, Daniel has a good eye, I think. Especially for the big, humongous melons that he's given me.
I agree. Beautiful melons.
It's like he took my old boobs and put them in Marcus's body.
Yeah, I want to put my boobs in his mouth.
I'm not gonna lie, nice set of tits is nice too, but when a girl has a flat, she wears a nice dress, it's so sexy, bro. You get what I'm trying to say? They can wear different types of dresses, Girls with big boobs sometimes, I'm not gonna lie, it's cool and all. It's sexy, but it's just this is the thing about women.
makes sense? Do you know what I mean?
I know what you mean, Bart.
Yeah, you know what I mean.
Yeah, like you get those like flat-chested girls with the big chewy nipples, you know.
Yeah, Megatron, I shouldn't stop.
You're not even.
I need to take up belly dancing, and maybe that'll help with my menopause belly.
You're Bali, for God's sake. You're from Pakistan or from where are you from? Aren't you from what is they calling it? It's not India. It's where Islamic is from.
Bangladesh.
Bangladesh.
I don't know how to dance, but we were taught how to belly dance from like childhood. And then need to dance like, yes, no, sure, auntie, so cute.
Chuck, what's up? Why are you here, Chuck? What's going on? You must be really fucking bored if you're in my room.
What's up, Chuck?
Oh,
I'm actually in Nargis's room. I'm Nargis. How are you?
well, this is Nargis's room.
I
Just
not
saying,
my room. This is whose room is it? It's not in the house, so I don't know who's
Bro, I started this room 2 days ago. Do you know that?
Oh, yeah.
That's pretty gnarly.
Also, I'm just Megatron.
Megatron, you look like the guy that like stands outside and guards a room with your PTR. You're like you're gatekeeping.
You see Jim Boulevard? My PTR.
Who is that?
It's not GTA pick. This is like a real GTA pick.
Are you gonna play GTA 6 when it comes out?
Nah, I haven't played video games. My God, no.
That's supposed to be a freaking, what's his name? Mikhail. Nick Mikhail and me. Sick. I don't know. I could upload that into ChatGPT and write a whole fanfic, sort of like romance novel story around it. Who? Soul doesn't like it. He's putting an X.
Well, Soul's not allowed up unless he converts to Christianity.
No, he's on your stage. On your stage.
Oh.
No, I didn't do that. All you need is that.
Let me get the sword out. Hold on.
Sorry, so there's this thing with like Amish romance novels. Like if you go to like any library in like Pennsylvania or Kentucky or Southern Ohio or Wisconsin or Tennessee or whatever, they're gonna have a whole effing section, particularly in the rural areas, of nothing but Amish romance novels, right? So like, would it be bad if you like use AI to generate Amish romance novels, but then like publish them on paper? Like, it would be kind of like fooling them into like reading like computer generated stuff. I don't know.
As long as so that actually would work, except that they use AI. Well, just let me point out a simple thing is that the Amish don't speak English, they speak Pennsylvania Dutch. So we would first have to train AI to know their specific dialect.
No, they do speak English. I've been around plenty of Amish people. The Pennsylvania Dutch is like what they use when they don't want people to understand them or when they're just among each other, but they all speak English.
Okay, no, but their romance novels are going to involve Pennsylvania Dutch.
The Amish woman inherits the land. Men pursue her. She finally finds a man that's supportive of her.
But aren't all the Dutch? So if you imagine Amish porn, all of it would be in Pennsylvania Dutch.
Have you ever seen like an Amish courting ritual?
No, I'm just imagining.
Particularly among the people that have like really strict ordinance, like.
How would you actually write this novel without Pennsylvania Dutch? Is what I'm asking.
Again, I've read many. I've spent time in Amish areas. I've read these novels. Like my boyfriend, who lives in Kentucky, is across the street from a library in Robertson County, Kentucky, and they have the whole Amish novel section. And I would spend a couple weeks at a time there during the summer, and I would read these just for hoots and giggles. So you don't need Pennsylvania Dutch, no, but it's fun to throw a few words in there now and then. If I can learn all of the dialect that's used in the Dune series, I could
do an AI novel, Amish romance novel of Pennsylvania Dutch, so, which is actually German, but you know.
In Pennsylvania, Corey, is that where you spend time with the Amish?
No, northern Kentucky.
Okay.
And also Tennessee. There's lots of Amish people in Tennessee.
You're in Tennessee. I'm in Tennessee now.
It might dox someone we both mutually know, but I will just say somewhere east of Nashville. Or excuse me, somewhere west of Nashville and somewhere near Chattanooga. There's a couple communities that I'm familiar with.
Yep. I know. I love you.
Look at my picture that came out messed up. But if you see what I'm trying to do here, doing Mikhail's came out, I'm trying to fix it.
The fuck is my hands are white, my face is orange. His hands are black, his face is brown. We've completely lost coloring on
No, it's all messed up. No.
This is lovely actually. Oh, I like it. Yes.
Bro, I'm trying to get it where he's holding his head.
You're gonna making a clip for this right now? I'm not even kidding.
Yeah, no.
It was a simple thing that poor Daniel made with a platter of strawberry jam.
That's why I think they did it like that so that it doesn't look like that. You get what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, but I mean, it's a great picture. I'm not sorry.
Yeah, take the screenshots. I'm deleting it.
I did. It's lovely. She looks like my sister. He does not look like Mikhail.
Well, we're not trying to dox him. We're not trying to dox Mikhail.
Yeah.
Dude, that one is fantastic. Yeah, Barth. It's a chainmail? Oh, you're talking about the one that I did with both of them? That one? Oh, the first one. What song did you put in there? You get that? That's cool. Fucking dope, right?
Are there no other two people you can use for your pictures?
It's in my picture, so there's a bunch of pictures out there. Some have faces to them. If they either wearing masks or something.
Soul's still being salty, and he hasn't accepted Jesus. I just want to let you know.
We'll let him sleep on it tonight. He's had to sleep on it. Probably, tomorrow morning.
Sweet. Oh my God! Welcome, Dr. C. Everybody. Welcome, Dr. C.
Thank you. What have you guys been cooking tonight? What's on the menu tonight? What's on the menu tonight?
We have been preparing just for this moment, just for your arrival, and you come just in time. As our honor, we love you.
We love you too. Gracias, muchas gracias. What's on the menu tonight, ladies and gentlemen?
Well, I'm serving trouser steak. I can see it right here.
What are you serving?
Trouser steak.
Nothing less would be expected from you, Cora.
I'm serving rationality just so that you could eat it with a pinch of irrationality.
Wrong answer.
And I'm
serving logic, so you can eat it with a pinch of illogic.
Right. I already am stuffed with rationality and logic. What else is on the menu?
Yeah, on the menu. Let's keep track of. Let's get back to the topic. The topic is scientific proof of the Quran, and we have just the person for that. So let's do it.
Did you just change this?
Great at that.
Did you just change this topic right on my arrival?
No, your scientific explanations of the Quran are fascinating. Please,
We love you. Oh my. Yo, wait till you see this one. Oh my god. This one is so.
Yeah, but Daniel, I did tell Dr. Z, and I'm being serious here, guys. Like, I think some people are kind of using her. Like, she spent time doing this, and I appreciate like any kind of work. Sometimes even if it's irrational, that is being done in any field, right? So that seems to be like quite the liking for this approach, the scientific approach. Kitty, you're not listening, but just sending hearts to Daniel. So I think that could.
I'm really sorry. I was thinking
okay,
about his penis. Okay.
That's disgusting, you fucking. So I'm saying there could be a possibility. 1 second, you ADHDs, you animals, I'm talking.
You'll just see my picture.
Okay, that's very sacrilegious. Sacrilegious. Please continue, Nargis. I'd
Is
like
there any way you could like, oh my god, this is beautiful.
Oh god.
This
Literally.
is so wrong, but so beautiful.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, it's so beautiful.
That fucked up.
Megatron, this is bomb.
Love.
Bro, he'll want to sleep with
The halo of Jesus without, like the insignia left and right. Do you want a depiction of like Muhammad and Aisha? Like, is that what you want?
This is beautiful.
Quality
Okay. And me who hates him still finds this beautiful. Oh my god, why is his hair, his hairy chest not hairy?
Because obviously he's had open heart surgery. Look at the scar down the middle.
Oh yeah. Oh my god.
I was like, why is there like a surgery scar in his chest? It's kind of interesting that I chose to put that there.
It's beautiful.
Barth, that is
magnanimous.
do that, dude.
It is Daniel spectacular.
The complex is going to be just like you're fanning the flames of it. Oh, I have so many more better pictures of Mary and Jesus that I'm gonna put. It's like amazing. There's so many.
Bad boy, Megatron. Bad boy.
Oh bloody hell! This is gorgeous. Thank you.
I love how you're using the Jane Fonda aerobics workout Nargis picture. You like that one, Nargis?
I do love it.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're very, very
sick. Do you think I could put in the one where, the one you made with, where you've tried the golden ratio? How are you enjoying this, Daniel? How obsessed are you?
I love it. It's fun. It's not as easy as you would think. So if you have some idea as to what you want to make, you kind of, if you really have an idea of what you'd like, you have to redo it like maybe 10 times, 20 times, little tweaks. So it is challenging in some ways.
He explained to me, Nargis, that as he was trying to augment the props with ChatGPT, it was so fucking bad. He was like, I had to explain like I'm a doctor and that it's imperative that it makes it larger. And he's like, no, make it larger.
The largest. Big old body boobs.
Yeah.
Oh, stop. Well, this is fantasy.
Look, the overflowing golden ratio to me.
Yeah, wait till you see the others. Moshe, for the sake of decency, I can't put them on.
Yeah, so I one of the chronic miracles that I've been presented.
There is something obviously like quite spectacular.
So I can tell you how they could figure this out. If you guys want to know. It's impossible. They didn't have they didn't have any.
They couldn't. They didn't have microphone.
I'm gonna let you know. You want to let you know? Don't ruin it for me, man. It's like the only miracle that's keeping me away to do what you want, man. Just to ruin it.
every year during the season, there's always going to be maybe one or two queen bees. And then when they're born, and what happens is the queen bee flies really, really high up in the air. What she does is she meets, it literally has an orgy. I'm being that serious. All the male bees, what they do is they try to inject her with like, you know, they fertilize her for her lifespan. But once the male fertilizes the female, male is dead. The only purpose he has is for all of them to group up and like this big huge ball, wait for the queen bee to come up with them to like just, you know, fill her up with her, you know, her lifespan. When she goes out, and most, you know, some follow her, didn't, you know. And then in the wintertime, what's really fucked up is that they treat the male bees so bad. But there's the worker bees, and then there's just like these mating bees. And during the wintertime, things get really, really cold. Inside, and they'll stay nice and warm and try to keep the queen bee nice and warm amongst the others and make it through. But the ones that can't, the male bees, they get pushed out. They literally get pushed out. And then and what happens is they freeze. Now, if the sun hits them, they can come back to life. I think they only have like a little bit of a window to kind of like back to life. But you'll see that most of the male bees get pushed in the winter time. You know what are male bees? You know what are the worker bees and the female bees? Like, you know what they are. Like, if you maintain bees, I didn't mean to kill that for you, Daniel.
Had nothing to do with the claim. Just a long ass explanation from like Natural Geographic. Had nothing to do with
saving the bees. I just wanted to do the orgy thing because that is true. And I think that there's a better way to explain that, but that's exactly what happens there with the female. It is true, they do get kicked out for the winter time, so you can tell.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Natural Geographic. Oh, going back to the claim of the Quran, Daniel, can you imagine?
Suddenly appear every time you want me, just like me. They long to be Dr. Z, Dr. Z.
Killing me softly with her song. Dr. Z's killing me with her song. Turn on my light with his words, killing me softly with his song. La 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 la. La 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 la. Wow. When I joined Clubhouse and one time I entered one of these singing rooms, I heard the most beautiful voice. Fuck, and it was Dr. Z. I was like, shit.
I know, right? But your voice is equally beautiful. Thank you. Your creativity in your voice. Yeah, no, I'm not kidding. I enjoy your karaoke sessions here.
I think even the most leathery cynic would be, you know, would have a difficult time explaining why it is that the Quran knew the universe was expanding. So the Quran suggests in Surah Al-Anbiya 21,
chapter 21 and 30, that the heavens and the earth were once a single unified entity, a solid mass. Now, think of how many thousands of, this is written in the 7th century, at least. How could they have known these things? And that's not the only one. There's the expansion, which is in 51 and 47, 51 chapter. And the heaven were constructed with strength, and indeed we are its expander. So there's this idea of an expansion, and then elsewhere within the Quran, there's an idea of singularity. I'm sorry, doesn't that raise an eyebrow? There's something not natural about that.
Do you feel guilty, Muhammad, and the early Sahaba knew about this miracle and never shared it with the world for like hundreds and hundreds of years? Like they could have really pushed like technology like in the right direction. You know, like does it bother you that they kept all this information themselves, Dr. Z? I mean, do you feel guilty about that at all? I think it was extremely groundbreaking for the time frame that it was revealed in. Yeah, it is absolutely groundbreaking. I don't think they concealed it. I thought that was the foundation to build on, right? Like, cosmic realities God is sharing about his creation, the singularity, the fact that there is an expansion of the universe, and the reflective light of the moon. I don't know. There's so many other things. The cloud formation, alternation of night and day. Do you think that you guys kind of chewed that one out? I don't know. I don't think so, because this foundation actually gave path or created path to so many Muslim scholars, basically, and going back into physics and algebra and mathematics, and one of the if not pioneers, but then along those lines that they started working in that direction. It's sad that it didn't, like, nowadays the Islamic direction is completely different. But back then, this was the foundation, and the scholars banked on that. Early Islamic scholars, excelled in different subjects. Why do you think they did that? This was the inspiration. Quran was the inspiration. The teachings of Prophet ﷺ was the inspiration.
Absolutely, man. There is a rumor, Daniel. Go ahead. Listen to this, man. It's not just one thing. Maybe you could say, all right, singularity, coincidence, expansion, coincidence, and we could go on and on. But there's so many of them that are just weird. So this is from the 57th chapter and the 25th verse. Surah Al-Hadid. We sent down iron, in which is great might and benefits for mankind. So modern science indicates that iron was formed in outer space and brought to Earth via meteors. And I'll do one more. You could go on and on. The orbit of heavenly bodies. The Quran states, this is the 21st chapter and the 33rd verse. The Quran states that the sun and moon move in their own orbits, which contradicts earlier long-held beliefs that the sun was stationary. It just keeps going on and on. And at a certain point, you have to say to yourself, is it a coincidence, or am I just being stubborn and not looking at this text in a way that's honest? I was being so dishonest with the Quran for so long, and at a certain point, when I saw so many of them building up, I said, okay, there's something here. Maybe there was a science that was unknown, that they knew these things. That's my explanation for it, that there were scientists of that in that area that knew. And I do think that there is scientific information within the Quran that couldn't have been known at the time. So that could be extraterrestrial, whatever. You can't ignore all of them.
How many do you ignore? 3, 4, 5, and there's 50 or 60 of them. Dr. C, no, isn't that right?
Well, apart from that, I don't know when exactly the time being relational discovered, but Quran mentions time dilation, relativity of time. One must wonder when was it actually discovered? Prior to the 7th century? Was there any indication? Maybe in the previous scriptures I would give that, but other than that, was there any indication of time being relative and relational to the object? What else? Quran talks about. There's so many things that Quran talks about. You mentioned many. Relativity of the time is one. There was one more thing. The biggest one is the unseen. Like, hello, what you see is not what all it is. The fact that there is a reality beyond your vision, beyond your perception. That's there. Like, our first belief is to believe in the unseen. Believe in the unseen. It's remarkable because shut up. Who is doing this? Listen to me. Believe in the unseen. Stop. I know you guys are trolling, but I'm going to still say it. Believe in the unseen is incredible because that tells you that your reality is just confined to your sense perception. But guess what? That's not the ultimate reality. There are things beyond your imagination. There's things beyond your perception that exist, right? God has just asked us to believe in it, right? That's the fundamental of Islamic principle, that believe in the unseen. And believe in the unseen is not just believe in God, but everything that He created with my knowledge can't access, but there is, right? Starting with the unobservable universe. Well, guess what? I can't observe it, but I'm being told that there is. So, what am I supposed to do with that information? Then you gotta submit. Like, your immediate reality, that the bubble that you live in might not be the only existence. There might be other things that are created that we don't have access to, but we still believe and we still submit. And this is the essence of Islam.
So what's the proof, Ms. Karanti? What's the scientific proof that you guys are talking about?
Scientific proof that was stolen. The Jews.
What was the proof?
And there's tons. There's so much scientific evidence, and we know this, and this is the reason why they kind of shelved themselves away from the world, because they didn't want to let these secrets out too early on. And those greedy Jews.
Now, do you know what those secrets are?
Are you Jewish?
No, I'm not Jewish.
Are you Christian?
No.
Oh, so then this doesn't pertain to you. This is just for the Gnostic. Why are you here? Are you an atheist?
I can't join the room.
Well, no, not if you're
I just came to ask what proof.
Yeah, but what proof do you have?
My proof is Allahu Akbar.
See what I'm saying? You see what I mean about that?
We're calling for Megatron. That's him saying that. That's not me. What you say, Megatron?
Okay, my second proof is La ilaha illallah.
The dude is ranting when you talk.
La ilaha illallah. So you either convert right now, or we're gonna have to kick you out of the room. Sorry. This is what we're doing.
It's not Muslim.
No, I'm a Catholic.
That is what we're doing. That is what we're doing.
I will baptize you right now. You do a small prayer for yourself if you either come back.
To what, Islam?
Not to Islam.
Yes, soul convert. Soul is now.
We'll give you dual citizenship, but it has to be at this point.
First of all, I'm already born into these religions, so I don't have to convert anything, right? But
okay, so
this is your room and stuff, so I understand if you won't let me talk because I have to.
Well, you have to convert.
Like, if this was Islam, I would make you pay. But this is Christianity right now, so it's either do or die. See, at least Islam, they let you pay. If this is, like, the Catholics don't want your money, you either convert or die. You either convert or die. That's it. The Catholicism right now.
That's not how it works, brother.
That's exactly how it works. That's how it works for 1,500 years.
So why is the title about Quran and not the Bible?
It is about the Bible. We're talking about the Bible and the Quran.
But so do you understand what these truths are? Do you yourself? I was trying to ask basically, what did you guys discover as the truth, and do you understand what the real truths to the universe are? And understand, do you understand it's beyond the Quran?
You have to believe in God. You can't even be a Mason if you don't believe in God. What makes you think you could join groups like this?
I believe in God.
All right, that's all you had to say. All right, he's converted. All right, so
that's not converting, bro.
Well, you're gonna ruin it.
I guess.
So this is the thing, right? We're talking about the expansion of the universe, quantum mechanics, time dilation. These are all scientifically proven to be.
Okay, right. I understand that, but most of the fathers of Quran don't understand that. So you do understand that everything is really about frequencies and consciousness. Is that what you understand that, right?
No.
Okay, then you gotta do some further investigation, because this new scientific proof, scientists are always the last to know everything, which means the people that wait for the scientists, they're actually the last to know. Scientists are one of the last people to know anything. The followers of scientists are the last to ever know anything. The people who've already known this truth, like if I show you the guy named Darius J. Wright, people have outer body experiences, and they already know this truth. I listen to them. I already know all this truths to what happens after you die and all that. But it's like, why the masses, they're always the last to know. So it's like, why are you just figuring this out?
That part is true, right? Like, I'm a scientist, right? And fuck, man, I'm always the last to know that there's a party happening somewhere, or just that the guys are going out to a bar. Nobody would.
Yeah, like you have to wait for there's proof there's time dilation in the Quran. Bro, people that have outer body experiences and go through the 7 different realms, the different heavens, they come back and make YouTube videos about their experience, and explain this stuff. So it's like, it will resonate with you because the truth is the truth, but everything is interdimensional. There's multiverses. Everything goes back to consciousness, frequencies, and that's really what it's about. That's why Jesus came. Jesus came to teach people about that stuff. And no, Jesus didn't die for our sins. Like, that's some bullshit. But he did come to teach people about that type of stuff, and he died because of these teachings. So yeah, I mean, that's closer to the truth,
I wish people had a better understanding of what dimensions actually are.
Yeah, I wish people did too. To understand that, there are these different dimensions, right? And the Bible and Quran, they probably explain them, but people don't realize what they're talking about.
No, you're not understanding what dimensions are. Dimensions are simply methods of measuring position and vector, right? And so, like, if you have more inputs, you have more dimensional, like, inputs, basically. So, like, the 4th dimension has 4 inputs. Right, the 5th dimension has 5th. That's how you find the coordinate of it, right?
Yeah, that's right. I mean, to give an example, like, in the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles cartoons, like, Krang is from dimension X, right? So, like, the position, like, if you're in that dimension, is just X, like, it's on the.
So dimensions are basically.
It's just one thing, Taz, really quick, because you said something really that bothered me a little bit. You were like, oh, he didn't die for our sins, but you know how the sacrificial system had, right, with the goats? There was a scapegoat, and then they would sacrifice the other one, and the sins would go away with the other goat. You know how they did it in the Old Testament?
I'm not too familiar with that.
All right. So you know the New Testament that they had the other Barnabas guy, right? From the was it Barabbas, right? And then they had Jesus, right? Mm-hmm. Oh, the old sacrificial system where they used to take two lambs, and the scapegoat, the one that took the sins, they would let go. You know, all the sins would be in that one, and then they would sacrifice the other one. But you see, you cannot get away from this system because even at that moment, at his trial, if they let the worst sinner, they kept the perfect official man that was completely innocent. And so it's still following this framework. You can't get out of it no matter what.
I hear you, but people.
But even right down to the end, that's what I mean. And then the end of sin and sacrifice, right, is now you can't kill anybody anymore. Because then now that's it. It's just now more Christians. Like every time you kill one Christian, it's going to be more Christian. So now it just works against them.
No, I get it, but people.
You get what I'm saying? But until today, like
I get it, bro. But people don't. Jesus, he died for our sins. That's the least. I promise you. That's the least. That's the last thing Jesus is worried about. People thinking he came here to die for our sins, bro. Jesus came here because we were sinning. So in that context, yes, he died for our sins, but it's not he died for our sins. I don't know if you understand the difference. Like,
so how do you think they knew the bee thing? How about the bee thing? But they know that bees had female and males. Do you think the Quran knew this information about the bees?
Because that information was passed down.
From where?
From people with the knowledge, bro. It's not hard. So what you need to understand about the world, there's always been lost a lot of information. And Cora was talking about different dimensions. She didn't really say anything different from what I'm saying, but she doesn't really understand that these dimensions are just different ways of viewing light and how light travels. So basically, in these different dimensions, yes, there's different entities that can basically phase through light differently. That's what they are. Heaven is one of those dimensions.
Hey Bart, did you know that bee colonies are 95% female? And they're matriarchal?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to tell you. So the ones that are left out in the wintertime, those are just like, because the men are just there to fertilize. What I mean, with all the male bees, they die. And after their only purpose in life is to create that big, huge E circle for the queen. Throughout the summer, like that, their only purpose. And the moment they shoot their load in her, they die.
Correct.
Yeah, that's it. That's just their goal. And then she gets all fat, and she
been
Good
stung
for
by?
hawks.
You ever been
Like
stung
told
by
me
a bee
that
before?
bees only sting you if you need to be stung.
You ever been stung by one?
No, I've never been stung by a honeybee. I accidentally stepped on a bumblebee once and got stung. That's the only time I've ever had stung.
And it died.
Yeah, poor bumblebee.
But why sting you and die?
Because I stepped on it. It didn't mean to. I don't think it would have stung me. You know, it's just I happened to step on it and the stinger went in my foot. I take care of bees in my yard. Like I don't have my own hive, but my yard is like a habitat for bees. And I get wild bees and honeybees from a bunch of different hives around the neighborhood. I can tell them apart. And then I have bumblebees. I pile up like broken ceramic, like old broken flower pots so that they have a place to nest and stuff. Yeah.
Or do you believe multi-dimensional existence?
I think that you can mathematically come up with really cool things about how matter and other aspects that we observe in three dimensions and time can be affected by things that happen in dimensions that are 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, like string theory and stuff like that. But it's all a theoretical mathematics exercise, with the exception of there's a lady that has somehow just recently managed to have like an operating 4-dimensional sort of like experimental space, and I'm not sure. I would have to look. I would like to see it, but yeah, dimensions are a mathematical concept. They're not like there's no such thing as like a different place that's like a version of a third dimension that is like just a different version of a third dimension. That's a multiverse. That's not a different dimension.
From what I know, that's a true. It's not a theory. That's actually how things are in each decision you make.
These are theory. The multiverse.
Well, then everything.
Yeah, the many universes is a theory. It's a way of explaining certain problems with quantum mechanics that you run across. These are all models that we don't really have the ability to. They're just all mathematical proofs.
I mean,
generally.
Then everything is a theory. Even gravity.
Well, in science, a theory, right? In science, a theory is. I would even call them hypotheses, actually. But people use theory in the colloquial sense. But like the many universes is more about hypotheses, whereas something like the theory of evolution or quantum mechanics, general relativity, are scientific theories, which means that they're tested over and over again. The predictions they make are accurate.
I mean, do you think the whole way it's changing? Like for example, in the domain of health and fitness, I think orange theory is the dominant term.
Yeah, that's true.
The thing is you make it seem like, okay, you have all these theories, so you don't believe any of them, or you don't not.
I don't believe anything. Yeah.
So, if you don't believe in anything, what's your whole basis of operation?
I'm not a nihilist. I used the reference that seemed most applicable to me and useful to me at the time. I've got lots of references to pull from. reach theory status without having demonstrated that it's reliably accurate as a model. You know, it might need refinement, but in general, it's reliable. And then occasionally you have like big things that happen. Like we still use Newtonian mechanics. They work well at a certain scale, like, but they're not good for making predictions for like broad scale, like cosmology, you know, and astrophysics, because we discovered that there are things about gravity and time that and space and time that are affected by basically general relativity explains it better, and so we use those, you know, that and same with small tiny scales. That's where you use quantum mechanics because it makes more accurate predictions. But if you want to build like a machine to make pies, you know, Newton's laws are fine.
How would you respond to the pessimistic meta-induction argument against scientific realism?
Stop, Deepak.
Yeah, people need to understand science. It just goes along with the things, well, this, I guess, religion's trying to teach. But the thing is, with religion, people need to understand that most of the things that are supposed to be in these religious books, they're not in there. And they're not in there because
You know, you're talking like you know something.
I do. Everybody knows this, right? Everybody knows this. It depends on if you want to look within yourself and be enlightened.
Nah, I don't know anything for certain. You know.
Yeah, I know this.
Just as a probability of something might be accurate.
Yeah, I know this for sure. You know, so it's just that's just the level my soul has got to. You know what I'm saying? But you know, everybody's soul is different. Though. There's a lot of people that understand this just like me, even more than me. You know, some people don't understand this.
So what makes your intuition more accurate than my intuition? Because that's really all you have to go on.
Because well, here's the thing: your intuition is not really fighting against my intuition. You just let me know your intuition is not at a place where you can start basically pointing out and saying this is the truth and this isn't the truth.
Or maybe progress beyond that.
No, well, you could have, but I don't believe that's what that is. I believe that you're just not in a place where you can say it's more of a I don't really know, so I'm not gonna pick. I'm at a point where I can start picking.
Or maybe I understand that the you know at its base is, you know, the structure of the universe is chaotic. You can't predict anything with 100% certainty.
It's not chaotic at all. It's very structured. It's very structured.
There are structures within chaos. There are patterns that form within chaos, but they're not. Unless you know all the initial conditions, you cannot predict it 100%.
But here's the thing, though. I understand certain things, like what happens when you die. I understand these things, right? I understand where we come from. I understand certain things, right? Some people understand these things more than I do because there are teachers that I could learn.
I understand very much what happens when you die because I've studied that knowledge.
Right, and what you would
I can tell you
tell
what
me.
bugs will eat you based on the climate that you're in and how fast your body can decay based on the temperature and the humidity and all of that.
Right,
I do
those things don't really matter to me. Those details, you know, because those don't change anything. You know what I'm saying?
Actually, they matter.
What really matters
you a
is what
question
happens.
real quick?
What happens? I'm not trying to get it, but what really matters is just what happens to your so-called soul. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not. Who cares what happens to your body? It's not in your mind. Go ahead, Ben.
Yeah, I was just wondering, okay, what if somebody was buried in like the Middle East, Gulf region specifically? How long would it take the body?
Gulf region. Oh my goodness. And buried, what, like in the sand?
Yeah.
In the sand. It's pretty dry there, but it's hot.
No, it's very humid.
Oh, it is humid. Okay. So hot humid is a pretty, that's a pretty fast decaying rate. In fact, like they think the world record Deepak is the man.
I mean, the man in my opinion.
He's out there building our AI overlords, like you know.
You guys don't know Deepak is like the son of the Maharaja of South India. And he may not have told. Sorry, Deepak.
Why are you trying to lie? Why are you lying to humanity so much?
It's called a noble lie, Mark. I mean, I don't know how much you know. Obviously, you know in and out because you're Mark Grant.
This is an
Noble lie is necessary to know.
Mark is just sore and cynical right now because his entire profession is about to like get swallowed up by the thing I built. We both like. Well, that's true.
I'm fine until they actually have useful self-driving cars that can operate on all parts of like the transportation grid. I'll be retired by then. You mean the UAP files? What?
UFO files.
Do you know what an unidentified aerial phenomena is? That's what it's called. Because not everything is flying. You know, not everything is flying.
We're only talking about the unidentified phenomena. We're talking about UFOs. The things that come from not Earth.
Not necessarily. Not all UFOs are extraterrestrial.
I
In
didn't
fact,
say that.
most of them aren't.
I didn't. Okay.
Extraterrestrial,
You're
unidentified object.
So this is what we have. You're a good example of.
Oh, you know those UFOs they were like seeing over New Jersey? Turns out they were testing for drones. Or like in Las Vegas, they have like aerial self-driving aerial taxis they were testing.
There's been hundreds, or if not thousands, accounts of UFOs. All of those were not test scored.
Did I say all? I was just giving some examples of things people insisted were UFOs that actually weren't.
You're saying that as in, I'm not talking about the ones. I'm talking about the ones that are.
There's all the ball lightning is different.
But
fine falling space debris, like I've seen like satellites burning up now.
You're an example of you're an educated person. But that's not saying a lot because a lot of educated people they're so caught up on the education that they miss.
I don't know what you're talking about. Like everything about this summer, and then a lot of that so like there's no freaking money.
Would you say Northeast?
I said the reason why before I get sidelined was in every freaking room, and either by flat earthers.
This is the first time I met her, so I don't know. You said flat earthers? Who said I'm a flat earther?
I just saw a lot of psychoanalysis being given by Brother Jamal in the flat earth room on Quorum, my friends. So wondering like, is this a pattern or what?
Yeah, no, because first of all, like it's not any disrespect. I know people know we were feeling on Clubhouse, but it's more of a just interesting.
But there's something wrong with me because I don't just accept mansplaining. It's like
no, I'm not mansplaining. You're curious. It's something that's very interesting about you because it doesn't seem like you have. It doesn't seem like your intuition works.
I don't. What are you talking about? Doesn't seem like my intuition works.
I know it's not a.
Does my intuition work?
I don't think your intuition works. I don't think your.
Are you saying that in all of my knowledge and exploration of my 52 years, that because I don't come to the same conclusions as you about things, that somehow I'm like defective? Like that's really odd. That's very egocentric.
No. Okay. I knew you were gonna make it up. I hope they want to. The thing, like. Yeah. So like, I don't think we should rely too much on our intuitions. But if you
can't afford college, I think you can always rely on in-state to.
Yeah, for sure. You know, to people that can't.
That's what I had. I had in-state tuition. I state school all the way.
Yeah, I mean, big guy ain't one of those people. But the thing is, like, you're interesting because, well, to the regular human eye ear, right? I'm not a regular human eye ear. When they ask you something, I hear what you say, and I basically understand you said nothing. Or you
So,
Cass,
Cass,
no conclusions.
let me tell you something about myself. Let me tell you something about
I don't
myself.
know. I'm just saying.
Let me tell you something about myself that might jive with your ego comments, right?
Don't be offended.
So I literally am good friends. So yeah. He's been on our bell many times. All this stuff, right? I grew up listening to our bill. Seriously, I had a AM transistor radio that I would hide in my pillow in bed and sit there and listen to like KGO out of San Francisco because I could only get it at night, right? And I would listen to Art Bell all night. It was great. And so like I'm immersed in all this stuff. If you think that I like have no sort of exposure or curiosity about it, you are just absolutely wrong. Like Whitley Strieber, Linda Moulton Howe, right? I've heard it all, okay? And I also know the other side of it, the money-making side of it, right? And that once you create some sort of conspiracy or put some information out there, and then you try to like reel it back or just say, haha, I got you all, it's fake, I made it up. They're like, they got to you. You're part of the conspiracy. People don't let go of this shit. And so we just kind of sit back and laugh. We're like, okay, we'll just sell you more books. Fine, you guys can have it,
Whoever made up what they made up, right? I'm not too keen on the details, but I feel like I ran into before. That sounded like I remember a girl saying I think you're the same girl, but whenever, first of all,
yeah, I'm not a girl. My name ain't girl, but I'm a woman. I'm 52 years old.
Okay, but whenever this person took back, if people are not buying it, it's because there's more information.
No, they totally bought it. You can go out and.
This is what I'm saying. For example, if I went to a group of people and I told them aliens are real and stuff like that, right? Now, when they go around believing that, and I told them I was just joking, and they said, bro, I don't care. They believe in this stuff. They're not believing it because I told them that. They believe it because they already have information elsewhere that cooperates with that information.
They have information about sexually aroused psychics and like eggs that like project other people into other dimensions and time travel. Like they have information.
Yes, because
exactly near on Patton, New Jersey, of all places.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know why? Because the person is talking about different dimensions. A lot of people don't believe in that. So when somebody starts talking about different dimensions and stuff like that, right? So I see.
Or could it be something that's like confirmation bias?
Yeah, it could be closer to confirmation bias, but they're just looking at it like, why is they can't read the situation. Oh, this person is just joking around, but this person did mention some things that I know to be true. For example, if you just told me some information regarding my mother, and then you just say, oh, she has some Jordans on, I don't know where Jordans, but
just wanted to. I just want to say that there is actually now, like, again, scientists are late to the party, but now they have, like, come up with their own terms of, like, the fact that there are, like, all these secret extra dimensions, right? I just posted a paper in the in the chat, right, on, like, large extra dimensions from higher dimension inflation. And, like, here's like a quote from the paper, right? So, like, for notational simplicity, we use brackets in the measure, transforming a density, okay, blah, blah, blah. Where's the part I wanted? This is just, here's the part. Yeah, no, this is important, right? Like, the vacuum solution of the higher dimensional theory is a 4 plus d-dimensional de Sitter space-time described in flat slicing, a uniformly exponential expanding universe of external and internal dimensions, right? So the vacuum solution, so clearly you're trying to do this with a vacuum solution. And where do you think the capital of the Dyson company is? New Jersey.
This is just an economics paper talking about the economic fallout of the Trump tariffs on U.S. inflation. It has nothing to do with right, exactly. It has nothing to do with the extra dimensions that only disembodied consciousness is.
Yeah, but you guys, most people can only believe what they see, but don't understand the depth of what they have. When you have a consciousness, there's a lot of depth to that. Where does it come from? People don't ignore that, right? But it's
Well, there's
like
plenty of models of where consciousness
you're talking about models, but it's you're talking about plenty of models.
I like to use about Roger Penrose's core theory. That one's always interesting to me, just because I think it's like fun to like call the wave function collapse in the microtube in your brain. The quantum level observation.
I think it's so keen on the terminology, the scientific terminologies of these, instead of the broad aspect of what's going on and what it's connected to. But you're too deep into terminology and education, like based off from people that are figuring things out where the information already exists for everybody. Like scientists are discovering things and people already
Everybody has feelings about things, Chaz. I will give you that.
Scientists are discovering things to be true, and people already knew. That's just a feeling. That's a problem. Why are these people with just so-called feelings? Even though I know what it is from, it's just they're using their common sense, right? But why are these people with just so-called feelings beating the scientists to the punch years before? Years before. It's extraordinary how these people are getting all this shit right. And these scientists also.
There's like some guy in a deli in North Carolina that like was like, yo, Higgs boson.
I mean, I think if it was some Rothschild,
Damn. Feed the babies some more.
Deepak has to keep his children.
It just doesn't seem like you stand firm on anything to be true. I get it, you don't know anything, so you just always stand from that viewpoint. I get that viewpoint. Okay, you don't know nothing, so we don't know anything, sure. But it gotta be, like, I want to, like, do you understand the structure of the earth? Like, do you understand, like, let's say politics? Do you have a viewpoint on politics? Or is it just another broad answer that,
No, I have a very detailed view of politics. I worked in large-scale public infrastructure for many years. Public infrastructure finance. I understand the Department of Transportation inside and out. I understand the federal budgeting process. I know general political theory. All of this stuff I didn't learn in school. I taught myself because I was interested, or it was like part of my career path. So I have an anthropology bachelor's degree and a master's degree in real estate development.
so if it was part of your career path, that means your learning was very structured already
Joey Cass.
Right. But he was actually, he betrayed humanity in trying to negotiate with Agent Smith to be put back into the Matrix. But, you know, to live a life.
You guys know that
he preferred comforting line.
Agent Smith might be the savior. Strong.
Well,
Savior of humanity.
Well, actually, Cypher would have saved humanity if they let him kill Neo in the first one, because then the whole plan would have gone to shit by the third movie.
I gotta look back into what y'all
In the
saying.
second and third movie, the architect reveals that one, it's part of his procedure for keeping the Matrix under control. If Cypher would have been successful at defeating Neo in the first movie, then the Matrix would have failed. And, you know, the humans would have been free.
The Matrix could have sent another
Neo was part of his control.
Yeah, they could have sent another the one.
They could have sent another one, but there
But
would
then Zion's population would grow too high.
more red colors, and Zion would get more populated than, and it would throw off the balance. So
Cypher could have saved them all.
I don't know.
Tried.
Saved and
Well, I don't know about saved.
Died for
They
their
were
sins.
in
Yeah.
school.
Okay, listen. I gotta put that core. How is it that? Okay, Mark and we are telling you there's a deep state that exists. It's inevitable. It's like it's really just that's the truth to it. But why is it that you can't see it? Is it that you're too? Well,
Yeah,
it
because
is
I have
really
a
like too.
human being inside that
It's not autism. It's too. You're too plugged in into the matrix. I can tell when somebody's too plugged in.
Dude, I literally just told you I understand the entire structure of the matrix.
Right? She
Just
sees
because
the
you
real
understand something doesn't mean you're plugged into it.
I'm talking about the deep state. I'm talking about a real life thing.
At the end of the movie, they destroyed the Matrix and left the
movie right here. I'm asking her. The deep state core, the deep state. Why don't you understand, or why can't you see the deep state?
Because I work with government employees all the time. I used to work with ones at the federal level, like all the freaking time. They're not that smart. They're diligent. They're devoted. They're public servants. But there's no like big conspiracy. The conspiracy is among the elite class, the wealthy classes, right? So, you know, this whole deep state shit is just, it's like people wanting to have a boogeyman, right? Instead of identifying what's in front of them, which is incompetent people.
You've read the Foundation novels, right? And
Of course.
there's a second foundation that's manipulating the first foundation.
Yes,
The first
exactly.
foundation
Yes.
right? So there's that's what we mean by the deep state.
Yeah, so basically the people you're around, of course they're gonna be stupid. You know? But it's just like, why don't you understand? See, it's like there's a point where you're too educated to where you're blind. It's like you start missing certain important information around you, right? So
Yeah, I don't think you understand what you're saying. Like having
You don't understand because you're too smart for it.
having more information doesn't make you less capable of understanding things.
You might see that way from the ignorant.
Because I feel like you're too educated because you're looking at it how you were taught to look at it.
You're not responding to this the way all the dumb people are telling you to do.
Gotcha.
No, listen to me. It's just like you're educated enough, but are you intelligent? You know, can you see abstractly? That's the question.
I can visualize the non-Euclidean topography of the universe.
So do you understand?
Yeah. That's what I do when I meditate. It's real fun.
You think 9/11 was fake horror? You think 9/11 was inside job?
No.
You think it was you think it was an inside job in the U.S.
Something on inside the Matrix, right?
Cora can feel no.
It was less about that, and it was more about the actual construction of the tower structures. So they had like these
one floor getting another all the way down. Oh yeah, the beams were melted.
Yeah.
Impact thing, but it didn't melt like all the beams. It was like enough of an impact and destabilization to have the one floor start falling on top of another.
The explosives also help.
Or no, it wasn't blown up from the bottom. Like you can literally watch it. It starts tumbling from the top.
Okay, Corey. So
Yeah, and then there's like explosions on the way down.
So do you think
Yeah,
it's
like
a
one floor
coincidence?
getting another one.
So you think it's a coincidence that 9/11 has been depicted plenty of times prior to it occurring subliminally
Right.
on TV?
If you look at like the big things on Microsoft Word in the 1990s, you type in 911. The 9 is like plane, and the 1 is like towers.
Oh.
You don't think it's funny when you fold a dollar a strip away, it shows the Twin Towers falling down?
Oh, like those mad.
It's like his birthday is like 9/11, 2001. Or it's more likely.
Neil was a bird.
It's the date on the, not his birthday, but the date said like 9/11, 2001 on the ID in the Matrix.
It seems like the probability, right? It seems like the probability of that being chosen by chance is like 1 in a trillion.
Correct. And now people that are executed 1 in a trillion, or in the case of them,
365.
trillion.
No, there's 1 in 365 trillion out there.
Right? So it's just like when you have all these, when you have all these things, right? Basically saying this, like foreshadowing these events, plenty of events, it's like then you start understanding you're in a world where everything is just pre-planned and it's not really a coincidence. Now ask yourself why is it pre-planned? Who's pre-planning this stuff? That's all I'm saying. I don't know. These coincidences happen.
Yeah, Neil's birthday is actually the 13th.
Look up the ID from the Matrix. I didn't say it was a birthday because he can't be more than us, but it's a grown ass man.
13th of September 1971.
No. I think it was the expiry. I think it was the expiry. It was like e-card with the corporation or something.
Let me look it up right now.
The universe.
No, this passport expires on September 11th.
Oh, the passport. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
The universe, could technically last hundreds, trillions of years, to say the least. Like all the possible dates in the future that have been shown, the trillions upon trillions of dates. What is the probability that shows September 11th, 2001?
It's infinitesimally small. That's just math. The universe is just permeated with coincidences at every level, right? Like look at like the fact that the degree to which like a piece, an object, sort of like the amount of effort it takes to slow it down when it's traveling is exactly equal to like how much to how.
No, we got his first passport when he was 20 years old, because he was born in 1971. Then, it would expire. His second, iteration of his passport would expire in 2001. And then, there's a 1 in 365 chance that he picked September 11th, which is near his birth date, so it kind of makes sense,
But there's no hard and fast rule that passports have to expire in the world of just about 20 years. It could expire after exactly
every 10 years.
873,000 years. Or
So
like
yeah, the fact
all
that
the after 2013, possibly.
Turkey would be like.
Yeah, then why would it say it's a U.S. passport? Like, why didn't they just make up a different country?
I mean, why would they have to? Like, it's more plausible.
Well, the architect did say that they did base those versions of the Matrix on, mid-90s United States. So,
Such as the passport expiration duration.
oh, gotcha. Okay.
So if you like an anagram of the name Neo is 1, right? The 1. That's like
Also, I'm looking for
with this, right? And like, you know, like depending on how you define what the objective is, right? Like that's how you would calculate the probability of it happening. But I'm not sure how to like articulate that. You know how like people use fine tuning and it's like the response is that like, oh, like it's because you're looking for something called like, right? Like so, you know, I'm trying to like I'm trying to find a better way to articulate that. Like, because there's a thought that I'm having, but I haven't been able to form it yet fully. Anyway.
I mean, it's essentially, that's my problem with fine-tuning. It presupposes that life is an intended outcome, right?
Well, life, it kind of works like that because there's too much coincidence. Like even the not like it,
It's the other way around, Pat. We exist because the universe randomly started generating patterns that result in us. The way we are is because of the structure of the universe. The universe is a structure around bringing us into existence.
Yeah. No, we exist because the universe exists because of us. That's how I learned things to be.
And yet you believe in aliens.
Right. Well, we're here.
If we're so special, why would they need any other kind of life forms? You know, like intelligent life forms. You know, especially when we are obviously more advanced than us, because they can travel, you know, at greater than light speed and actually.
Humans were made. Humans were just made. Humans are just made in a special way. I'm not even gonna go.
Does that mean that like if we take as a given that life was an intended like aspect of the universe, then the fine-tuning argument goes through, right? Like then it lands. Or are there like other problems?
Somewhat, but there's actually like people act like it can only be one way, but NCF has a chart of it. There's actually a range of potential. It's not as finely tuned as people think. Like there's a range of potential ways that the things like the fine-tuning constant and stuff could fall and still result in the ability to have some form of carbon, based life.
The counteractor for this that you're trying to think is called the Rao Blackwell theorem. You could read about it on Wikipedia and stuff. That's exactly.
Yeah, because that's not like what I'm reading about.
These things are not coincidences. But planned events. And you get somewhere.
I want to ask you a question. Could you recap the multiverse that you're talking about just now? Could you recap? Make it make sense. Run it with making it sense so that we can.
Right. So everything already exists, and everything exists simultaneously. You have plenty of different versions of yourself, right? With little minor differences. There's some that you have a version of you that's super rich right now, super poor. But the thing is, every decision you make, you're basically choosing which reality you want to get closer to. That's why people say, just do shit. Like all you have to do is do things and believe that, because you will eventually fall in line into your universe, right? For example, if one of your future selves living in New York in a penthouse right now, for you to get there right now, you have to be like, I want to live in New York.
I demand a dog picture tax.
Let me move to New York. That you're gonna get closer. Oh, sorry. To them merging with that time.
Said I demand a dog picture tax.
You know what I'm saying?
Okay. All right. Now, I kind of ponder that in a corporate structure. Okay. In corporate structure, they have shared value. They talk about maybe the normal one. They call it the dimension of firefighting. Like smaller company with just firefighting every day. They fight for their living on a small company. But the higher company would want to say a shared value, which is belief to see. And then another one which is more of see belief, like the Chinese company. They see the opportunity here, you grab. So
then I'm looking at maybe it's aligned with you, but I'm kind of pondering whether the three specific analogy of this. Let's say I like to firefighting. Anything that I do, I have to react to it, and then generate outcome. But other than that, I say, why not I look at belief to see? Then I master the belief to see skill set. That I get into that, the outcome will be different. So like I am in this verse, and then I can jump to the other verse according to my that one. So I will look at the three dimension. Does it make sense that it is like three combination of spice that I can select? I'm going to use this spice, then I'm going to explain this spice, then I'm going to mix this spice and that spice, and this is how I generate the output that I'm getting right now.
All right. So for me, correct. So, I mean,
Yeah, Deepak is an expert in spice.
this is great about my name. But he brought it further. But it's a real thing, dude. I mean, I learned. I'll just say. So basically, yeah. So actually, what you say. So basically, for you to get the outcome you want, you have to start aligning. And you heard this before. You just have to start aligning as if you're already that. So what would you be doing in that type of outcome? And you have to start protecting it right now. And with that being said, you slowly, step by step, move closer to that first version. You're going to go to the next version. You're going to probably merge into a version of a closer version of you that's closer to that. Then when you make a change, a closer version that's closer to that. Until you keep going, taking those steps to get closer to that last version, you know, then you're there. That's how I would see it. Each decision basically pushes you to different things. Every decision you do matters because you're potentially jumping.
Okay. All right. Now, having that, let's say, just now, at least I can logically say there are three different dimensions of belief system that I can hold. The one which is the lowest, firefighting, the one which is highest, belief to see. Now, having that dimensions that I'm doing, now, how do you personally able to ponder like, hey, how this guy that met me is talking about it, and suddenly I'm here also looking at, hey, I've been thinking about the same understanding, but I run with it in this manner. You run with that, and you are talking about. And how did you get hold of that? Is that somebody, or you are like, how did it happen to you from not knowing until you pondering, man, this might be true, or this is, confidently say this is true?
Okay, that's a real interesting question. So, from a child, I've always been somebody I like to debate, meaning I like to see things logically and find out the truth. So maybe just that just led me to coming down certain, timelines to where I got this information from. I can't even recall where I got it, but I can tell you it always resonated with me. I probably always thought it was true with just through intuition. But then I started learning about certain things. I might run into certain information like randomly, or intentionally, depends on what it is. And then the information starts slowly building to where I can confidently say, this is the truth. This has been my long understanding of things, right? And if you've been going down the timeline, I'm going down the timeline, we having this conversation, it's just for a better understanding. Because we were both looking for a better understanding of that, or to spread the information, or to get more information about it.
Okay. In short, what you is more experiential knowledge, right? Because you are kind of like experiencing it, and then over time you pick it up. Okay, I'm going to get it more, accumulate. Yeah. Because I do find what my experience is more like experiential knowledge. So I'm kind of trying to see whether you and me, there is a resonant frequency that we can even get hold of. Hey, wow, I mean, between you and me, it's just I'm trying to look at that possibility of that frequency that I am more on the experiential knowledge. I did not even go to bookstore buying books, but I'm trying to ask something beyond the book. Like let's say there's a book that in the bookstore, I will keep asking, who wrote the book? Why he is writing this book? Something like that. Like you talking right now. Hey, who is this guy? I don't listen to your word, but I listen to the value behind your words.
So because of your humbleness that you are portraying that, hey, this guy must be something like that.
Right.
Let's see.
So basically, I had experience with it too. So I wanted to be somewhere in life, right? But one day, years ago, I was sitting in my mom's room. I was in my mom's crib in my room in the basement. And I decided, and I had somewhere to be at 10 a.m. And I decided I'm not gonna go there. My cousin comes in the room, right? And my cousin comes in the room and says, "You didn't go, you're tripping." So I'm like, "All right, I'll go." So I end up going. I get there last around 2 p.m. Right? And then that's when I was the last, like, it was an interview, I was the last to have the interview. And when I had the interview, the person that interviewed me, he ran out of spots. And we just started talking about whatever. Like, he really, like, he ran out of spots. He asked his manager, "Yo, can we hire this person?" His manager said, "No, we already ran out of spots." So he runs next door to a different manager, a different sector, and asks him, "Yo, can you hire this person?" And he said, "If you trust him, I trust him." And then he's like, "Hey, yo," they say you can start Wednesday. And then as I'm leaving, he tells me, and then that little decision, everything has to happen exactly like that.
No,
I got 3 years. The next 3 years, my whole life changed drastically the next couple of years. But I was only able to happen because I decided I knew what I wanted, right? And I said, like, no way. But I decided not to go. My cousin had to come there at the last second to me, "Bro, why you ain't go? You tripping?" And I'm like, I decided to go last minute. They didn't have a spot for me. He went and told the person, and basically I got to where I wanted to be, but it happened in the weirdest way.
This is just weird. Like, we know there's so many better scientific explanations of what would have happened to you, right? Like, we know what, like, psychological effects of sort of substances could be. Mass hallucinations have happened. There's just all sorts of possibilities that are a better explanation of what happened to you in this case.
And keep in mind, you're saying there's all sorts of better explanations, but you're not talking about explanation. It's not what it was. But basically, it's pretty simple, though. What I'm basically saying is, for you to, like, everything already exists. Your version of your best self already exists. It already exists. It's about you consciously aligning and getting closer to heaven.
Are you familiar with, like, Hume's no miracles argument?
No.
Right? And I think that's basically what we're gonna apply.
All these arguments are coming after the fact that these things already exist. This is how life is already structured. So all these theories or things, these are coming after trying to explain to you what I'm explaining to you right now. So people make all these theories, all these numerical theories. Bro, I'm telling you what it is. It's all these things already exist, bro.
Saying that whole story where you went and got you were like, you're not gonna go to the job, but then, like, your cousin told you to go and then you went and you interviewed and then you got the job because the guy asked the other manager. I think that's as ridiculous as people saying that, I don't know, like, the constants of the universe have to be fine-tuned to, like, 10 power 123 or whatever.
Yes, everything has to happen the exact way, the exact second, the exact minute it happened, or it would not have happened. That's what I'm telling you. And I understood that from that situation. But here's the thing, though. It was kind of like, of course this happened to me, because this is always how it works out for me. Like, regardless of what I meant, it doesn't matter. Something always happens, and at first in life, I'm 28 now. At first I used to think, wow, I'm so lucky. Then it keeps repeating itself. I'm talking about at the last second, the craziest thing happens to where I started realizing it's always gonna happen for me. It's so weird, bro.
Okay, yeah. So the Miracle of Fatima was the thing that was supposed to happen, like, something like 1916 or something. There was, like, thousands of people they saw the sun dance in the sky, right? The
thought it was a great Catholic miracle. And now we know through like scientific study that it's actually a pretty rare optical phenomenon, right? That happens when people like stare at the sun and they're trying to expect some sort of miraculous event. It happens rarely, but it does happen in places like Thailand and all that. So now through scientific study, we understand what this supposed miracle actually was. And I'm just saying it's probably some similar condition in your case, right? There must be some rare sort of optical or psychological phenomenon.
Brother Cass, I have one question to you. Right, I have on that. You see, now the question is this: just like today, and I think now guess what me in the room. Okay, I'm just going to give the context first. The context is that the room I've been in the room, and I've been moved down to the audience, and then I come up somehow, and then I almost want to leave. You know, I say, okay, I'm kind of like, okay, I'm not being liked here. But I said, maybe this is a test for me. I should stay. And because I was like staying, and then suddenly I do not want to put the phone near me. You know what happened? I put my Bluetooth speaker portable. I just want to listen. Suddenly, why am I picking up your frequency, not other person's frequency? That what makes it like, hey, why am I getting the same frequency and resonance? So when I remember when I was in science class physics, you know the glass, they broken so that they tried both glasses with the same frequency level. It gives that kind of a similar sound, or maybe at least they are saying if you same frequency, you have reaction, the same reaction, something like that. Yeah, check one.
Right.
You say something.
So when so in terms of frequencies, things are similar frequencies always are going to resonate with each other.
Yes.
That's just a rule. That's just a rule of life. How I know.
Exactly in physics. Yes.
Here's how I know. Right. I ran into people. Right. I ran into people without ever meeting them, but I feel like I knew them. Right. And I feel like I knew aspects and details about how they think. So I met this girl in my complex, but I know why I went up to her. I went up to her because I felt like it was some type of spiritual connection, right? Because I felt like she was just the type of person that could see the world how I see it. That's really how I felt. So when I met her, I asked her, I was texting her, I said, yeah, I was stopping her, I know this person. I asked her, yeah, what do you believe? She didn't answer. Right? When she didn't answer, I knew I was right. Because she purposely didn't answer. Because she felt like her answer would be too revealing. You know what I'm saying? But when I met her, she's exactly who I thought she was. But the way I knew about this stuff, like, because we talk about it, I'm like, yeah, but because we talk about how weird it was that I told her, like, and she felt like, and she was kind of speaking the same way, but I just knew because of the frequency, bro. And it's something that I could see, but not with my eyes. You know what I'm saying? But it's just like, it's just my body knew. Not in a sexual way, but it's like something in me knew this about her without me ever knowing this person at all. Like,
Now I have. Okay. Now how do you balance? How are you going to balance between something? Let's say this one time back, I was like supposed to be having some kind of MOU signing the next morning, you know. So what happened is that then I wanted to drive my car on the same morning. I prepared myself for the MOU. What happened is that my two tire of my car punctured. So what I did was I kind of looking at two scenarios. I pondered back what the episode happened. One episode is like, if I react in a negative, in a firefighting manner, I would just say, oh, what is this car? Because I have this important meeting. And then I will keep the wood, you know, and then maybe my face will be, you know, hot anger. Okay, now that's one scenario. Okay. Another one, I say, God, are you testing me? Are you testing me? And then it cooled me down. And then suddenly in front of those, in front of my house, there are, you know, individuals that come and stop. Hey, are you going somewhere? You seem to be having some kind of problem there, you know, from the body language. But I did not react. I just see to believe or believe to see in that, but not firefighting. And somehow they offer me, hey, you have something to do, but maybe this is not the direction that you're going to. I talk to him. It's no problem. I'll send you. So, you know, the kind of experience. Then I look back
if I were to just having the car properly okay, maybe on the highway on the 5 minutes after, I'll be hit by a trailer. How do you see that silver lining by not able to prove it? Because you have to really drive the car to be hit by the trailer, but because you are given that positive vibe with the test, you are okay, so you are safe. So that's silver lining. How do you balance between that and the one that you are having your free will saying, okay, I'm going to choose this and that, yet you are allowing that to with the flow? How do you balance that so that you get the silver lining? Yeah.
I would say, because what I do, right? Because now, sometimes what I do is I think about, okay, if I was in the position that I wanted to be, what would I do? What would I do if I was currently that right now? So if you want somebody that's unhealthy or trying to get in a perfect body, right? Okay, what would I do if I was in super good shape and super confident about myself?
Yes.
Like what would that person? Because the thing is, when you become that person, you will be doing these things.
Yeah.
So these things will happen.
Oh, that's how you go. What's next? When you have situation as such, that's how you're going to what's next. What you're going to do, you will be pondering that, and then give yourself a pause. And what would I do? With this situation, what would I do?
That's how I go. Well, that's how I go when I do something. Because I know if I was in the situation that I want to be in the future, I wouldn't do this right. I wouldn't be doing this.
That means what you are saying align with my analogy about if I do firefighting mode, that means I don't even start thinking, I just react to it. That will be a losing end for me. But if I start looking at what would I do, then I ponder, maybe believe to see, at least I'm not firefighting in that understand character of a person. That means I'm getting a better output from how I do myself.
Yeah, you gotta be engaged and aware, because when you that's why people meditate, because that lets you take away those distractions and just be aware. So you just gotta be engaged and aware. It's very simple things that you probably heard plenty of times, and I probably used it times before I started realizing how severe, how much it weighs on you. So anything I do now, I'm like, bro, I might do the smallest thing and be like, that doesn't align with what I'm trying to do. Because now I'm actively thinking this one little thing. You gotta start understanding everything in your life started from one small decision. I wasn't pointing to telling you that story. The smallest decision you make, it could be anything. Just the route you take to work tomorrow could affect the next 30 years of your life. And you wouldn't even know they're connected to you making a right turn at the light instead of a left. Because it's so crazy though, but that's how I kind of look at things though, bro.
Yeah. So having that logically, I can even like I put up the three power button. Either I press the button or level firefighting, or I press the button believe to see or see to believe. That means I get output that which is whichever I decide, that output will be the one that I'm getting on. Achieving or getting like the output that I generate from that action that I did. So hence, if that is the case, multiverse to you makes sense. To me, the three different power button makes sense. So that is what it meant by multiverse that you're saying. I mean, are we aligned in that understanding that you're talking about multiverse and my button of firefighting, to see to believe and believe to see? Is that aligned?
It sounds like it's aligned, but I forget. Just if you were doing something and trying to make the right decision, it gets you where you want to be. The outcome, right? The outcome of these decisions
this route, do you experience some kind of backlash, or maybe people like the route is kind of a lonely kind of route, and then nobody, like you overthinking, this is not true, Have you been experiencing your inner circle, your family members or friends, close friends that even, not able to, because some of them may not be able to experience. Have you experienced some kind of they call it frictions, the unnecessary?
Everybody around me, I'm cool because I'm fine with it, but because that's my personality. But like sometimes you get to a point where basically only you understand how things, only you and your selective group understand how things work. The thing is, these people that understand things with you, they're most of the time they're not there because they got their own things. Most of the time it's the regular people that got to be around you. And but like I said, like that's just my thing. Like what I know is just what I know. I don't want to just talk about it. I talk about it with those people. I just live regular lives with them when I run into them. Unless they reveal to me that they know this type of stuff, then get into it. But I'm never gonna try to, because people just gonna. It takes time for you to even understand certain things, how things work, or it takes a while to.
How do you call what you are getting? Is that something above your paycheck? It's like you are kind of like, okay, downloaded to you. It's like the movie Matrix 1.
Everybody has it. Everybody has it. But like I said, most people start seeing it faster than others, because they have. I think people have multiple lives or different souls, multiple lives, and they learn throughout these different lives. But there's souls that are more mature than other souls. But I just feel like it's information that's engraved in everybody, and that's really what the artist religious texts try to. That's the true meaning behind it. If you're unfiltered and not touched by man, that's really what you try to teach people, right? But isn't everybody now? They don't want you to know this stuff because that will give true liberation, and people will. They
No more able to control you, yeah.
Yeah, they will influence you. Like for in a good and bad way. Because now the person that committed murder is sentenced to death. They're not gonna care.
Yeah.
People are not gonna care about certain things.
They are more persistent. They are more stable in terms of facing challenges as well, where nobody can plant fear into it because they are kind of able to be more agile or something like that.
Right.
Okay. Now the next thing that I'm kind of pondering. Okay, you said something that you said it is in me. Okay, I'm just trying to understand, because something that when you were saying what you're saying, that flashed to my the dial up, the phone dial up that you get the internet without the Wi-Fi, the current one, I think 30 years ago. So what happened is that I had to dial up, but I have this SIM card connection. This SIM card is the one that I have embedded values that you talk about. Oh, so everybody has. As long as you are human, you have that SIM card. Okay. However, you also finding ways to get connection to the telco so that you can get more data from the data from the telco, maybe the raw material of to make it even more in terms of you cooking your meal. I mean, how do you look at it in that context?
So it's like different machines can read SIM cards faster than others. Let's say you might have a USB 3, a USB Thunderbolt, USB-C, but basically there are USBs, but the information is just transmitted at a different rate. And
state of your stability, are you consistent in your performance, or you are fluctuating? Like sometimes you can get it, sometimes you don't. Sometimes you feel what is the state of being that you are right now? Are you consistent in what that you are already having, like they call it permanent user password, or you are just navigating the temporary user password at the moment? What is your current state?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely fluctuate, but it's more of it's a fluctuation which I think is inevitable. But it's like I said, you're always headed towards your destination, regardless. But it's now I can acknowledge that, so it doesn't really matter anymore, because now I understand the rules of the game.
Yeah.
How things go.
Yes. Yeah, very true. Okay, now there's something that I kind of like looking at. Does your family growing up self-conditioning helps in what you are, who you are, or is more like by accident that you go somewhere, or maybe there's something that is nothing got to do with your conditioning when you were growing up?
It doesn't matter how you were brought up, it does not matter.
I see your profile here. You have this profile. I'm looking at what your holding values is. So could you give me some kind of a short summary? What's your holding values? Belief system, holding values. Something that you hold on, like you believe in God, or you have some kind of.
I believe in a source consciousness, which some people consider God. But I really believe this thing is it's really in the background, and it's just there. I believe you have a higher version of yourself that is aware of all of this, and just a small piece of your soul is in this realm, and you forget things. And the whole thing is to remember who you are, and you're always being guided towards that. So I believe that after death, you never lose consciousness. You still have your identity, but in your body, you're not your body, right? So, but you still remain conscious. You still have your identity. You still are who you are. You're the only person that's going to judge yourself, and based off the life you live, if you don't feel like you did it right, you're going to want to do this again.
Okay, now you see, there are individuals always vocalize the word the mind, the power of the mind, the power of the mind. Okay, now you keep saying the soul, and then there are also individuals that say the soul, but they're not able to get that vibration of the soul, but somehow they use their mind to vocalize the terminology soul, but I don't find that vibration is really awakened. So whereas you kind of like looking at when did you start looking at the soul as something that is relevant in your context hierarchy rather than your mind. I have not heard that you say your mind as the core driver. So how did you get hold of that? Hey, the soul. Like how did you?
So your soul, so it's always, like I said, I've always felt these things. When I got older, I learned how to express them. But you're
before that, can you give me some context before that? How was it?
As a kid, it's just I always just felt weird, like something's not right. Like the stuff I know is not. That's not what it is. But in terms of that, it's like your mind is what creates this reality, right? When you think, when you see and observe, that's what's creating the reality in the real world we live in. But when I say mind, I mean consciousness. That's why I use that.
Okay.
Consciousness. But when I say your soul, that's the spirit, right?
That means when you were younger, there's an alarm banging on you, which is the consciousness banging on you, like, hey, there's some kind of frictions in you. Is that how it happened?
Yeah, like it's just like it's
tipping point, I want to bring up the one. What was the tipping point happen? Because when you say you got, there must be some kind of a tipping point.
I'm one of those people. There was never a tipping point. I've always been like this.
Or maybe.
As honest, but I didn't have words for it. But there wasn't like the girl I was talking to. She had a 28.
Yeah. Okay.
She's 40 years old, and she said she just had her spiritual awakening or something like that, where she started realizing these things. And then I told her like, yeah, I never really had that. I just realized that I was like this. I never really had a tipping point.
You mean even your teenagers, you already have that kind of like your.
I was always interested in these things. Yeah, this is what always resonated. This is what always resonated.
Kind of unique because normally you must have somebody normally must have kind of maybe a footballer is suddenly broken his leg and then but yours. Yeah. What really happened behind the scene? That's what I'm trying to look at. What happened? God office, what happened to this guy? I want to see the behind the scene, the director script. Why it happened to you? Yeah.
And I always like, I don't know, like nothing, I can't tell you, bro. Like I never had if it was, I can tell you, when this is the day I realized. I never had that. It's just it's like, it's kind of like you're asking me what was my moment when I started walking. I can't tell you that, bro. It's just like,
have you been bugging yourself on maybe when you were a teenager, there are moments that you bugging yourself in the last 3 years in a row, like maybe 1 year continuously, like you keep having more higher decibel of why, do you have that moment, like kind of like more profound, spiking wisdomly somehow,
Nah, I mean,
do you have that moment?
I think because even at I'm Haitian, so I was born in Haiti. I wasn't born in America. I was born in Haiti, but growing up in church, I came in when I was 5, but even when I was in Sunday school or something like that, that's when I was like, as a kid, like, and that's when I was like, why? Like, because like they were telling me certain things in Sunday school, and I used to be scared of hell. I used to be scared of going to hell because I was like, and I always just think of it like, bro, how would it make sense that you can go to hell for not being Christian when other people are born without a choice in different parts of the world where they won't?
Yeah.
So it's just like I was just thinking like that as a kid. I don't know, man. I can't even say.
Now, if I were to say, hey, God office, let's get, there's one behind the scene. I just asked from God office. I'm just imagining right now, a file about you. I read it out to you right now, something like this. The moment you were there, in time when you say, why a person we have no choice of deciding I want to born as Chinese, I want to born as Indian, I want to born as whatever, so we have no choice. Yeah. So now, okay. So having that kind of pondering, to me, I mean, behind the scene, I look at why, regardless of what, I'm going to plant a seed, but you have to make sure this seed that you receive, you have to plow nicely on a good land. It will grow according, your real time. So that's why you grow with it.
Yeah, that's the first thing.
Yeah.
Nobody planted that seed. That's how I was thinking. Most people, actually everybody else around me, just took the information as that. They didn't question it. I sat there and I was questioning it, but nobody told me to. There's nobody around me. I was a kid, bro. This is like when I was 5, bro. So it's just like,
receive the Revolution 2 storyline. During the time that you are wondering that why am I born to be this, I don't, it's not my choice. And then maybe you say something about how you get it. You say it's already been in every of us. Maybe the seed is already there in you. You are knowing that, hey, I'm going to plant the seed that I have. I'm going to polish the SIM card that I have. I'm going to service the SIM card that you have, the mobile SIM card that you have. Maybe that's what you give to yourself. Then it grows, Yeah, possible.
Yeah, because if it's in everybody, probably as a kid.
You don't have to look up. You don't have to look elsewhere.
Yeah, I just started polishing mine real early.
Yeah. Oh, yes. That makes sense.
But that's how it works, though, man.
So you are also, in a way, to me, how you present yourself is like more experiential knowledge.
It's experiential knowledge. I know it's knowledge within myself because the way I think and the way I think about things, I know it's not. I didn't learn from somebody, so that came from somewhere beyond me being born. And also some of it is knowledge I just learned that resonates with me. But that goes back to just you truly knowing things. So when you hear things, it's like when you hear somebody say your name, like you could be in a crowd and somebody yells your name, and then you can't hear anything else. You just hear and as soon as somebody says your name, you hear it because it resonates.
Oh yeah, just like what I happened to me today.
So when I'm giving like I give information, I'm learning that way too because I know when it resonates with me. I know when it aligns with everything else, and I can tell it like easy.
The moment that I pick up you, I quickly go to my mobile phone because I had the Bluetooth speaker. I think about 2 meters away, so there's another room. So I don't want to hack my mobile phone, So there was one moment you with a lady. I can't remember who was that lady. Suddenly you say something and then they read it differently, and then you say, "This is not what I meant," Then you are given a chance to elaborate your points, and then I find that the point that you make, like you are calibrating your frequency to the person so that the person can understand. You see, I'm kind of, who is this guy? Is recalibrating yourself. You follow my frequency, but you are in a way trying to knowing what is this lady frequency. Somehow kind of, hey, she's okay with it. So when she allowed it, and I said, hey, this guy is really you somehow is trying to adjust yourself just to get the resonance. I'm like, hey, I must want to know this guy, So that's where it come about. So it's like your name being called in a noisy areas, still you can hear your name being called. So I kind of like looking at, hey, it happens. Don't work like wow. Yeah, hey. Actually, yeah. But we are just one of the speakers here, but the title was, I think, with some of the early moderator they come up with that. Yeah, I am. I think Brother Corey as well, probably. What was it? How do you call it? Cass, Brother Cass, yeah. 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 That interesting, Brother. Okay, let me just, me and him, how do I say, Cass? You are a different space, I am a different space, then we harmonize, not because of our religion. How is that? I mean, that's how I operate based off of truth and finding the truth through information, which is you get information from the Bible, right, and the Quran, but it has nothing to do with religion. All right. Yeah. So you're inspired by both books, Bible and Quran. Inspired is sure, but not inspired, but sure. the story changes based upon what actually happened. Meaning, if he was on a stick and the story changed that into a crucifix, or if he was stoned to death and the story changed that to a crucifix, or if he was on a crucifix and the story was just honestly reporting that, all of those are different types of stories. That's why it matters to the people who care about that story.
Here's the thing, no offense, but I've been derailed, okay? I wanted to talk about one of the biggest gripes in this street, and somehow this black will get the carpentry. The Holocaust. Sorry, I want to hear from Cass something interesting about the Semitism. So Cass, why? That believed, okay, that my ancestors killed their God. You can say that they're wrong or that it's irrelevant, right? Is that what you're saying? Yeah. Okay. You're just really excited that he doesn't believe that the Jews killed Jesus? No, it's very important. Exactly. Here's what I'm saying, right? I run into people, the people that killed Jesus. Yes, which terms does it make it this one guy doesn't believe that? The people that killed Jesus killed Jesus. Okay. The point is, it doesn't really matter. Okay. Because Jesus was going to die like that. And guess what? The person that sent him here knew this. So that was what had to happen. Trust me. Here's sort of the problem with your approach. It feels like you're sensitive to some points. Like you do think there's like areas of study, but you're kind of making a broader meta-nihilistic point that any conclusion you make will be irrelevant in the broader scheme of things. And like I feel like you're just trying to battle your own curiosity over the questions. Like you're right, it doesn't necessarily change anything, but that doesn't mean you can't be curious and figure out what you think. I didn't say you can't be curious, but the fact that it is a debated topic means we will never have the definite answer. But these people do. I wouldn't say that. That's not true. But listen. You might get to a definite answer based on that. We could get a definite answer sometime in the future. Maybe. But as of right now, right, what these people do agree that Jesus did exist on earth. So let's just build off of that. But when people start to debate, whether it's a cross or a day, and they start trying to say, you don't know anything because you think he died on a cross and you think he died on a stick. Well, some people think he didn't really die. He died on like this is the stuff that's irrelevant.
So let me tell you why I said he's correct in this case. Because there is a cycle of Christ, which is Annunciation, Conception, birth, crucifixion, resurrection, ascension, and something else. So those, they're fundamentally are important concepts. If a Christian does not accept any of those pillars, of Christ's life, then the entire concept is vulnerable to attack. From that perspective, what happened to him is hugely important because of his connotation to the divine and the God. Now, if you make the case for Plato, it really doesn't matter what subject you call it, what it is. What's important is the writings that seem to be an idea. But in this case, for the reason I just explained, it is important. It's an important debate to be had because if any of these pillars are removed, then the whole foundation of Christianity in terms of the life of Christ, hence his divinity, and being the Son of God, will collapse. From that perspective, from that perspective, it's hugely important. And that this is a different case than I gave an example of authors.
why the debate matters. The people that have accepted the book, they already have it. They don't care what you debate them. But the people that say, I like Jesus and don't like this book, this is when they're going to fight the book by saying it's a discrepancy. It doesn't fit what actually happened, and I can't trust this source.
People are debating things like, whether Jesus died on a cross or whether he died on or was on a cross, it was a stick.
He got stabbed with his spear.
But both of these people believe in Jesus, and at the end of the day, I believe that Jesus was nailed.
Made it very clear, and I understand what you're saying is look at the main message, not these details that are not as significant. Look at the main point, right? It makes sense language in mind, we would call it the anchor, right? Is that either?
Yeah, I'm here. Why?
No, because I just want to say we would call it the anchor, right? The icon.
Of the story?
No, what Cass is trying to tell us that we have to focus on the main point of what these books are saying, right? Yeah, people go astray. They go into all kinds of minuscule whatever ideas about something, and they're missing the key point. They're seeing trees. They're not connecting the dots or whatever. I don't know. So I think that's what you're saying, Cass.
Yes, people are doing the dumbest things to debate to pay attention to, because the word crucifix, it is possible to get crucified on a stick. Now, the Bible never said Jesus was crucified on the cross. It never said that.
That's a great point. Now I just want to move on to what way to have more people think like you, because I happen to like that idea. I think people should focus on the main message instead of minutiae, whatever they call that. And how would you think? What do you think needs to be done? What is being? How do people get to this wrong thinking? How do the right thinking?
Bro, that's a very hard question, bro. And people are not willing to get to the right thinking because the wrong thinking has done so much damage. But the cross thing was just the tip of the iceberg, bro. It's a lot of things. Like, my problem with all these texts is, if I ask 100 pastors, what does this verse mean? And whether it's from the Bible or whether it's from the book, if I ask 100 of them, what does this mean? I promise you, unanimously, all of them will not say the same thing.
Okay, but you're addressing theologians. Okay, you're trying to have maybe find a solution. Okay, for theology, but let's think about psychology. Maybe the reason why there's so many interpretations comes from a psychological reason, and we should go with that way.
The reason why there's all these interpretations is because people only believe in this stuff because other people believe in this stuff.
Well, there we go.
You get what I'm saying, right? Now, I went to the room, I asked them, would you believe in Jesus Christ if you were the only person that believed in him?
What? I don't get it.
No,
You're
numbers, mathematic numbers out proof to you that you're incorrect. I mean,
I'm not incorrect.
Now, let me just finish. Not again going back to the assertion you made before that Islam accepts your religion, Jews give it to genocide, and all these other people. And then the Christians. I just told you that what you're asserting is not the case. So please do not repeat your assumption, which is incorrect.
So if I'm incorrect, right, you will let me finish and then acknowledge what I said was wrong. You don't stop me 2 sentences in and say I'm incorrect and tell me don't finish what I'm saying because what I'm saying is going to be wrong. So let me repeat what I was saying and you can listen now. Now, Christianity has 2.4 billion people. That's 2.4 billion. Islam acknowledges Jesus Christ. Everybody that is Islam also believes Jesus existed and was a real person. That's 2 billion people. Now we're at 2.4 billion plus 2 billion people, right? Hinduism, no. Buddhism, no. Judaism acknowledges Jesus as a historical person by many scholars, but they don't accept him as a Messiah, but they acknowledge him to be a real person. And some Hindus regard Jesus as a holy man or guru. So basically, if we add these religions up, right, the 15 million from Judaism, the 1.2 billion from Hinduism, the 2 billion from Islam, and Christianity, 2.4 billion, most people on earth believe, or you could put acknowledge, Jesus Christ was real. What does that mean? So that's the same.
Yes, I gotta stop you.
Go ahead.
No, because you're not. You're saying that
am I wrong?
Wait. Some people see real as a historical figure. Some people see it real as a messiah or a redeemer. Some people see it real in a telephone book, and some people see it real in something else. I mean, yes. I can say that everyone sees that Adolf Hitler is real because 8 billion people acknowledge him.
I think you believe that.
What? When I say
I think you mean to say there are millions of people that believe in Adolf Hitler because they acknowledge that he was a real guy that died.
No. Let's go back to Cass. What Cass originally said, that he said most people believe in things because there's a majority around that mark. There's a majority of people who believe that.
correct.
Did he say that?
That's what I said.
That's exactly what he said. So I was pointing out, and I think Ali was supporting this idea of mine too. Vast majority of people do not accept Jesus as their Christ and Savior.
I didn't say that. You say
What?
you just said that sentence. I said the majority of people on earth believe Jesus Christ. What is
They don't believe in Jesus Christ. No, you gotta be careful. I'm saying this. The majority of people do not believe.
No, he wants to capture everyone.
Okay, bro.
What?
If I
He's
say
trying to capture. That's why he's using a vaguer, broader
I
version
said
of believe in.
believing.
Yeah. We get it. I get
Acknowledging
it.
their
I
existence.
acknowledge.
I believe that he existed, therefore I also believe it.
I believe it exists. But
Right.
I don't worship
Right.
it.
So I must be your redeemer.
Oh, but hey, listen, let's get back to the point. Cass made the assertion that people worship Jesus, and they would not have done so had it not been for a lot of other people worshiping Jesus. That's a good point. I can see what he's saying. All right, but for him later on to say that the majority of what you're talking about, Cass, is an error. What you're basically saying is people believe something because someone else believed it and told them about it. Is that right, Cass? Is that what you're saying?
It doesn't sound like
Yes, and even if you don't want to, even if you
So,
don't want to
I
ask,
just be saying yes because you asked me. Move on to the conversation.
Islam and Christians, they make up for more than half of the population of the earth. Just that alone.
all right, well, let's get down that road.
Yeah, all those Muslims and Christians know the exact same thing about Jesus.
Why don't we make a point then? And let's just go with your point that there's an error in Kitover. I group things, or I don't even know what this is.
He's just trying to diminish the definition of the word belief. trying to put into the mix some other groups that have the knowledge of such a man, Jesus existed. That's believing that he existed, that's something. But we don't understand that. Like I said, it's like, what is, let me, before you answer, I want to ask you two questions. One is, one question, one comment. What is your definition of believing in? That's one. Second, there are people, actually, don't use, we're not going to believe anyone that if nobody else would have told you about that individual, actually somebody taps you on the shoulder, you said, look, I am the Messiah, or whatever I am. And you said, this is not possible. It is possible. Let me tell you how it is. The wife of the man, the first one, actually believes in him without having anybody else telling her that about Muslim and Quran or anything like that. He believed in her husband. So there are people, individuals, foolishly, actually, not all the time, but probably perhaps in the majority of cases, they believe in somebody saying something particularly in the spiritual realms. So that was my comment, and then let's go back to my question. Tell me your definition of belief in the context of people believing in Jesus. What do you mean?
Something exists. So if I tell you, do you believe in Santa? You would tell me, no, you don't believe in Santa because you know Santa is not real.
Would you say you believe in Hitler?
Yeah, I believe in that Abraham, I forgot this one, is in there. That's not answering.
Sorry, what was that?
Did God come to Abraham? Did Abraham come to God first?
For what?
This guy said that God came to Abraham, but I said that the whole story with Abraham, breaking all the idols of his father and all that, wasn't it Abraham that initiated? I mean, I could be wrong about this. Wasn't Abraham the question first, and he believed in God, and then God appeared to him?
In the verses, there's no explicit indication when God, meaning it starts at Lech Lecha, and it seems unprompted. It's not clear from the verses explicitly why God is deciding to speak with Abraham. In contrast to like Noah or who was that guy, Methuselah or Enoch, that said like he walked with God. Right? Those have like some commentary. Noah says that he was righteous in his generation. Abraham, it has the little story of Terach and his father and his brother who died in the lifetime of his father, and then like it ends as if like the end of the genealogy, and then it just starts the next chapter. So I'm saying it is somewhat unprompted. The rabbis filled in the blank and explained why was his son dead, what was Abraham doing, and how he was, fighting idolatry. But inherent with even like that starting point is acknowledging that there's some kind of history that they're ignoring because he's 75 years old when it starts.
Yeah, you think they're ignoring the history?
Story. When Moses starts saving the Jews at 80, it's saying, it tells us a bit of his early life, but it says everything up until the 80 is, again, not what this book is about.
But here's the thing, right? You think that the Bible doesn't include this? Or
the Bible doesn't include every fact that ever occurred. There are several times that Abraham, over his 175 years, went to the bathroom, and the Bible didn't record any of it.
You know they have the Ethiopian Bible, which gives additional context.
Yes, there are many unofficial additions that have been added to the Bible. By the way, if you read the Bible, it's explicit. You're not supposed to do that. But yeah, there have been many that have written books after the fact and tried to add them on to the story.
But I want to ask you one quick question, because I like the idea that people believe things because there's a mass following. Yeah, and most people
if that were true, then we would all think the same thing. So it must be untrue.
Most people think.
Oh, really? Then how are we arguing right now? Like, if we accept as true your premise that people only ever agree with each other, then no one would ever have a unique thought.
Most people agree
on most people. So how do you know if you're talking to somebody who's just believing what their friends believe, or if it's genuinely thought his own thought, and you just have to talk to them?
Because they're not. But I would like to have they haven't explored most people.
Oh, I understand. You console yourself of not being able to change anyone's mind because you say they're not thinking for themselves, because if they were, they would agree with me. Instead of disagreeing with that big group over there that also disagrees with me.
But when I
agree.
Somebody has
you're trying to say that you.
Once I see that somebody has to dove into other realms of possibilities, right? Then I could tell you're just doctrine. Just doctrine.
Okay, you're just calling me a doctrine. I'm calling you dumb. It makes no difference.
I'd rather be called that That's what Jesus tells them to do. I'm tracking everything you said.
Hold on, man.
Get to your point, bro. Get to your point.
Don't act like a 2-year-old boy is diaperized. Be quiet. What I'm trying to say, you do not have the capacity to understand.
Are you talking about me? If you're talking about me, if you're talking about me, if you're talking about me,
Yeah, I'm talking
they would do otherwise. But so it's the blind faith that gets me, the fundamentalist, that kind of thing.
So you agree with? I mean, that's kind of like what I was saying. It's a whole bunch of blind faith, and I think people need to start back up with learning how metaphysics connects to spirituality, and then people should just leave religion alone for a good the Rothschilds, right? People say, oh my God, legacy is great. Like, that's a real family.
The Rothschild family controlled the central bank in New York or wherever that is.
So basically, what the Rothschilds did was team up with, JP Morgan and other people. And they came over here trying to pass the Federal Reserve Act. Now, the leaders here at the time didn't want that, right? So what happened was the very next year, the Titanic set sail. It was JP Morgan's Titanic. And those people died in the Titanic, right? That's sunk, right? And then the very next year, the Federal Reserve Act is passed. Those people were murdered out the way. And then the IRS is passed. And then World War One starts exactly a year after that. So who starts this war? The Rothschilds, stuff like that. So, I mean, you might think it's a coincidence that all that happened within like 1 year.
Wait. Let's ask you some more questions. What causes? Before I go through on this one, I really believe in what I'm saying. In your opinion, what causes the Jew to be doing these evil things? Is there something inherent in Jewish DNA that they have to be evil? Yes.
So basically, this is what happened, right? So I can't tell you exactly how far this is back, but I will tell you this, right?
I guess.
So, I mean, I know this guy is
Sinning is the way to get closer to God.
That's what Cyrus said.
Oh, is that what that to me? Okay.
That's what he believed. And he, led all these people to, believe in what he believed in, or they captured him and, ultimately to die or turn to Islam. So he turned to Islam. Now, what people don't understand is, right, if you capture me and tell me that I'm going to kill you or join my gang, when I join your gang, I'm still going to my gang. I'm just doing what I believe, right? What you're supposed to do is a member of the gang. So basically, he becomes Islam Kofi. A century later, Jacob Frank comes around. Frank is some shit like that. Yeah. And he's like the reincarnation. This is where it's important. Now what happens is that there are Jews that basically hate Jesus, hate God, and are purposely fighting against God by doing and making it a purpose to do as much sins as possible, the most horrific sins possible. Now we have to establish what is Jacob doing?
Let me understand something. Only people in the world that have apostases and have all these things like you're saying, only Jews have done this, and no other people have ever done this.
Listening is more interesting. Right? So, do you know when the Illuminati got started?
All right, let's hear about the Illuminati.
Do you know when they got started?
They got founded along the way in the middle of
was a woman's name. And there's a few women. I should just.
Sorry, were you saying something, Wallace?
Oh no, I came in earlier, and Pepe was talking about some files and there's an investigation that's going to happen on a female. That's why it's on. I can't recall, and I only caught the tail end of it, and I think it's just happening today. It's like breaking news of classified information. Was it Tulsi Gabbard?
Yeah. I'm still trying to figure it out.
Well, that's interesting because I think everyone, even if it's nothing, it's what everyone's hung up on. And so if that blockage got cleared out and it started flowing, I think anything that could be taken away from people that is unknown that people are waiting for, I think. But then just more gets piled on top. So I don't know what I'm doing. Never mind. We're not going to find out again. So, yeah.
I didn't follow this today at all. What are they alleging she did?
I'm still reading up on it, but all I know is her offices were raided. And that's it right now. So I'm looking. Yeah, hello guys. Her office was raided by the CIA because they tried to say she had classified information on the JFK files and the MK Ultra files. So that's why.
Oh wow! So that's the files. That's wild. That's completely different than an Epstein. So she had on JFK files that were never released.
I'm assuming that was the case. Everything is just happening. It's just unfolding, so the details are still sketchy. But they saying that she possessed classified information that was a part of these two files.
Talking about Dulce?
Right. Yeah.
MK Ultra? Because a lot of that information is supposed to have already been destroyed.
Right, but just think about it. The CIA raided her offices. You know what I'm saying? Like, well,
she's the head of she's the CIA. She's the CIA boss. Only the FBI couldn't do that because she's technically the boss of the intelligence services. Only the CIA could do that. Like, if the FBI did it, it would look like partisan, like cash patel nonsense.
No, and I appreciate that, Mike, because that is what I heard the tail end before they stopped talking about it. And I was going to say maybe it's like a 72-hour rule on this one, because I think it is just breaking and there's probably more to come. And yeah, I think tonight when I get to my destination, I'll try to read about it.
No problem.
Okay, I'm looking at the list now of who went to China. So Jensen Huang from NVIDIA, Elon Musk, Tim Cook from Apple, Larry Fink from BlackRock, Steven Schwartzman from Blackstone, Charlie Borman from Boeing, Brian Sykes from Cargill, Jane Fraser from Citibank, Larry Culp from GE Aerospace, David Solomon, Goldman Sachs, Sanjay, I'm going to butcher this name, Meirota from Micron, and Christino Aman from Qualcomm. That's the list.
No, and I'm glad you brought this back around. Go ahead.
I thought they sanctioned Rubio and he's technically banned from China.
I didn't read that part.
There was a meme online about it where people on Twitter were saying, "Oh, they're giving Rubio a special Chinese fake name so that they don't have to prosecute him." He's very outspoken about the Uyghur issue. Him and Ted Cruz
which, if you're thinking about their long-term future political prospects, that's what the Chinese Communist Party has against those two people because of their emphasis on the. Both Ted Cruz and Rubio are, for some reason, very gung-ho about the Uyghur issue. So this is bad for these China trips and their future in politics.
So looking at this list of all the CEOs that went, is he cool with Musk now? Like, I haven't followed that one.
This ruling harkens back to the darkest days of the Jim Crow.
The Ku Klux Klan is in Tennessee erasing black folks. They gutted the Voting Rights Act and redrew the map.
If your dad didn't teach you how to properly trade the market open, don't worry, I'm your daddy now. So the first thing that you need to understand is I'm a real Democrat, not a faggot like you. Okay? I've heard enough of this bullshit. Y'all going to hell. I put your hand.
Monday, meetings. Tuesday, flight. Wednesday, call the Pope. As I stand here in Athens, Greece, looking.
Yeah, it's funny. I sit and think about it, and I imagine like a big swarm of fish trying to stick together, so not one of them stands out, and they're all kind of in a big, huge tank of sharks, which is China. And it is interesting to see them all go over there. Nothing will happen. I hope not. And how can it? Because we're going to have big deals happening. And if something bad happens, big deals can happen. So this, I hope, is going to be something great. Get the ball rolling and do great things.
Do you think of all the private planes that came in at one time, all of their jets? I mean, I doubt they all flew on Air Force One, although I could be wrong on that. Marshall, do you know?
No, I'm not entirely sure, but I wouldn't be surprised if Musk and those guys took their own private planes on it.
Don't they have Air Force too? Vice President's plane? Or
Yeah, but these guys all have their own very big BBJs. I mean, I gotta believe that's a lot of corporate execs going.
Yeah, they're not all cramming in one can. Are you?
Yeah, I don't think we have another ChatGPT question.
It's a long flight. They're not. They all need their own bedrooms.
Let's ask ChatGPT.
Well, and how many executives did you say, Abby? Because that'll kind of tell you. I mean, even if you had half the planes for them, which, that's not even realistic.
Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Like 15, I read. 12, 15, and then all their staff.
What day is it today? Day what? When did they all land there?
Yeah, what is it, the 13th or 14th? I should look at the calendar again. Did you say the Beast did go and all his equipment? Or is he traveling light?
I wonder if he'll use one. Is he going to use a Chinese electric car over there? I assume that the embassy has car. That's the other thing you keep talking when we talk about the Beast going over to these places. I mean, the embassies themselves have cars that now whether they all have a place like China, you would think maybe they keep a bulletproof car there.
This is interesting. ChatGPT's not giving an answer to this one.
Dude, listen to how paranoid he sounds.
No, but like ChatGPT's being paranoid answering this question. This is even more trippy.
The main people who would try to target them would be Iranians who want revenge for
as Iranians into their country. They generally don't. They would stand up, but.
Yeah, hello. Yeah, hear me? Yeah. Okay, I got some more information on the Tulsi situation, right? It said there are recent claims that Tulsi Gabbard was reviewing and preparing to declassify files related to the assassination of John F. Kennedy, the CIA's Project MKUltra program, and possibly other historical intelligence records. A CIA whistleblower allegedly testified that CIA officials removed around 40 boxes, quote unquote, of these files from offices under Gabbard's authority before they could be released publicly. Supporters of Gabbard and other members of Congress, especially Anna Paulina Luna, are framing this as a possible obstruction of transparency or congressional oversight. Luna publicly threatened subpoenas if the documents were not returned. However, an important detail, Gabbard's office denied that the CIA, quote-unquote, raided her office. Later clarifications said documents may have transferred previously during an internal intelligence dispute, not in a dramatic same-day raid. Project MKUltra has been associated with secret CIA experiments involving LSD, hypnosis, behavioral conditioning, and interrogation techniques during the Cold War. I think we pretty much know all that. The assassination of John F. Kennedy files are tied to decades of conspiracy theories about intelligence agencies, organized crime, Cuba, the Soviet Union, and possible cover-ups. But they were saying, they said that the initial investigation started because a whistleblower complaint alleges Gabbard improperly withheld or restricted intelligence from Congress involving a sensitive foreign intelligence intercept connected to someone close to President Trump. Critics say that this may have violated oversight laws. Gabbard's office denies any wrongdoing. That's an article out of whistleblower.org.
Look at that. Now when I get to my destination, I don't have to, I'm still going to probably read about it. Dude, right on, Mike. That was awesome.
Again, things are still developing, so we'll know more further. If I'm being honest, I haven't really been trusting the government like I have in the past lately. I don't know, there's certain things that have been seeming contrived to me. Like, it's certain events that back in the day when conspiracy theorists used to call them false flags, I used to just wave them off. But it's like, I don't know. I'm going to tell you what actually changed my whole perspective on the way government operates, the whole Charlie Kirk scenario. And to see him done like that, you know, it was just... And just to see the behaviors of the individual afterwards, it just rattled me in a way that I can't shake. Like I'm not gonna lie, I kind of like living in bliss. I prefer it over the just the burdensome knowledge of wisdom. But it's like that right there got me looking at the government in a way that I've never looked at them before. And it's kind of frightening, if I could say.
Is Bat still here or is gone? Marshall, what do you think of the primary results on Tuesday? It's Joe? Oh, Joe's in the audience.
I'm not sure which way they went. To be frank, I didn't watch it. I saw some stuff about it that I don't really remember. Did a bunch of the Democrats win?
Yeah, but not the super progressives didn't. On the D side, and those primaries didn't win.
So they got the same people. So we're gonna have to run against. In some of these places, we're gonna have to run against the same folks as the crazies.
Essentially.
That's gonna be hard. Crazies always make our job easier.
There's a lot to talk about. I'm not sure if you guys are asleep or what, but there's a lot going on in politics that to be discussed. I'm sure it has been, right? I'm sure I'm late to the party, right? But everything that can be discussed has been probably. You guys seem like highly intellectual people. So let me ask you guys, what's your consensus on what I said earlier? We speak about government a lot, but do you guys believe that? Because I'm still on the fence, to be honest with you. But do you guys believe that our government's nature sometimes is to further certain agendas, maybe to create an event in order to foster that goal, or are the conspiracy theorists just blowing smoke up my ass? Please, just point me in the direction.
Are you talking about like a wag the dog situation?
Like a false flag.
Wag the dog. Did you ever see that movie?
Right, or I think of a reflection. Like the more scared you are, and this is I'm just thinking like the more scared they're gonna be. And so if they're that scared, then it's gotta be something. But like you said, you always took it as conspiracy theories. Why would you ever stop taking that? And it's funny, a lot of people are just being proven right, and all the crazy things are starting to like not be crazy. And so where does that kind of stop? Man, I don't want you shouldn't feel any different about your government, because I guess when you see this kind of stuff happening, you just see how scared they are. And if they're that scared, then that should be the question, like, why are they so scared? And don't you be scared, because we should just wonder why they're so scared.
I don't know, my personal view is you shouldn't put stake in conspiracy theorists. Conspiracies are real, conspiracy theorists just make shit up.
Well, that's why I was telling him just to keep his head where it was before and just keep them where they are. And it's kind of easy to do that until they're like no longer theories and they're just conspiracy. And I think that's the hard thing that a lot of people are dealing with is when the theory part falls away and it's just all becomes conspiracy. Man, you know what? California is going to be hot, and I'm not even following it. I've lived here my whole life, and I'm so tired of California and the system. And this is the one time I should probably be putting attention. And maybe that's what I'll read about when I get to my destination. But yeah, California, I think, is going to be hot this go round.
I was like wondering for the people that have just thrown in the towel, like your governor's race could really go a different way, and LA mayor's race. I mean, here's hoping.
Tom Steyer, I'm a fan of.
No, I'm talking about.
Is that the red coat? Yeah, I might have to vote for a red coat.
I know. And then within LA, like, could it happen that Bass goes down? Like, do you think there's enough momentum in California? I mean, it's interesting. You better. Well, you don't vote in LA, right? Wallace, you're.
No, I don't. I'm in Northern California.
You're in Northern
I
California.
mean, I don't see how not. But when you hear the nation talking about Gavin Newsom even being an option for president, just all my hope is gone. I just don't understand. And then all the information is going to come out in ads, and there's no way he could win because of what he's done. Even the last 10 years alone will just destroy him as a candidate running for president. I don't think any chance. So who would they pick next? Somebody even worse. So I'm not even really worried about that. Yeah, California governor, super interesting how it could just shift to red all of a sudden. And I think it kind of did the same thing under, Arnold Schwarzenegger. So, yeah, interesting times. And you know what? California is more red than you think. And I think we're going to start seeing that, now with things shifting literally and getting back to the way things should be. It'll be interesting to see how California turns out.
So wait, what's specifically wrong with Tom Steyer? Because I don't know that much about him, but I heard he's cool.
He's not cool.
He's a progressive.
He's not cool. He's like not, and he made an ass of himself when he was in that debate running for president.
But isn't he at least pro-Israel compared to
but that's not. He's a governor. Like, it's not really the issue. The issue is more. From an ethnic standpoint, is it going to protect the people that are under attack right now in the state? But it's also, you have to look at. Focus more on his fiscal stuff as a governor. He doesn't make foreign policy, so.
Exactly. State governors never make foreign policy.
Yeah, but the what's the guy's name? Who's the Republican from England? Am I blanking?
Steve Hilton.
Yeah, he's picked up a lot of steam. How is the polling look on that? Do you know?
I saw his name on the betting markets where he that's how I found out is that I didn't know about. He's an alumnus of my high school, so that's why I keep track of him.
Well, that's exciting.
Yeah, but I don't actually know.
Ooh, we got another bonus to vote for him. He's been here that long. That's a plus.
So the thing about Tom Steyer is that I think he's. I think he was a worse candidate personally in 2020 than Michael Bloomberg. But the thing about Tom Steyer is that I think there's a lot of groupthink in California, and I think that a lot of those people will huddle in and pile into him.
Hold on 1 second. Pepe, are you awake? Pepe? Coco? Are one of these mods awake? Peter? Can one of you hear me? Joe, I can't get them to. Let me see if I can get someone to come back and.
Let me ask you guys a question. You was finished, Ash?
Are you still asking about the Tulsi stuff? I don't think we should talk about the Tulsi stuff. But that's
no, I'm not really even thinking about Tulsi. But now, I was actually speaking about California. Do you guys think certain places are even governable in reality, like realistically?
What do you mean? Like, could you administer a city government?
I think it means that the West Coast has a way bigger, invisible homeless problem, and whereas in the East Coast it's localized to New York City, and that's why I think sometimes people give up on the West Coast because of that.
What are you saying?
Well, governable, when you say governable, it has a specific connotation, which means like you can't govern a place locally, you can't govern a place countywide, you can't govern a place statewide. Did you mean like the government can't actually govern, or did you mean something different?
Can't actually rule, control over the people can't actually will control over people. Yeah, because if you look at places like the Bay, look at places like LA, and like I don't know if the territory too vast, too expansive, but it seems like it's too much going on in these areas for them to actually. It's almost like they can't like build up the police forces enough to actually deal with a lot of these issues. I think the numbers are actually kind of, in terms of employment of the officers, I think they kind of like fuzzed a little bit. We're going through that here in DC. Actually, the chief of police just got fired. I mean, I'm sure you guys know about it. Trump made a big issue about it, about the police chief like fudging the crime numbers and things like that. So I'm saying, like, is these places even government? Do they have the manpower, police-wise, to deal with a lot of these issues? Do they have the like political power in terms of district attorneys and things like that? So that's all I was saying. I'm laying right here. No matter how many people have been in office in a lot of these places, especially stuff like that, when you come to a lot of these places, they look like burned waste towns. Like, you would think they third world countries. So I'm just wondering. That's what
Mike, we already have seen what the California standard of a district attorney can accomplish and whether they're sensible. That was the very infamous failed Kamala Harris. And I don't think we should rely on that apparatus of the California system to govern it. I mean, what it makes California more appealing to, say, Texas, like say you're thinking, oh, I want to live in California versus I want to live in Texas, is the Tom Sawyer state of California, where there's tech companies and you have an elite of California that is, broadly speaking, very intelligent and makes good decisions. But we don't want to talk about the Kamala Harris side of California.
Yeah, and that's what I was going to say is the sheriff and the DA, those two things people need to put more attention to, because if you get the wrong people in those positions and it starts going county by county with the same way of thinking about crime and how to deal with it, you can lay waste to large parts of the state. And Northern California has its red and blue problems with crime in some counties. It's all blue almost, but you'd be surprised. It's a lot of red in California and a lot of people who don't want to put up with any of this shit anymore. And so anybody who's progressive and even supports anything that has been going on, I think is going to have a hard time turning this ship around, because and that's why it's good. Like I said, it's going to be super interesting. I think it might turn red, and I wouldn't even have said that 2 weeks ago. And the more I'm hearing, and I need to read, it's going to get spicy here in California.
I just can't live my life. Basically.
Your vote could actually count. You think, well?
Yeah. And I'm an independent, so, but even Arnold Schwarzenegger, no one would have thought, but I mean, just there's another, Hollywood person, it's almost like Trump, it's like weird. I'm not going to talk down about my fellow Californians, but man, the progressivism is what's that, idiocracy, like, more Brondo, like, the retardation is just out of control, and we're almost to the point, I think, where people with half a brain are like, what have we been doing? We need to, like, shift gears, or, start turning this ship around, and, I don't know, I think any progressive who is running and would support Gavin Newsom and any of those agendas, and Bass, and like Oakland was horrible forever. San Francisco, unfortunately, is horrible. You go there, unfortunately, you got to get a shit map, which that is true if you look it up. California does get it, San Francisco has shit maps that you upload every day, new ones, so you know where to be careful walking. And it's just embarrassing. And we were talking about China earlier, where it's interesting to see what California did when China came over here, and it is crazy how all these people.
What the hell is it meant to be?
Hola, señor Homelander.
he is Captain Sombrero? Yes, but God, you're such a moron. Deep. What does he do? Show him.
Okay. Shh. Okay.
Bro, you're gonna love this. It's coming to you, Commander. It's coming now. Anyone order extra guac and sour cream? All done? What, didn't bring nacho cheese to the party? Actually... Oh, I think it's done. Commander, come try it. That's disgusting. What the hell?
It's interesting. Oh, well, if you want to tell you, I just watched season 2. It's 2 years away for the stadium, but we all went in. Yeah.
It's still super expensive to go do that. It's a small school. But yeah, we get to hold on to them here.
No, just like if I'm actively engaged in activities with you, just tell me what's up. Like, don't conceal things from
I went to Philly last week and I saw the Phillies. One of the games. They had I don't know, 9 or 12. They had 12 runs.
You thrive.
Well, the Athletics originally are from
Excel.
If no one's doing that, original Athletics.
I just don't know what
Yeah, they were.
Yeah, the Bay Area pretty much lost all their teams. The only one, and it'll probably go to, is the 49ers. They're not even in Candlestick anymore, San Francisco. You got to go down to Santa Clara, and what a shit show.
Do you think the Sharks will stay?
Yeah, I mean, they're supported so much. The hockey fans, I think, are great down here. San Jose's, I think it's still the most expensive real estate in the nation. It might have changed, but a couple months ago it was. And so, yeah, they're like almost considering that southern South Bay part of Silicon Valley. Silicon Valley is huge now. It almost has its own South San Francisco all the way down to San Jose. So, yeah, I don't know. I think if the Bay Area doesn't get their shit together, they're not going to have any teams of any kind. And then all these arenas and stadiums are just going to be for concerts, which are fun too. But no, Bay Area teams, my whole life, I'm 47, and Bay Area teams, I'm a 49er fan and an A's fan, which was odd to a lot of people. But dude, it's all over now. So all I have is my memorabilia and my signatures and memories, and I guess that's good enough. I got to come to Vegas.
Yeah, I'm telling you, I'm splitting it because I don't want 80 games. It's ridiculous. I couldn't possibly go. So, but I'll have a decent amount of games, so you can come down here. And once we open, the stadium's going to be amazing.
No, I got Black Hole family, and they're pretty pissed off, and they travel there a lot, and it's just a ruckus. I don't even go near the Black Hole. It is what it sounds. It's dangerous and sneaky, and yeah, you're lucky to make it home if you hang out there.
It's that bad?
Yeah, in Oakland it was really bad. So I don't know if there's a Black Hole in Vegas where half of the people who show up to the Black Hole, like half of them get arrested, and so the Black Hole gets smaller and smaller by the time the game's over because they just beat each other up and cause so much ruckus. Well, it's all the people wearing the paint and the horns.
Yeah, but they can't afford the ticket. Those Raiders tickets are expensive. I mean, wait, I say they can't afford it, but I take that back because even in the better seats, it's a lot of thugs. I mean, that have come in. It's a very interesting fan base, but I think the really rough crowd, the tickets, they can't get in the stadium.
Well, I'm really happy Vegas got the A's and the Raiders because I think they're like an all-time great. They're just all-time great teams, and so to go to Vegas and make that one of the shows is good. I was going to bring up the Warriors. The Warriors are just awesome and crazy, and the seasons they've had the last 5-6 years has just blown the city up, and their new stadium is just awesome. It's kind of weird where it's at, and the driving and parking and all that, but it's totally on the water, beautiful. But Warriors, yeah, great team.
We're supposed to get an expansion new team NBA here. I don't think we're going to take care of the Warriors away, but I think it's going to be a team birthed here. Are all the mods sleeping? Joe, I'd maybe leave and come back.
What's up, handsome?
See you guys.
Ojo says the handsome is here before.
Oh yeah, I was here quite some time ago. Just check back in.
I can't say much that's interesting about Trump other than the dramatic. Well, Trump is in China. What do you think about that? The delegation that visited. I think even Jensen Huang went, and he's Taiwanese. But there's a long documented kind of bridge between U.S. and China via Jensen Huang. So that's kind of interesting.
Yeah, Jensen wants to sell his product, but there's a trepidation that will help anything. So whatever, there's a handicap or staggered product. Not selling the most advanced chips, but selling them like 2 generations behind. I just don't think 2 generations.
I don't think it's. I hear you're a little bit skeptical.
Yeah, I don't think it's staggered enough. So, but then interestingly, the Chinese were suspicious of the H20 as well, because the officials were thinking that they may have backdoors.
Yeah, so that would, those backdoors would be interesting. I know that there was a recent leak of Chinese data in Tianjin, the supercomputer leak.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that was.
So that didn't help. That was like truckloads, like trainloads of data from.
I mean, it flies in the face of the infrastructure story, because some people, when they think of China, they think, look at Chengdu 20 years from now, 20 years ago versus today. Like Chengdu didn't even have a subway system 20 years ago, right? But then, they give this narrative that they are all, they developed infrastructure. They're not a third world country anymore. But then, when it comes to these, pressure points, this Tianjin thing still happened. But then it must be, one of those cybersecurity things, because they were really mad about it. They wouldn't let Trump into the country.
Yeah, I mean, they were. It's a hodgepodge of many things. It's mostly American technology. Even the Tianjin supercomputer centers were American technology. And interestingly, they were mostly AMD products. And then structures
infrastructure.
So that's not Jensen, that's his cousin, right?
Right. That's the Sue, Lisa Sue, and Jensen's cousin. Yeah. So.
I just saw the interview she gave when they were talking about open AI integration with AMD ecosystem, because I'm not so aware of the hardware side, but it was interesting that they were, because people think that it's all NVIDIA, but
right. Yeah, I mean, it's they have second name high, right? And then, so. So there was, there were suspicions that whether Lisa Sue or AMD, need the key points or whatever. So, and so that's why the Chinese government hadn't approved, even though it hadn't approved the purchasing of H20. And so, Jensen wanted to sell his wares, but he's like, there's caught in between. But I just don't think the staggering is enough, because if you leave it up to the Chinese businesses, they're clamoring for the chips.
This is a pretty dangerous visit. I mean, it looks like he's saying Taiwan is important, and this is the first time in my lifetime I've ever seen a naval war, because we have a lot of the other branches of the armed forces work with Afghanistan and Iraq, but a naval war, with the Gulf of Hormuz, the Strait of Hormuz, this is where a possible Taiwan situation would occur, right? And it would be purely naval. So I don't know why she is planning fire.
It's like we're in the cemetery. Yeah, I'm done.
Studying science rigorously. And so, they'll ask questions like, why doesn't it rain up in, Australia? But and I agree, probably when I was 8 years old, I mean, I didn't know anything, so I probably did think everything was just like magic.